A very good day, friends. This is Madhu Gajala. Today, I take great pleasure in welcoming you all once again to the second day of Spiritual Science International Meet, Europe Zone, organized by PSSM Global. Mission of PSSM Global is to spread awareness of meditation and compassion by collaborating with heart-centered individuals or organizations around the planet. Friends, I hope you all enjoyed our first ever Spiritual Science International Meet Asia Zone yesterday. I'm so happy to be hosting this wonderful event, which brings together all wonderful masters from across the globe in one place for each one of us. So let me tell you what SSIM July event is. This event is dedicated to bring meditation to armed forces, fire or EMS and law enforcement. Educate armed forces, fire, EMS and law enforcement about the benefits of use of meditation. Introduce pyramids as a tool to enhance the meditational experiences, creating a space for all first responders to use the benefits of meditation while in their work environment. This will create a massive ripple effect of being calm and alert in the daily duties for those who are on the front line. Anxiety reduction, clear mind, increased focus, and better sleep. Emotional self regulation, minimization, stress, and trauma. Friends, I invite you all to share the wisdom being shared here to your friends, family, colleagues, and in your society so that we can all help the purpose of this event. Thank you. And now let me take you to the parent organization of PSSM Global, Pyramid Spiritual Societies Movement, founded by Brahmarshi Pitama Patriji, had successfully completed 30 years of establishment. PSSM is a movement leading humanity from violence to non-violence, from blind religious belief to scientific and spiritual scientific experimentation and spiritual scientific logic, from bankrupt materialism to magnificent middle path, and finally, evolving from animal level of eating to adopting vegetarianism. Today, PSSM consists more than a couple of thousands of independent and autonomous pyramid spiritual societies involving millions of active members and volunteers across all states in India, also in 20 other countries. PSSM is a non-religious, non-cult, non-for-profit spiritual scientific organization or movement with an ever-growing expanse of genuine seekers. Now, we shall see a video about this unique PSS movement that took meditation to every household in many corners of the world. Thank you, friends. Let us watch the video.
The Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement has been founded by Brahmarshi Patriji in the year 1990 with the objective of spreading the basics of spiritual realities and spiritual science to one and all. Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement began as the Kurnool Spiritual Society in the year 1990. Today, Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement comprises of more than a couple of thousands of independent and autonomous pyramid spiritual societies involving millions of active members and volunteers across all states in India. Also, in 20 other countries: USA, UK, UAE, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, Vietnam, Egypt, South Africa, and others. Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement is a non-religious, non-cult, not-for-profit spiritual scientific organization with an ever-growing expanse of genuine seekers. The core message to everyone is that we are not just physical entities experiencing random existence. Instead, We are eternal energy, consciousness, wisdom entities, constantly choosing and creating our own respective, ongoing existential realities. Patriji says we realize Godhood in us through four simple things. 1. Using breath for practicing meditation. 2. Utilizing pyramid energy for meditation. 3. Trying to understand all the members of the animal kingdom. 4. Brahmarshi Patriji realized the power of meditation through his own profound experiences and attained enlightenment in the year 1979.
Meditation is the most important thing for each and every person anywhere on this earth. Meditation gives us energy and balance.
Patriji is a multi-dimensional personality and a charismatic leader of
Very humble beginnings in a district headquarters town, Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh. Now this movement has grown worldwide with more than 20,000 small and big meditation centers catering to rural population and urban population. More than 100,000 pyramid masters are working around the clock to spread ideas of vegetarianism, Anapanasati Meditation, and pyramid energy and spiritual science. Welcome to this Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement, and welcome to this Pyramid Valley International, Bengaluru, the headquarters of this worldwide
Spiritual Societies movement regularly organizes national and global level conferences for New Age spiritual scientists to share their research. So far, 7 global spiritual congresses of spiritual scientists have been organized, all of them in the Pyramid Valley International, Bengaluru. Every year in the month of December, Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement organizes a mega spiritual congregation called Dhyana Mahachakram, attended by hundreds of thousands of meditators. This is an awe-inspiring event where meditation sessions are held by different masters round the clock. The soul of the event is the 3-hour-long music meditation sessions under the guidance of Patriji, accompanied by his flute renditions, along with music by other maestros. During the year of 2014, in all, over 500,000 people attended this 14-day event in Kailasapuri, Kadtal, near Hyderabad. Himself accompanied the groups on several occasions to national and international high-energy spiritual places that include the Himalayas and the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Bengaluru, Karnataka State, the mega Maitreya Buddha Pyramid in Pyramid Valley International Campus can facilitate 5,000 people to do meditation at a time. An even bigger pyramid has been built near Hyderabad, Telangana State, known as the Maheshwara Maha Pyramid, with a capacity for 6,000 people. Pyramid Spiritual Science Academy has been established in the year 2010 with its headquarters at Bengaluru, which started certification courses in meditation and has published basic spiritual science textbooks which have been integrated with CBSE curriculum in a few schools across India. Currently, over 30,000 school children are reading these spiritual science textbooks as a part of their academic courses. Spiritual Societies movement is a committed and dedicated New Age spiritual science movement whose special mission is to promote breath meditation, vegetarianism, and pyramid energy to one and all. For all those people who are yearning for spiritual truths, Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement is extending a great helping hand. Join hands with us and let us together establish spiritual science wisdom and spiritual harmony all over the world.
That was wonderful. Thank you. Friends, I'm Madhu Gajjala. I'm currently living in Germany from past 3.5 years. My journey into spirituality started in the year of 2009 when I had experienced depression because of my miscarriage. With the guidance of my in-laws, I was within. So I did that, and we started spreading the word of meditation from the year of 2010 with my husband. And since then, there is no looking back. And I'm so ever grateful to our wonderful master, great master, Father figure Patriji, and to Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Patri sir. My deepest pranams to you. And friends, this is a bit about myself. And let me introduce our master, Grandmaster Patriji, and who is lovingly called as Patriji, Brahmarshi Pitama Patriji. Patriji is a New Age spiritual science master who has traveled the length and breadth of this known world to teach meditation. His major work, apart from meditation, is to create compassion towards animal beings and has inspired millions to adopt vegetarianism lifestyle. Patriji attained enlightenment in the year 1979, is a multi-dimensional personality and a charismatic leader of a vast multitude. Patriji is an example of how a human life can be lived to the fullest with zest and compassion towards one and all. He teaches and guides every single person with the same level of enthusiasm and friendliness as he does to thousands of spiritual seekers, and is always accessible to everyone. He identifies the best way that any person can serve society while giving their total freedom to perform and encourages them continuously to do their best. While Patriji is acquainting you with the mysteries of meditation and spirituality, he has an endearing, fun loving side too. Apart from being a spiritual master, Patriji is a fluent orator, a voracious book reader, a friend to everyone from any backdrop, and an impressive author of spiritual wisdom. Patriji is also an accomplished flute player and an engaging singer, an able administrator, an ardent cricket lover, and a good cook too. Is a man of many deeper dimensions. Friends, please join me in welcoming the epitome of simplicity and embodiment of enlightenment, Brahmarshi Pitama Patriji. Patri sir, I'm so happy that I got an opportunity to welcome you to the Spiritual Sciences International Meet second day. Welcome, Patri sir.
Okay, Baba.
Thank
How is everything there in Germany?
Sir?
How is everything in Germany?
All is going great, sir. Everything is going perfect. Everything is going perfect, sir. Yeah. So we are so looking forward for today's event. Wonderful masters, wonderful sharings, and yeah, it's very good, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Baba.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome to all the people to this Spiritual Science International Meet. Our common experience is that we all suffer for various reasons, but we don't want to suffer. Gautama Buddha gave the Four Noble Truths. The first noble truth is that everywhere there is suffering. The second noble truth is that suffering is because of greed. Third noble truth is that greed is because of lack of spiritual knowledge, which in Sanskrit is called avidya. Vidya is spiritual wisdom. Avidya means lack of spiritual wisdom. When you lack spiritual wisdom, you are prone to be greedy. When you are greedy, you offend other life forms, other human beings, other animal beings, bird beings, and fish beings. And you give suffering to others, and thereby you have suffering to yourself. What goes out comes back to you. This is the law of karma. When you understand the law of karma, then you become spiritually wise. And how to remove spiritual ignorance? How to remove spiritual lack of wisdom? That is the grand eightfold path of right viewpoints in life, right speech, right desires, right way of earning your life, right way of behavior, right attention, right concentration, right meditation. So 2500 years back, everything was given by Gautam Buddha. The whole scenario has been given of the existence of suffering, the cause of suffering, the source of suffering, the removal of suffering. Pyramid spiritual society movement is based on the experience of Gautama Buddha. Not only Gautama Buddha, several other masters from the holy times. Every master, n number of people have acquired spiritual wisdom and therefore went beyond suffering. They went beyond having suffering for themselves and also giving suffering to others. N number of people, from a Socrates, from a Lao Tzu, from a Plato, to 20th century Ramana Maharshi or Osho. Any number of people have become spiritually enlightened and showered on us great spiritual wisdom. Pyramid spiritual society movement learns from every spiritual master, either from the east or the west, from the ancient times to medieval times to modern times. The masters of pyramid spiritual society movement believe in learning and learning and learning and learning and learning, studying and studying and studying and studying, doing meditation and meditation and meditation and meditation. And having acquired a reasonable amount of spiritual wisdom, knowing a reasonable amount of spiritual science, pyramid masters are there to help everybody else with the same wisdom, imparting the same meditation technology to everybody else, so that everybody else also comes out of suffering. Nobody should suffer. If you give suffering to others through your greed, you will have plenty of suffering yourself. And you have ceased to give suffering to others. No animal gets suffering because of you. No bird gets suffering because of you. No fish gets suffering because of you. No human being. When you cease to give suffering to others, you enter into a zone where no suffering can come to you. There are any number of New Age movements all over the world. And Pyramid Spiritual Society movement in India and the rest of the world is another such moment. Carrying out the noble work of Buddha. Again and again. Somebody asked Buddha in those days, Swamiji, I think such a person like you was never born earlier and never will be born again. For which Gautam Buddha replied, Swamiji, before me there were n number of people who achieved Buddhahood. And after me there will be n number of people who would achieve the same Buddhahood. This is nothing special for me. I am one of those many. Way back in the year 1979, I also came to know that I have become a Buddha. I began to see light at the end of the tunnel of darkness. And I came out of the tunnel of darkness to the grand light, cosmic light, way back in the year 1979. Since that moment onwards, I made it my life's purpose to teach meditation to everybody. To teach non-killing, non-violence, non-interference to everybody. Whoever would choose to listen to me, I am there for him or her. So for the last 40 years, I've been traveling and traveling and traveling, going to every nook and corner of the country of India and also several parts of the world, trying to impart the technology of the art and science of meditation, trying to impart, elucidate the principles of spiritual science to everybody. Everybody must know the basic principles of spiritual science. There are several principles in spiritual science. The first principle says, is the principle of consciousness. We are not these physical bodies. We are not atoms and molecules. We are not cells and protoplasm. We are not enzymes and coenzymes. We are pure consciousness, pure awareness. Which is beyond all the physical parameters. That is where we begin as a spiritual science teacher. We are all pure God, pure consciousness, which is eternally existing. And the second principle says, we choose to incarnate in a physical body. And reincarnate again and again and again and again. That's how we come into these physical bodies. By our own choice. Before we come to this physical body, in the higher worlds, we have planned our birth, our next journey in the physical realm. We choose our parents, we choose the sex of the body. And any number of times we are born again. And we again die to the earth planet. and we get back to where we have come from. Those high astral worlds, causal worlds, supracausal worlds. We repeatedly take birth, incarnate ourselves, so that we challenge ourselves in the physical realm. We create, we design our own challenges in the physical world. Sometimes born as a poor man, sometimes as a person without eyes, without limbs. Sometimes as a rich person, sometimes as a healthy person, sometimes as not healthy person. All these things. Combination permutations. We design ourselves. And we encounter those circumstances, whatever we have chosen ourselves. But we tend to forget all these things when we are born. And we start complaining. Hey, there is no God. There is suffering everywhere. Everybody is giving suffering to me. All these judgments we make, which are totally false judgments, false conclusions. When you don't have knowledge about spiritual science, you think all these things are legitimate. Absolutely true. But once you understand spiritual science, how you have designed your own lifetime in the astral worlds and come here, you will come to know that all the life you have designed yourself, and they are for a purpose. Unless you have suffering, you will try to find out the means to come out of suffering. When you have decided yourself, like Gautam Buddha, to find out the cause of suffering, once and for all, you begin your journey for search for truth. The grand journey of search for truth comes. It comes for every human being. The search for truth is not at all relevant in the animal kingdom, but it's absolutely relevant in human kingdom. All the animals are naturally living. They are true to their own selves. But human beings are not living naturally. They have to learn to live naturally, according to their own nature, according to their own truth. The first principle is the law of consciousness, the principle of consciousness. We are all consciousness. Everything is consciousness. The second is the principle of incarnation and reincarnation. The third principle is law of cause and effect. Every effect comes from a cause. That cause is in the mind. That effect is in the material things. Mind is the creator of material abundance or material poverty, material bliss or material suffering. The mind is the creator. Before we are born into our mother's womb, our mind has designed our own lifetime. And as we have designed our own lifetime, we encounter those specific situations in every given lifetime. Once you know this law of karma, law of cause and effect, you are no more astonished at anything. You are no more perplexed about anything. You gel smoothly with everything, every life situation. You understand that you have created for yourself. And the fourth principle of spiritual science says that we are always constantly learning every given lifetime, knowingly or unknowingly. Consciously or unconsciously, we are always going forward at our own pace towards greater and greater truth, greater and greater comprehension. And the fifth principle says you can hasten your growth, soul's growth, by undertaking practices like meditation, reading all the spiritual books, listening to others' experiences in their own spiritual search for truth. By all this means, you hasten your progress. That is the fifth principle. Then you move on to the sixth principle. There are any number of dimensions, any number of galaxies, any number of life situations to where you can go and learn from. Today is not the end of the world. Tomorrow is not the end of the world. There is no end of the world at all. There is no end to the search for truth. Every soul keeps on progressing ad infinitum. So you enter into a field of infinities. Beyond all time, space and situation. All these principles, the principle of consciousness, the principle of incarnation and reincarnation, the principle of cause and effect, law of karma, the principle of constant progression, the principle of hastening your progression, the principle of infinities, all this constitute the core of spiritual wisdom, spiritual science. N number of people have contributed to the whole body of spiritual science. I have read since my childhood more than 100,000 spiritual masters. The works of great spiritual masters, spiritual scientists. And my life was molded because of them. Reading the book of Yogananda Paramahansa's Autobiography of a Yogi way back in the 1980s, and many books like that. Reading the books of Paul Brunton, Dr. Paul Brunton, A Search in Secret Egypt, A Search in Secret India. Reading all the books of Linda Goodman, of Shirley MacLaine, of Ruth Montgomery, of D.T. Suzuki, Alan Watts. Reading the books of Swami Rama, great Theosophical Society books by Annie Besant, Blavatsky, Ledbetter, Jina Rajadasa. Reading the books of Osho, and many persons like that. It was my joy to enter into the spiritual science. And in the year 1979, I could see my goal in this lifetime to teach everything to everybody about the basic principles of spiritual science, basic benefits of spiritual practices, the meditation practice, the vegetarianism practice, the pyramid energy practice, and it is my joy to see so many people becoming enlightened. Poorest of the poor getting enlightened, richest of the rich getting enlightened. The educated and the uneducated equally interested in meditation because they want to come out of suffering, their own respective sufferings. Meditation makes your mind empty. How do you do meditation? You sit comfortably, hands into hands, fingers into fingers, cross your feet, close your eyes and become one with your breath. When you become one with your breath, the mind becomes empty. the worldly mind becomes empty. And the spiritual mind gets bored. That spiritual mind, we call it as the soul. And all spirituality is revealed to that soul, that spiritual mind. When you make your worldly mind empty, you must make your worldly mind empty. A constant practice of meditation. So that at the end of meditation, you are left with a spiritual mind, a spiritual intellect, a spiritualized soul. Soul is already spiritualized. You don't have to spiritualize it afresh. But the mind and intellect need to be spiritualized. And that happens through meditation, research into spiritual science, adopting ahimsa, vegetarian methods. You become a Buddha. As Buddha said in those times, before this Buddha, there were many, many Buddhas in all the ancient times. And there will be many, many Buddhas after me. There is no dearth of Buddhas at any time. One Buddha helps the other fellow to become a Buddha. Every Buddha extends a helping hand to every other non-Buddha who aspires to become a Buddha. When you have a spiritual mind and a spiritual intellect, you have become a Buddha. In these 3 days of Spiritual Science International meet, we are here to learn from many Buddhas. This is our great opportunity. You need to be with your breath to become a meditator. Just as you learn music and you become a musician, a great musician, you practice meditation and you become a great master of meditation. Like music, like meditation. Many people have become great masters of music everywhere in the world. A Beethoven, a Mozart, a Tansen, a Tyagaraja, everywhere. They have dedicated their lives to music. Similarly, there are great masters who have dedicated their life for spiritual science. Doing scientific experiments to unravel spiritual mysteries. The great Jane Roberts, Dr. Michael Newton, Brad Steiger, Edgar Casey. So many people. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, Dr. Raymond Moody. Many, many investigations through hypnosis into past lives, into future lives, into between lives. Books by Robert Schwartz. So many people have contributed to this great edifice of spiritual science. Lobsang Rampa, lives of great masters like Milarepa, Aurobindo Mother, the list keeps on going. I was very fortunate to go into all these masters' works. Reading the Tibetan book of the dead, Egyptian book of the dead. Everybody's experiences are different, but direction is the same for everybody. All spirituality, all spiritual science. You learn to be careful with your actions, with your thoughts. Your thinking creates your life situations. There are 4 types of thinking: disastrous thinking, negative thinking, positive thinking, and miraculous thinking. Jesus adopted miraculous thinking, and therefore he created miracles. Edgar Casey adopted miraculous thinking, therefore he created miracles. Gandhiji adopted miraculous thinking, therefore he has created miracles. It's up to us to adopt the type of thinking that we want. If you have disastrous thinking, you will have disasters in your life. If you have negative thinking, you will create failures in your life. If you are a candidate for positive thinking always, you always create successes in your life. And if you are a candidate for miraculous thinking, you will create miracles in life. I was a candidate for miraculous thinking. This guy will change the whole world. That was my thought, my thinking. And that's what happened in my life. As you think, so it becomes. Your thinking is your choice. You could have picked up on any type of thinking, either disaster thinking or negative thinking. No, I can't change my life. I am doomed to be like this. Nobody can help me. And I cannot help myself. This is all negative thinking. You have to know the power of mind in spirituality. And jack up your mind from a negative mind to a positive mind, from a positive mind to a miraculous mind. When you are doing meditation constantly, when you are practicing meditation, you become a candidate for miraculous thinking. You will understand that there is nothing impossible in this world. You can achieve whatever you want. The American government putting man on the moon is a case of miraculous thinking. They could have easily said, oh, it's not possible for us. But they didn't say that. They said, man has to keep the foot on the moon. And it happened in the 1960s. One Hitler, because of his strong intention, he created a world. One human being can create a world war. That is the potential of every human being. There are 4 types of thinking. Disastrous thinking. negative thinking, positive thinking, and miraculous thinking, my dear friends. As we go into spiritual science, we become slowly proponents of miraculous thinking. We say to every person, hey, you can create miracles. Jesus said to his disciples, you can create far greater miracles than I have done. These are the very words of Jesus Christ. He believed in the strength of every person. He knew every person as a speck of God. And whatever he has achieved, we can achieve in ourselves, in our own lives. He was a spiritual science master, par excellence. And how about us? We can achieve the same things. The crux of the whole matter is meditation. You should be able to control your mind, decimate your mind, worldly mind, so that you are left with a spiritual mind, a spiritual intellect. A spiritual mind and a spiritual intellect will create miracles for you. A worldly mind, a worldly intellect creates suffering for you and for your friends, for your relatives, for your family members. Worldly minds, worldly intellects create hells. Spiritual minds, spiritual intellects create heavens. A spiritual man will never kill animals and eat the carcasses thereof. Never it happens. If you are doing that, you are not at all spiritual. You are not a true Christian, you are not a true Islamic person, you are not a true Hindu, you are not a true Buddhist. You are killing animals and eating the meat thereof. There is no spirituality there. The great pyramids in Egypt were built by masters from other galaxies. They have created pyramids as temples of meditation, temples of spiritual science, temples of spiritual wisdom. Every pyramid helps in your meditation. That's why we have built in India any number of pyramids, small and big, catering to 5%, to 50%, to 500%, to 5,000 persons. People who come into touch with the pyramid spiritual social movement, they first learn their meditation technology. They become good meditators. Once they become meditators, they become vegetarians. And then they build pyramids for better meditation. That's what I have seen in the past 30 years. Pyramids everywhere. We have our website, Pyramids Everywhere, where at least 2,000 pyramids are shown. That's only a small sample of all the pyramids existing in India, constructed by pyramid masters. At least 2,000 of them are there in the website. We go to our website, Enlightenment Everywhere. So all people who have become enlightened, who came out of suffering, who practice meditation, all such cases have been documented there, that website. enlightenment everywhere. And we have our pyramid meditation channel, a TV channel, where every day all the meditators express their experiences in various Indian languages. And those are seen all over India, and they get enthused to know about spiritual science. In another 10 years, the whole world will come to know about the spiritual science. Every nook and corner, every person will become a spiritual scientist, a spiritual master in another 10 years. Spiritual science activity is spreading like wildfire. I've seen in my own lifetime, spreading like wildfire. Wherever I travel, there's total acceptance of spiritual science, of meditation, of non-killing, of non-interference, non-violence, of vegetarianism. This 3-day affair, Spiritual Science International Meet, is another example of the same activity. Yesterday we heard some examples from India and the East, Vietnam and Dubai. Today we are going to listen to some examples from Europe. Tomorrow we'll be having some examples from USA. Everybody's knowledge, wisdom helps everybody else. My experience, my spiritual search helps your experience, your spiritual search, and your spiritual search helps my spiritual search. We have a symbiotic relationship. I help you and you help me. You teach me your wisdom and I teach you my wisdom. Both grow. And the whole world is changing because of our mutual contact. Every second and every day has to be utilized for spiritual growth. My dear friends, my dear masters and my dear gods, we are all divine entities come to have blissful human experiences, not horrible human experiences. No. We are not here to suffer with diseases. No. We have come here to enjoy our lives. But you can enjoy your life only through practices of spirituality, to understanding spiritual science, basic tenets of spiritual science. For that, you need to put a lot of efforts. Nothing comes out of nothing. Nothing from the heavens can fall into your lap. You have to make specific efforts, specific intentions, specific hard work in this direction of spirituality, spiritual science, meditation. Non-killing. All the masters of meditation have given us many mindfulness techniques. Being mindful of your breath, normal natural breath, is called a meditation. When you are mindful of your day-to-day activities, you are practicing mindfulness. But when you are emptying your mind, sitting at a place, by being in the breath, you are doing meditation. Gautam Buddha said to a lay person who inquired about meditation, he said, walk while you are walking and eat while you are eating. So whatever activity you are indulging in, do it with that full attention, full mental awareness. That is mindfulness. But from time to time, you just sit. No more activity of the physical body. Don't even open the eyes. Sit for 2 or 3 hours, or 5 hours, or 6 hours, or 10 hours, without opening the eyes, and just observing your breathing. You will have practiced a great meditation. Your ESP, extrasensory perception, becomes activated. You become a candidate for the other worlds, staying in the physical body. You become a seer. N number of people have become seers, whoever wanted. And N number of people are going to become seers. Because whatever you want, that's what you're going to get. My dear friends of Europe, Pyramid Spiritual Society movement is here to help you. Let us do meditation, my dear friends. I'll play the flute. And that's all. Close our eyes, respective eyes, and be with our respective breaths. This technology has been given by Lord Buddha 2500 years back to every person in the whole world. Please close your eyes. Let us do meditation for 10 minutes. Even 1 minute of meditation is going to help you a lot. Every bit of meditation helps you. Please close your eyes. Sit comfortably. Cross your feet. Cross your hands, fingers into fingers. And be with your normal, natural, easy, soft, simple, tender, peaceful, tranquil breath, my dear friends. You should be able to answer all your questions. You should be able to solve all your problems. Others cannot answer for your questions. Others cannot solve your problems. It is your duty to help yourself. It is your duty, responsibility towards yourself to become an ardent student of meditation. For the next 10 minutes, please don't open your eyes. I'll be playing the flute. And you just observe the breathing. This technique is called Anapanasati. In the ancient Pali language used by Buddha, Ana means inhalation, Apana means exhalation, Sati means to be with. This is the grand technology, very simple and very great. The whole Pyramid Spiritual Society movement all over the world uses this technology to become enlightened, to regain Buddhahood, to regain the paradise. With meat eating, you lose the paradise. With meditation, you regain the paradise. Just 10 minutes. You are squarely responsible for your own spiritual progress, spiritual wisdom. Never ever open your eyes. Any time is best time for meditation. Any place is best place for meditation. Any situation is best situation for meditation, my dear friends. Sit at your home and do a lot of meditation. You don't have to go to any Himalayas, any other ashram. Your house is your ashram. And your breath is your guru. Be with your guru, be with your breath. Be with your normal, natural breath, my dear friends. You will easily slip into meditation. In meditation, your body mind gets decimated. You are left with the spiritual mind. Your worldly intellect gets decimated, and you are left with the spiritual intellect. You become a Buddha. A spiritual mind and a spiritual intellect is equal to Buddha. Everybody has to become a Buddha, without exception. The best use of your time is the time when you spend in meditation. Be with your breath. Be a candidate for miraculous thinking. No negative thinking, no disastrous thinking. Not even positive thinking. Create miracles for yourself. Be a candidate for miraculous thinking, my dear friends. You should be able to create miracles in your life. As you think, so it becomes. A spiritual mind is a miraculous mind. A worldly mind is a negative mind, a disastrous mind, a fearful mind. A spiritual mind is a fearless mind, is a miraculous mind. Final 1 minute. Only 1 minute. Be with your breath. Every day you have 24 hours. What do? You have to do plenty of meditation, practice. To become a Buddha, to become a Jesus. To become a miraculous human mind. To get into miraculous human intellect. Final 1 minute. Any instrumental music is very good for meditation. More so with classical music. Final 1 minute. Final 30 seconds. Final 20 seconds. Final 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Kindly place your hands on your eyes for 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Slowly remove your hands and you may open your eyes. Thank you very much, Madhu.
Thank you so much, Patri sir, for the wonderful explanation and simplifying everything, sir. And also for taking us, crossing us the tunnel of darkness too. And your flute music is soul enriching, and I really enjoyed the meditation. Though it was short, it was very beautiful, sir. Sir, shall we proceed for the next session?
Please, please. I'm waiting for.
All right. So, friends, our next session by the wonderful couple, Ali will be playing his Native American flute and meditation guiding by Allah. Ali Al-Qadi, a Native American flute player, a natural talent. His style ranges from meditative to ceremonial. first inspired by its enchanting sound in 2014. He says it connects him to spirit and roots him to earth. In 2015, he bought his first flute and began self meditation, and soon after, he began to facilitate and guide group meditations in Egypt, where he delights meditators to ride the flow of his flute tunes and go inward on deep journeys. His playing is based on intuition and moment to moment improvisation, which results in organic, natural flow suitable for meditation journeys. Allah Mokhtar will be guiding today's meditation vocally. She's an interior architect by profession and calls herself a space therapist, as her take on her profession integrates her for love for all the things spiritual. Since childhood, she felt attracted to spirituality and she found yoga and learned that her natural state of being has a name and is called meditation. Friends, with this, let us all welcome our wonderful Ali and Allah from the land of pharaohs, Egypt, to take us into the mystical journey towards ourselves. Ali and Allah, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you, Madhu, for the amazing introduction.
Yeah, thank you, Madhu. Always amazing introductions. Thanks a lot.
It's so nice to see you again.
Yeah. So today, me and Ala will be guiding your meditation. Ala will be guiding it vocally, and I'll be playing my Native American flute. Um, Ala, she's an amazing person, yeah, and she's really um, her voice is very meditative. Her guidance is very mellow and subtle, and will surely enhance today's experience.
I hope so. I hope everybody enjoys the meditation and enjoys Ali's amazing flute playing, which I'm sure is going to take everybody to different worlds, wherever that may be. And we can hear about that after the meditation from everyone, if possible. And hope everybody enjoys it today. And of course, you already have been meditating to Patriji's amazing flute playing, and we're just gonna keep rolling with that, hopefully, and keep people in a meditative state.
Yeah.
Should we start?
Yeah. Let's start.
Okay. So let's start with take the first breath in and exhale. Try to relax. Relax from your head, toes. Big breath. Try to relax all your facial muscles, your brow, your eyebrows, your eyes, your cheeks, your lips. And exhale. Take another deep breath. And relax your neck and your shoulders, your arms. Notice if you are holding tension anywhere, and exhale. Take another third deep breath. And as you relax your torso and your stomach, try to center yourself there. Put all your weight there. And exhale. And relax your legs, your back. Pay attention to your toes even, and relax them one by one. Wiggle them around maybe. Make sure they're happy. And just try to clear your mind. You don't have to try too hard. Just be with your breath. Watch your breathing, inhaling and exhaling, and just try to be with it. And things will pop up in your head. That's okay, perfectly normal, and it will continue to happen. Just don't engage with it. They're just passing thoughts. There's no need for you to stop and have a conversation with them. Just let them go. As though they're a stream or a small river, and you're just passing by you, the water passing by you in the river, and you're sitting by the river and watching the water flow. Don't stop the flow. And you can notice what thoughts come in your head for a second, and then just let them go with the next exhale. And keep yourself centered. And your connection with your breath will do everything else for you. Our breathing, we take it for granted all day and all night while we're sleeping. We're breathing and we don't appreciate it. And in the morning, all day while we're working and getting things done, we are breathing and we don't notice and we don't appreciate it. We will take this time to connect with that breath. All other hours of the day, giving us life in all other hours of the day, we will connect with now and be grateful for. And any interrupting thoughts, they are welcome. Any interrupting emotions, they are welcome. But let's not let them get in the way of connecting to our breath. Let them flow. As though the thoughts are a river and emotions are wind and breeze blowing through your hair. And deep in your center, plant that seed of gratitude for your breath. Just breathe. Connect to the music as well and let it guide you deep into that center and deep into that gratitude for your breath and for your life. Let the deep notes take you deeper into that connection. and let the water flow in the rhythm and the breeze blow in your hair. Thought, hear more water flowing in every emotion. Feel the breeze. Your breath is always there for you. Through all the emotions and all the it's always there for you to come back to. And for that we are so grateful. Feel your whole body breathing. Feel your skin breathing. Feel your toes and your feet breathing. And with these beautiful sounds, fill your ears breathing. Feel your brain breathing. And your eyes breathing. Feel your lungs fill up with the air. Feel your heart breathing. Where we center ourselves today in this meditation. Feel your heart breathing. Feel it expand. It expands with every breath and fills up much love and gratitude for the breath. Feel your abdomen breathing, your stomach and your intestines. Your liver, your kidneys, feel them breathing every cell in them. Clearing away anything there. Bit by bit, feel all your body breathing in unison. All your organs breathing and working together for you. They are all grateful for this breath. And just like your breath is there for you, all your body is also there for you. And you are one with it and one with your breath. And in your breath is your essence. It's pure and bright and full of lightness. It's always there. And all you need to do is sit in silence to connect with it. And your breath will help you. This beauty is always there inside of you. Just be with your natural breath. And stay where the music has taken you, up to a magical place where your essence is there waiting for you.
Now together, let's all start getting to our body. Start wiggling your toes and wiggling your fingers. Take a deep breath while rubbing your hands together.
And feel all that good energy of your breath between your hands. And place your hands over your eyes and flood your face with all that energy. And slowly, slowly take your time to open your eyes and take away your hands. All time though, stay connected to your center and your heart.
Welcome back, everyone. I think I can't hear you, anyone. I think I can't hear you, Madhu, talking. I can see you talking, but I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Mute and unmute.
Okay. So
Yeah, now I can hear you.
There
Okay.
you are. No,
No.
again. Wait, you're gone.
I think some technical issues. Thank you. Wow, that was very beautiful, Allah and Ali. And once again, thank you for joining us. A, a big hug to you both. And we'll see you soon. Yeah. Namaste. Namaste to both of you.
Namaste, everyone. It was indeed a great session by Ali and Allah. I was truly mesmerized by the American flute that Ali was playing. Namaste, all you beautiful souls who are connected with us today. I am Sneha Bhaushenka and I'm from India. My meditation journey started in 2017 under the guidance of Mother India, and since then it has been a life-altering journey for me. Through meditation, I have worked upon my confidence level, making it easier for me to communicate with everyone and express myself in a better way. And today, on this global platform, in presence of our beloved expert for spiritual enhancement subjects and Raja Yoga meditation at various organizations and countries. Dr. Bini is the Regional Director for Global Peace Initiative for India by US Doctor of Spirituality, Brahma Kumaris. She is the recipient of prestigious Ambassador for Peace Award 2016 for distinguished services to humanity on International Human Rights Day. She was awarded by the All India Council of Human Rights at Delhi. She has been awarded with many awards and certificates, including Award of Scholarship from St. Xavier University, Canada, award and honor from Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Meerut, and many more. She is also the recipient of PRCI Chanakya Award 2012 by Spiritual Communicator of the Year. She is honorary spiritual advisor and speaker for women and youth empowerment at Defense Welfare Centers of India and also for different professions. Without any further delay, I would like to invite Dr. Bini Serene to share her wisdom on the importance of spiritual energy with all of us. Namaste, Dr. Bini.
Yeah, namaste. There's some little, I think, hope you can see me.
Yes, you are very much visible. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very, very special greetings to all of you. Very, very special greetings to all of you. Is it my voice is okay? Can you hear me properly?
Yes, Dr. Bini, we are able to hear you.
Okay. Very, very special greetings of peace from the mountain hills of Mount Abu. Very spiritual greetings to all of you. And I am very glad that today's topic is very, very special for all of us. And very briefly, my aim is to give you a little, presentation of my study. And along with, I wanted to conduct a few spiritual energy exercises to wind it up, that we can all have the experience that what is spiritual energy. And I know that all of you are hearing from yesterday, and this topic is the need of the hour. What is spirituality? Spirituality is the fragrance of soul. It is the divinity of our life, mind and body. It is very, very important for all of us to know it in a simple way, because sometimes people feel that it is a difficult subject, but it is very easy. When I was doing my doctorate PhD, at that time, I conducted few research studies, and I found the importance of spiritual energy. I feel that when we call this as a spiritual energy, what is the importance of spiritual energy in day-to-day life? As we all know that the word spiritual is derived from Latin language spiritus. Spiritus is again a very vital meaning. It is a breathing force, it is a vital life force also, and it is also soul and spirit within us. But we are talking here about spiritual science. So science of spirituality is very, very deep, and it has a tremendous results in our day-to-day life. When we are talking of spirituality as an energy, how spirituality is translating into energy, it is very, very important to know in day-to-day life, because when we are looking at our day-to-day stressful routines, people are, and specifically in these today's whatever is happening, people are not healthy, they are missing their well-being, and they're feeling that there is something they are missing in their day-to-day life. So it is very, very important for us to know spirituality is very powerful energy. Now, when we are talking of energy, various kind of energies are there. We know that physical energy is there, emotional energy is there, and then mental energy is there. But who is ruling? Which is the master power? Who is controlling all the energies? So master energy is our soul and spiritual power. Soul means S-O-U-L. It means source of unique light. Now, how we all are lights, because this is something I want to share with my own personal experience. I started practicing meditation at very young age. when I was 8 years old. At that time, without knowing much about the definitions, but I picked up many very powerful experiences uh, in practicing meditation and knowing spirituality, and which I tried to document in my book, Awakening Spirituality. This is the book which is actually after my doctorate in spirituality I have written. But of course, I will be just quickly sharing with you two studies out of my major many studies. One of the study which I conducted for, for the youth university at Halifax, St. Xavier's University. And what I realized and I found that how, when we are talking of spirituality, it is the part, it's the core, values within ourselves. Because when we are talking of core values, they are all spiritual energy. So one of the important thing is when we are talking of love, we are talking of peace, we are talking of bliss, we are talking of unity, we are talking of well-being. These are all original values and the qualities of soul. And then when we practice them, then how it becomes energy, and how it is so important for all of us is that without determination of positive thoughts, or without creating positive thoughts, it is not possible to use this energy. It is there, but we don't know how to unlock. So it is very important to unlock every day this energy, and the very simple and powerful method to unlock this spiritual energy is creating positive thoughts. Because when we are talking of soul, so I sometimes refer the software of soul. What is the science of spirituality is also knowing the software of the soul. So when we are talking of software of the soul, and science behind the software of the soul is our three powers. That is why soul is energy, soul is light. During my meditation from very young age, I have experienced it many times. Soul is light. I've seen it with my subtle eyes, because it is sometimes very difficult to explain it in words. But it is always possible to experience when we are in that state of positivity. We are in that state of energy. So when we are talking of soul energy, I have experienced that what is the core of soul? How it is energy? Because we have three tremendous powers within us. The first important is our mind power. Mind power is our creation power. Whatever we are creating, it is becoming energy. For example, if we are getting up in the morning and we are creating negative thoughts or bad thoughts, then they are becoming like a negative energy. That's why we are using negative energy and positive energy. But then when we create positive thoughts, like I'm happy, I'm peaceful, and I'm loveful, what happens that the second important power of the soul software is our willpower. It is also called our decision-making power. It is also our intellect. Whatever thoughts we are creating every day, very subtly, very powerfully, automatically, they translate into in our decisions. A very small, simple decision to the big decisions. But behind that is our thought power, and whatever decisions we are taking, whether we are accepting, whether we are rejecting, the moment when we are accepting our decisions, or we decide that this will be my action, so then it is becoming our action power, third power. In other words, we can call it subconscious. And we all know the power of subconscious these days, how the miracles are happening with our energetic thought. I just want to show you a little example that, for example, this is there in front of me. The moment I light up this, just see, have a look. This is becoming an energy. Why? See around the spark, the light. It is so powerful because this is what the soul energy is. The moment we create positive and powerful thoughts, they become powerful cells, like they translate into our body system, and then we call it like all our brain cells, our physical cells, or whatever cells are there, they become charged because behind that is the power of the soul. So this works wonderfully. This is now, right now, you can see that it is like a soul energy. It is just I'm just showing you an example to show you that when we are lighted up with the powerful thought. So the light up means every day to increase our thought power. It is very, very important that I think it is clear to everyone. It is very, very important for all of us. See, that we should light up our mind, our thoughts with positive feelings. And 5 steps are there to create an energy every day. Is every day, because this is I'm sharing with my own personal practice. Whenever I get up early at 4 o'clock, I practice meditation. I create positive affirmations for myself, for others, for surroundings. So I feel whatever is going on, but then I'm not missing my energy. I'm trying to maintain my energy. The moment we create thoughts, they change into feelings, emotions, words, and actions. They are the 5 steps to understand the importance of energy, because these steps can lose the energy, and these are the steps. So that is why, where is the seed power of the soul, which is the powerful tool to create energy in our day-to-day thoughts and words. So the thought power and the mind power is very, very important for us to create wonderful and powerful thoughts. So I want to give you a little experience through creating spiritual energy thoughts, how they are there within us. The main important thing is that they are already within us. This is what I try to document in my studies, that we have conducted one of the important study with our heart patients. And almost 15 years back, they came to us, and this study was, launched with the help of our former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He supported us. And then afterwards, what we have realized that the 4 aspects of the energy level, how the blockages, 80 to 90% blockages just gone away without bypass surgery. The 4 important tools were there. Lifestyle changes first, second is meditation, yoga meditation, and third is vegetarian diet, and 4th is exercise. So now at present, we have more than 7,000 heart patients. We don't call them heart patients. We call them the patients, those who have a wonderful heart. So it is very, very important to share this news to all of you, that the amount of energy which can just unlock our any blockages. These 7,000 patients, I just quickly show you one of the important thing about this trial. This is called the heart trial of the patients. Those were the part of this study. And the interesting thing came out of this study. I'm just showing it. Maybe I can send you the matter. You can see that, changes in their total system. What was before and how it was later on it came. how this trial group, control group, and we found that more than 80 to 90% of these patients are okay right now. So these are related, the studies with the heart patient we are doing with the diabetes, psychosomatic disorders, and then we are controlling them with the yoga, meditation, lifestyle changes and diet, and everyday practice of meditation and study. Every day in their day-to-day life to increase their energy. So I want to share one thing. It is very important for all of us that we should utilize our spiritual energy. It is already there. Only just simple things. So I'm just requesting, I'm not taking much of your time, but just 3 minutes and want to give you a beautiful experience with little music, that how to create wonderful energy, energetic and miracle thoughts. Because our breathing is related with that. 5, again, the steps, which is very important: positive affirmations, auto suggestions, reflections, music. Start our this beautiful journey of spiritual energy. And I request you that sit relaxed and also positive. Just have a little smile on your face. And create a wonderful, positive, energetic thought. Who am I? I am peaceful being, peaceful soul, energetic thought. Who am I? I am energy. My mind is relaxed, powerful. To receive this positive energy, these moments of meditative reflections is giving me wonderful experience to experience the focus of energy. We call it the highest point in the physical body, in the middle of my forehead. Is soul energy. As a point of divine light, I can experience each and every cell of my body is becoming energetic. There is no waste, no negativity. Experience of peace and well-being. I realize original qualities of my soul. Peace, love, joy, bliss, cooperation. These affirmations are translating and empowering my mind and body. Balanced, healthy, and peaceful. Let me flow the vibrations of peace and love and harmony to all world. Just let go anything which we are holding. Just forgive, forget. Feeling of gratitude for the Almighty. Supreme energy. This beautiful connection of the soul with Supreme is yoga, meditation, positive reflection. And depositing the energy for our day-to-day life. This is the energy. When it is practiced every day, it can heal. It can change, can clear, can empower, can control, can be creative. Let's start today this journey. Empower ourselves more and more. Spiritual energy. Not only for us, let us donate. Let us spread. Let us give. Let us vibrate to our families, to our countries, to the whole world. Om Shanti. 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 Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Beneath. That was a wonderful meditation.
And I will request you that you can find a few of my studies already. It is in the YouTube channel, Global Initiative for Peace and Well-Being. The more and more explanation of that. So you're most welcome. And thank you very much to all of you for inviting me and giving me this precious time. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bini. Namaste, Patri sir. Hello, friends and viewers. A very warm welcome to all of you today. I'm absolutely delighted to be on this platform today. My name is Bindu Bodanapu from London, UK. I'm a change manager for a large organization in the UK. As a part of my voluntary work, I'm a spiritual education teacher, teaching young children on human values like love, peace, non-violence, right conduct, and right behavior. I believe in nurturing young children with value-based education to prepare them for a future as a greater citizens of the world. It's been a year since I've started breath meditation. Since then, my life has completely been transformed. I have understood the science behind meditation and the benefits it brings to our body and mind. I have read many books written by New Age authors, attended many workshops, and got introduced to new concepts like quantum physics and neuroscience. I'm absolutely fascinated to see how spirituality and science have come together. This has made me understand the real purpose of my life. My mission is to spread meditation and bring awareness to spiritual science in young children so they can be the beautiful future generation of the world. Today, it's my greatest privilege to introduce you to the next speaker, Mr. Pai Villaraja. Pai Villaraja is the founder of Mia Earth and Bihai Kalipai with two raw food healing and gardening communities in Philippines. He is a healer thriving to bring hope to others. He has traveled extensively around the world, facilitating and training many thousands of people in last 10 years. He has conducted research programs and dialogues on meeting points on the subjects of brain, consciousness, history, language, and culture. His work in healing has transformation has been published in many medias across the world, where he has conducted more than 14,000 workshops, sessions, teacher trainings in the last 6 years. He has written two wonderful books called Conscious Trance and Transformation Medicine. Alongside a successful doctor in Philippines, he runs a non-profit organization that aims to bring wellness to every home in Philippines. Today, Pai is going to share his wisdom on the topic childhood, doorway to the brain. I'm really excited to listen about this amazing topic, and I'm sure you all are too. Without any further ado, let's all welcome Pai Villaraja to the stage. Pai, the stage is all yours now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you see me and hear me?
Pai,
I
please, can
don't
you
seem
switch
to
on your
have
camera,
video.
please?
Um, hmm. uh, it says FaceTime camera. Mm,
I can hear you. I can't see you.
maybe it's meant to be that
On
way.
it's just dark.
It should be okay. It doesn't really have any options other than it says the video is working.
Can I request a moderator to please allow Pai to switch on his camera?
mm, mm.
We still can't see you, Pai.
Mm.
Can you
But you can
please
hear.
turn off the camera and turn back again? Please.
Yes.
Sorry, friends, just bear with us as we try to sort this out. Seems to be a technical issue. Thank you.
Well, there doesn't seem to be that many options in my laptop. And this has never happened before. So, settings. I don't mind speaking just as a voice now.
Please, if you don't, if you can just continue with your voice, we'll love to hear voice. Please,
I think
thank
it's
you.
meant to
Bye.
be. Okay, so happy to be with you. Anything related to India always interests me. I've been there several times. So I'm really excited to go into this topic to tell you a little bit about myself, just to provide some context. So I am from the Philippines, an interesting country for a lot of people. It's in Southeast Asia. So how Indians might be able to relate to me is that it has the word South in it. Southeast brings together the Southern and the Eastern in many ways. So there's something about our culture, which is very gentle and is an admixture of the global South and the Orient. Now, my Personal experiences maybe where we have to begin. I basically am a product of a spiritual journey that happened about 13 years ago, where I left my life as a business person because of a calling by spirit. I was being called to walk away. And so I guess how a lot of people might be able to relate to this is that mine was a guru-less path. I had no teachers, nor did I have access to spiritual tradition prior to walking as a sannyasin for about a year. I left everything. I had no money. It was one of the most difficult, but yet almost one of the easiest things I've ever done. I felt very guided. Um, After this, I was asked to live as a hermit, alone. Coconut diet. I basically ended up in an island without any people. I achieved a very strange heightened state of consciousness whereby my mind just um, left its normal state. I guess I'm trying to put it into words now, and this is actually the heart of my topic. Where I can probably center on is it had something to do with the body. The very first time it took place, I heard these words. The words spoke that the mother and I are now one. And I felt a very huge rush of energy rushing through my entire being. And then my body, interestingly, began to move on its own. At this point, I have no access to words like the Kundalini, the Divine Mother, Shakti. I have no awareness of even yoga or meditation. All I knew was that something seemed to take over me that didn't seem to be coming from outside me either. What I have to share comes from a very long story because this happened more than 10 years ago. I basically was launched into a life of healing. Um, I basically, for the next 7 years, lived within the realms of energy. I smelled, I spoke, I thought, I felt, I saw that everything was not what we thought it was. And I lived in another dimension. It took a long time, in fact, to come back into reality as we know it. But there was something curious about this movement that seemed to guide me. And as I began to touch people from around the world, as I began to meet people again, what was interesting is that they started to undergo a kind of Shaktipat process where they themselves began to move in this way. Now, my life and passion has a name in many different countries in Europe, in Asia, and in Australia, in the Americas. There, there, there's this word called the inner dance, um, whereby there's something specific, maybe, that began in the Philippines that holds a kind of discourse. Um, for me, I am curious as to how this ended up holding space in a where people didn't really need to live their life as I did, nor did they need to live on a mono live foods diet as I did. But there's something about the resonance of Mother Nature that seemed to bring about a remembrance in people. Now, I don't want to speak too much about this. It's a very big topic, how this created a healing process that created inquiries in doctors and different science-based people and people from spiritual communities. Like, what is this that seemed very quick and very strong and very deep? Um, one thing that I discovered was that there were certain ways people could remember something about the energy of the Divine Mother, that we seem to not understand the nature of the body. And um, when we access something very spontaneous, something that isn't um, merely a behavior, something that we do, something that has to do with the opening of the heart. And it could be because of something that we hear, something that we see. It could be in the presence of just this overpowering love that might just open up for whatever reason. I think the curiosity is, what are the conditions that bring that about, that isn't entirely random or isn't entirely spontaneous? So I traveled the world merely as a witness. In the beginning, I would come into a room and it would begin to happen. Later on, as I myself rediscovered my humanity, I realized that I needed tools to understand this from the point of view of the external mirror. And I discovered music. I realized that when people lay down, there were certain ways of accessing sound or music in which people began to enter, whether it be a room of 2 people or 100 people or more, something very, very deep. The experiences that people share are always interesting to me. I never get tired of listening to them. The most often people relate going back into their childhood. And there are memories that even go deeper than that. There are people who speak about, I don't know how it happened, but I went back into the womb of the mother. I went back into the consciousness of the fetus. I remembered what it was like to be a baby in that energetic space and then arriving onto the earth. The other experience that is very, very common in these journeys that I have watched, not just around me, but as the energy got spreading across the world, people spoke of memories of deep time or deep history when they remembered what it was like even before humans were here. The interesting part is that it is very difficult for them to translate this into words, and sometimes it takes them minutes or it takes them days or weeks. I was just curious, and always I had my notebook with me, taking notes, doing more research, collaborating with people in the spirit and in the scientific communities. And pattern was very, very simple or basic, actually. Most of the time, after people cry, after people scream and laugh, after people shake very, very wildly as their bodies get activated, I would notice that there was a pattern of crouching into the fetal pose, the child's pose. Some people would suck their thumbs. Some people would seem just very, very empty and quiet. And um, I think the biggest sign for me was when people began to lose their language. Sometimes people would not be able to speak in hours. Some people would not be able to speak in days. In fact, I met people who lost their speaking in months. I'm speaking to a woman now for 6 months and had only gained it back. I wanted to understand the foundations of this. And so I searched because I was experiencing all of this with a brain activation that was coming from the unexplainable. It was only a matter of time before I would get interested in my own brain. And I think it was the patterns in the music that provided certain clues as to what I am calling in this topic, the childhood doorway of the brain. I feel that the greatest problem that humanity is dealing with is that we have forgotten certain vibrations that belong to earth time and that belongs to babies and that belongs to nature. And every time there is a description of consciousness leaving time in history as we know it, what you might call simultaneity, when one day doesn't seem to be one day, but seems many days, and one place seems to be so many places, and each person just seems like a universe to us. What is that? Now, in psychology, we speak about states of consciousness, and in commonality, people understand the normal wakeful state. As we open our eyes, we look around and we are very logical beings. We're living in the visual field and the world becomes very, very real. But when we go to sleep, there are two states that are very mysterious, one of which is the non-REM state, the very deep meditative sleep state when we can rest from our struggles, from the tension. And then there's this interesting thing called a dream, when suddenly what we might call Shiva or Shakti, the yin and the yang, the masculine and the feminine, the light and the dark, seems to come into a dance, coming together of the polarities of the east, the west, the north and the south, that seems to bring about an awareness of ourselves, of who we are from beyond that which is knowable by the individual. So herein maybe lies the definition of the ego death as the awakening of a planetary consciousness. But what does this have to do with the baby or the childlike mind? And I think this is an important topic for us to bring up, as this pandemic not only creates problems in places like the Philippines and India, but it also creates openings where in the Philippines, for example, the government has announced that there is no classroom time, that people have to study through different ways. I'm asking teachers and parents that I think it's time that we begin to understand one-year-old or a two-year-old, because we couldn't speak it then. We didn't have the chance to elaborate on something that goes beyond memory or beyond language. Now, I feel there are many insights within the neurological and the linguistic, whereby there are actually cases wherein people lose their language all the time. But the problem is, from the Western standpoint, this is normally seen as a problem. This is normally understood to be a disorder or a crisis moment. But from the Indian tradition, especially from the yogic way of seeing it, the Kundalini rising is in fact a rewiring of the left and right hemispheres of the brain, where so much electricity begins to pass through the corpus callosum that connects our analytical and then our creative side. And I think music has something to do with that. I'm interested in certain questions, such as what is really an authentic learning that starts from a pure experience? I can only also relate this from my own personal process, because as I underwent what I did, and as I went back into the world, not exactly here, very, very, I was weird, I was strange. I live in a country that is the biggest Catholic nation in Asia, and you can imagine how I had a hard time contextualizing this, because this is not really supposed to happen. To have to learn myself to speak about this, and then watching so many people from all around the world learning to speak again, I feel that what people are actually looking for is a way to start over again, to find a kind of beginning, like a point of origin. Like, what was it like before I got here? Or what was it like when I first got here? Now, the words that came after the mother and I are now one, when my body truly began to move and explode in so much power, was this statement that took me a while to decode. And the words were, it began in Africa. From the point of view of deep history in the social and earth sciences, I think we're making way for an aspect of the mind that is truly, truly old and truly, truly ancient. I think we're so human, and in I think the philosophical tradition we call it anthropocentric, where the anthropos or the human is always in the middle. I feel like we are beginning to remember what it is like to be beyond human, not just from the traditional spiritual sense, but to fully come alive in the remembrance of what has the body been through if the body wasn't just a physical thing. After it began in Africa, I witnessed certain sounds emanating from my voice, and like I was downloading these codes, these contexts that knew what it was doing, knew what it was speaking from the space of not knowing any of it. It's about time, I think. What is time is the age-old philosophical quandary, isn't it? Like time is a sequence of events that happens in the past into the present, pushing forward into the future. If time was a construct, a matrix or a grid, and if we broke open that, how would thought discontinue in a way we can even reverse that in a way that there's a larger continuity at work. And so I tend to believe in my own studies that what is happening in so many spiritual awakenings, not just in Asia, but in the West, where this is so called for, we have technology, we have an ultra modernity that's creating connections all across the world. And I like to imagine a super brain, like a nervous system that is coming into a neural networking that maybe wasn't possible when we were separate as cultures, as diverse language ontologies. And as we find certain voice, especially when you look at our common histories, that there is a decolonization at work, that we are learning to decolonize not just the influence of the British and in the Philippines, the Spanish and the Americans, but how we could own up to a much larger colonization that belongs to all of matter, all of illusion that had taken hold, in which it all actually had to happen for a reason. I feel like we need to take steps back in order to come into awareness of patterns, to recognize patterns. So I think if people would be really interested in my own insights, a lot of it has to do with this concept called the circadian rhythms. Most people know it as the body clock. We work through vibrations and words, and we tend to use these words a lot, like energy, vibration, but what do they really mean? Now, the brain has a way of programming. It is conditioned by an evolutionary time scale, which could be seen in a spiritual way, but science has many, many interesting things to say about we get to why do we look different, why do we sound different. To establish the history of the brain, the circadian rhythms speaks about how there was a story of reacting to every experience that we ever had on earth, whether it be fear or whether it be through courage. We actually logged it in. The circadian rhythms is most visible in the dream state. That when we go to sleep at night, something activates and we call that rapid eye movement. But it's a mystery, isn't it? We travel, we journey, we undergo spiritual vision quests in the REM state. So how would science, particularly psychology, deal with a fourth brain state that needs to be mapped out? If there is non-REM sleep and REM sleep, and if there's wakeful states, how do we dream awake? How do we recognize this kundalini, the Shakti energy actually can come alive while our eyes are open? Circadian rhythms have to do with this, and the pattern burst onto my vision when I realized that there was a particular pattern in the music that I always used, and it would go up and down, it would slow down, it would go faster, and I didn't understand what it was. All I knew was that there was an earth song that had to be sung in exactly an hour to 90 minutes, until I did my research and I realized that the vibrations that I was actually mimicking is the 90-minute dream cycle that people go through several times at night when we rebalance all of our stress points into this spiritual space that is universal to all beings, the dream, and all organisms, I think, from what I know, go into the dream. It's a forgotten frequency, and it's something that we are being asked to remember. But to lose our humanity, though, means to vibrate not according to how money has programmed us and our power structures are programmed us. We need to listen to what is the most universal languaging, the foundational enculturation where we can all meet. And the circadian rhythms is a programming that is a journey, that is a story that we actually go through. And the sciences that looks at that would be delta, theta, alpha, beta, gamma, the sensory motor rhythms, the mu state. And there are many new vibrations that are coming alive in the neurosciences that speaks about how we are either waking up too much. And when I say that, we drink coffee. we take stimulants that help us to focus. And then when we need to relax, we drink that we can meditate upon life. But what is it like to actually combine the vibrant and the quiet? You know, like the delta state being the most relaxed possible frequency. And then there's this aliveness that we do not invalidate this aliveness at the same time. So what greatly interests me, I think, is having watched the Chinese, the Indians, the people from Nepal, the Sri Lankans, the British, the Americans, the Australians, the Filipinos, the Singaporeans. After watching about 60 nationalities going into the expanded state, the heightened state of awareness, I've seen patterns. It's almost like we're becoming each other. Like the West is finding their Asiatic, their tribal processes. And as I watch the Asians and I watch the Africans, we're actually becoming the other side, that there are these stages of development in psychology that have tracked what is the concept of growth. But as I speak to these spiritual beings in the modern sense, these teachers waking up from the 3-year-old or the 7-year-old who are speaking like gurus, like transcendent, luminescent beings, what I'm seeing is that it's not the ego speaking anymore, that there's something very deep that's beginning to access a language that isn't just bound by words, but is using words again. If we could contextualize this and not generalize it and bring it to the schools, bring it to hospitals, I feel that this is where science and spirit ultimately meets. It brings me to a state of wonder that science is actually catching up with what the gurus in India was speaking about for thousands of years. And I'm curious as to who is going to get there first, like as spiritual teachers are starting to develop their minds into amazing structural aspects. I'm wondering as well, how would the West and the scientists experience spirit directly in a way that isn't conceptual, that isn't just behavioral, but is in fact purity, that is in fact isn't just thinking about it, but is becoming it. So I
Thank
think,
you, Pai. Thank you. That was a wonderful sharing. It was absolutely great to have you here today. Thank you very much. I would now like to request my co-traveler, Nilima, to take this further. Thank you.
That's really wonderful, Pai. Thank you, Bindu. Thanks a lot. My dear friends, this is Nilima, living and working in Germany for almost 2 years. So my dear friends, without any delay, let me introduce our beloved speaker. And who is Sri Lakshmi, and she's going to speak on the topic connecting with divine feminine energy. So she's a great inspirational and motivational speaker, a great coach for meditation. She's a law of attraction felicitator, a meditation and mindfulness coach for students as well. Through her sessions and workshops, she has helped many people to transform their lives. Her mission is to inspire and empower women, children, and everyone to become meditators and vegetarians. So, dear friends, let me welcome Master Sri Lakshmi, and the platform is all yours now.
Thank you so much, Nilima. Hello, friends. Hello, Patrisa. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Friends, I'm Sri Lakshmi. Today, I want to share a beautiful topic which is very close to my heart, that is connecting with divine feminine energies within all of us. Woman means wisdom of mankind. Women are so mentally strong by birth because every woman possesses the divine Shakti, the divine creative energies in them to give birth to another life form. In this universe, after God, woman has the power to create or give birth to another life form. So it's a great blessing to be born as a woman, my dear friends. We should honor ourselves by honoring the divine feminine energies within all of us, thus balancing both our feminine and masculine natures. Every woman has the immense power within them, but because of the society beliefs, religious beliefs, and so many conditioned beliefs, we are making ourselves so weak. From past many years, women have been told like that, we shouldn't do like this, we shouldn't do like that. Now it's time of divine feminine era, my dear friends, where we are experiencing the huge shift in the feminine consciousness. Now it's time to break and get free from the chains of limiting belief systems that have traditionally kept us, that have traditionally kept women suppressed and unable to see the true beauty, true power within us. We are living the society by putting many masks over us, by seeing many news, and by seeing many news, we create so much lot of illusionary fears within us, my dear friends. I request everyone to come out of fears, come out of all your low self-esteem, lack of self-expression, and start connecting with your heart consciousness. Mind is all about the masculinity and the heart is all about the femininity, that is just being state. Mind is all about doing state and femininity is all about the being state, my dear friends. The true nature of the woman is her softness, her gentleness, her balance, her harmony, peace. Woman has a lot of divine qualities within her: mental strength, patience. We have to learn each and every quality from all the women, from all our mothers. We have to learn this wonderful, what you call, feeling called cooperation. Self-awareness and self-empowerment is the key, my dear friends. If the woman is not well equipped with this self-awareness and self-empowerment, it is difficult for her to sustain in this world. Even though she has a good education, a good job, but without the self-awareness and self-empowerment, how much ever successful might be in her lives, she will lose that self-confidence. That is the reason why it is very common to find well qualified and well educated women and women holding powerful jobs weakening and loosening their self-esteem when faced with a difficult mother-in-law or when faced with an unreasonable employer at work. So it is the time, my dear friends. Now the woman is so empowered mentally, physically, and but she is not empowered emotionally and spiritually. So it is the time for all of us to inhabit, to incorporate all these divine qualities and to reconnect with the divine feminine nature within all of us. Whatever the education taught to us in schools, they don't teach all these things: how to be mentally stable, how to be emotionally balanced. So when I was in school, I didn't learn any of this, like how to be mentally stable, how to balance my emotions. Only after entering into this meditation path, I started to balance my emotions. I came out of all my fears. And I used to have irregular periods, and I healed my periods only because of meditation and by connecting with my divine feminine nature and by doing inner work. So whatever the today's education system trying to teach our children, it is only useful for our earning, my dear friends. That it is useful for earning, for living life and survival. But they don't teach mental stabilities. Maybe parents, either parents or school, in schools, they don't teach this mental stability, how to cope up with the emotions. Every girl child should be educated about her puberty, about her menstrual cycles. So the foundation should be so strong, my dear friends. If the foundation of a girl child is so strong, if she is educated rightly about her menstrual cycles, how to honor them, how to respect them instead of keeping it as a secret. So many people keep it as a secret, but we should rightly educate our girl child, educating them in a right way about their menstrual cycles. We have to educate them that menstruation is a beautiful self-cleansing process. Menstruation is a time to release old and negative energies and begin a phase of self-growth and reflection. So, as I said, we have empowered financially, professionally, socially, but we have not empowered emotionally, my dear friends. We hold a lot of emotional trauma in our womb, in our heart space, thus experiencing a lot of moodiness, cramps, skin problems, PMS. So, we have to let go and release all of our emotions and connect with the divine feminine nature, my dear friends. So, now I'll be explaining in 2 minutes how to connect with our divine feminine nature. First thing is by doing meditation. When we do meditation, we connect with ourselves, my dear friends. Meditation is all about connecting with ourselves and living in that state of being. In meditation, we calm our mind, we detach ourselves from doing state and connect to being state. Second is silence, spending time in silence. We should be in silence at least for 2 hours in a day. Like being in silence has discovered a lot of benefits, my dear friends. It directly works and promotes the cell growth in our hippocampus, which is the part of the brain which controls emotions and which will boost our learning. Silence makes us so calmer. It boosts our immune system. It boosts our intuition. It helps us to understand better about ourselves. It improves our awareness. It taps, by being in silence, we can tap into our creativity. And there are so many lot of benefits. Our life purpose will be known. So many benefits about this silence. So by doing meditation, by being in silence, and by connecting with the mother nature, my dear friends, mother nature is the ultimate mother. Go and spend time in the mother nature, just really going out and connecting and grounding with the mother nature. By living in this present moment of awareness, go and connect with the mother nature. Mother nature is all about Mother Earth. Mother nature is all about this divine feminine energy, my dear friends. So this will keep you to slow down and to connect with the beings that instead of doing, working, raising kids, going job. So instead of we have to detach from the doing state and we have to connect with our being state, my dear friends. So daily do meditation, be in silence, connect with the mother nature, and develop a lot of listening, because women is all about receiving, femininity is all about receiving. So please do listen. When we are in the listening state, instead of always speaking out, we should also develop the art of listening. So by doing all of this, and there are still more to add, but follow these 4 steps how to connect with the divine feminine energy within all of you. And thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity, my dear friends. And today I'm super excited to announce our next speaker of the platform, Dr. Carmen Bolter. Carmen Bolter, she's a director, producer, and the writer of The Pyramid Code, an epic 5-episode documentary series that has aired on national TV in 38 countries. Carmen is a retired professor from the Graduate Division of Educational Research at the University of Calgary. She taught at a university in Taiwan for 4 years. She was the director of the Women's Therapy and Research Center in Calgary, Canada for 10 years. Carmen is the author of the groundbreaking book, Angels and Archetypes, an evolutionary map of feminine consciousness. Carmen has traveled to 68 different countries to conduct her research, including Egypt, where she has been 36 times. Dr. Carmen is on the International Advisory Council for the Bosnian Pyramid Project too. So it's my privilege to invite our next speaker. Dr. Carmen is ready to share her valuable wisdom with all of us on a topic called A Consciousness and the Great Pyramid. Now I would like to call upon our next speaker of the platform, Dr. Carmen. Carmen, over to you.
Hello. Nice to be here. Should I be starting my PowerPoint?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yes? I don't see anyone. Okay, are we sharing my screen now?
Yes, please. Go on.
Yes? All right, so I'd like to present a research study that I did, and I think in this time and day that we are very confused about research. Medical research tends to be bought and paid for, and it's very difficult to come to various conclusions. And so working in the Graduate Division of Educational Research at the University of Calgary, it was my responsibility to teach graduate students quantitative research methods, and I'd like to let you in on how that is done. So what I wanted to do is study and assess the effect, the affect, the feeling on a person of the Great Pyramid on the human energy field and the chakra system. And so what I noticed going to Egypt for the first time in 1977 and consistently after that I was becoming more psychic the longer I spent inside the Great Pyramid. And so I wanted to configure a way to measure that. And so what I was looking at is how do we measure consciousness fields? And I understand that this is a conference on spirituality and science. And in one of my undergrad degrees, I started measuring how you can see the human aura, what are devices that can measure subtle fields, and how can we actually assess what is going on that can increase consciousness fields.
Apologies.
So,
are you
yes,
sharing something? Are you sharing something, Carmen? Are you
I'm
sharing
the PowerPoint. Do you not see it?
I don't see it. Can you please click on share screen button and then start sharing? We don't see anything.
Oh.
Apologies to interrupt you.
Okay, now I have to back up. I'm really sorry.
It's good now.
All right, so I'll just go through the first few screens that I was speaking to. And you'll notice the light orbs that are moving through the scene. All right now?
Yeah, it's all right. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so just continuing with what I was saying, I wanted to assess if there was any link with the inside of the king's chamber, inside the sarcophagus, and increased consciousness. Now, what does that mean? And when we look at various stories, we can, the Great Pyramid was not a tomb. That's the essence of the pyramid code. It was a chamber for high-level initiates to somehow connect with the other world. And there's no word for death in Egypt. And so something about getting into the position of the sarcophagus with your head in the proper direction would begin to have an effect on human consciousness. So what the ancient initiates wanted to do was move into another state of consciousness to understand what happens when we pass, and then to be able to come back. So I worked on that premise. And so mystics have speculated that the Great Pyramid in Egypt was used to influence consciousness in ancient times. But scientific research on how the Great Pyramid influences consciousness has been limited. And what we know, and what I know from being involved in quite a few expeditions in various countries, is that governments do not want us to find out. I was given permission to take my equipment into the Great Pyramid on more than one occasion and conduct this study. So I want to share how this study worked. And these pictures that you're seeing are actually apparitions that were going across the sky. They're still pictures, but these apparitions were moving, which I find quite interesting. So in research, we need to create research questions. And so what we're looking to do is take variables and line them up and see if there's any kind of correlation between the variables. So I'm giving you a little bit of a lesson in how scientific research works. And I've been exposed to a lot of students who learned how to do it, but there's a lot of people who don't know how to do it. So one of the research questions was, to what extent does going inside the Great Pyramid affect the energy field and chakra system, but also, is that effect sustained? So a hypothesis is you guess what you think might happen. So And this is working with the terms from the GDV device that Dr. Konstantin Korotkov in Russia developed over a period of over 20 years. So inside the Great Pyramid, the energy field, and I'll show you how the data is shown from the machine, but that inside the Great Pyramid, that the energy field, the volume of the person's aura will be affected and can be measured. So just a thing about the GDV device, it's actually a camera, and it has something that blocks the light, and it's measuring the photonic emissions off the human body and then transposing it into the logarithm in two different ways. And it's working on the meridians, as in the Chinese system. So it either creates the energy field, you can make the process go one way, or it looks at the chakras, and you'll see how this works. So this is a technical term. Mean scores for virtual chakras inside will be closer to 0, which means there's a correlation. So basically, I'm predicting that there will be something that happens. Now, when we do a research project, the first thing we do is we look at the literature of what other people have said about this subject. Now, a lot of people think that research is reading other people's material and coming up with your own conclusion. That's actually a review of the literature. Okay, so lots of people have talked about Egypt and talked about mysticism and that sort of thing. But what I was trying to do is take science and bridge it with what the mystics had said. So mystics ascribe a high level of consciousness and secrets of ascension to the ancient Egyptians. And scholars in the past have taken a firm stand against this. And so basically academia wants to continue with what they have decided, that pyramids are tombs and the ancient Egyptians were a little bit infantile and they didn't really know what they were doing. But all the way back in 1971, Peter Tompkins broke the mold by arguing that there was a link between the Great Pyramid and Egyptian mysteries. So Manly P. Hall, all the way back in 1928, described initiation ceremonies inside the sarcophagus and said that it was a doorway between the material world and the transcendental spheres of nature. And the speaker before me was speaking about connection to nature. You heard them say that I have a book, Angels and Archetypes, an evolutionary map of feminine consciousness. Feminine consciousness is all about connecting to nature. The patriarchy, I think, is at the root of the problems that we have in the world by lopping off the sacred feminine and lopping off connection to nature. So the initiate would learn that the soul is immortal, and they already knew that. As I said, the Egyptians didn't have a word for death, but that the soul extended beyond the physical world. So the Egyptians had two words for the soul, and Ba and Ka, and the Ka is the body double. And some people have experiences where they astral travel in their sleep, and someone will actually see them, and that's the Ka. And the Ba is the part of the soul that continues when we drop our physical body. So that's the physical body is finished, but the soul continues. So in Tompkins' words, the secret knowledge possessed by the hierarchy of initiates was communicated to those who could prove their worthiness by passing a long period of probationary training and several trials. So initiates were trained one step at a time. And the idea was that they would be well versed in what was going on the other side. And we're not prepared. Like religion basically says you live once, you go to the pearly gates, and God comes to condemn you. But that is the dogma of certain religions, and my interest has been to go back as far as possible into Egyptian initiation rites and understand what they could have known. What could the ancient Egyptians have known? Okay, so then we have to look at the field, electromagnetic fields. Now, what does that mean? That somehow an electromagnetic field is generated by the spinning of the chakras. Okay, what's a chakra? Chakras are energy centers that are connected to glands, the hormones in the body, and the neural synapses don't touch. For the brain to get the message to lift our hand, a hormone jumps across the neural synapse to connect everything in the brain. Those energy centers are chakras, and they can be in alignment, they can be squished, they can be expanded, they can be out of alignment in different ways. But there's some kind of field in the human body that is electromagnetic. Okay, so Moitama suggested that chakras have both subtle and physical forms which supply energy from the outside world by pervading the astral body. So these are terms that we're not usually well versed in, but it is the science of spirituality. So energetic properties of individual chakras can be contained in isolation, and cited research indicating that chakras orchestrate in complex fields with one another happens due to their proximity. So understanding patterns of entrainment, now this is a very important word among chakras, can illuminate an intersensory association known as synergy. So synesthesia. So synesthesia is a Greek word for blending senses. That's when someone can hear a picture, see music, and it's common across babies, adults, and elderly people. But our world that focuses on material reality takes us away from that. And so what is consciousness if it isn't some kind of a cross-sensory perception? So I was using the research on synesthesia to help define the variables that I would use to measure what we're talking about here. So it's a union or a sensation that has loosely been referred to as a sixth sense. So as people meditate more and eat better and connect more with nature, somehow this psychic energy is developed. And the more we use it, the more it's developed. And so if we ignore it, it's like a muscle. If we don't use a muscle, then if you don't use it, you lose it. So the rare capacity of cross-sensory perception is such as hearing pictures, seeing music, tasting shapes. Somebody hands somebody a bouquet of roses on TV and you can smell them. So synesthesia has been observed in every age group, but it's considered abnormal because it's statistically rare. Okay, so I'm pulling in the idea that we can build on it. So understanding synesthesia can be linked to understanding brain functioning and consciousness. So it is possible to measure the unseen. So Satowick describes a neuroimmune endocrine network. Okay, this is all, sounds very complicated, but I hope you can just relax and let these words come to you because it actually makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. And most people aren't using this vocabulary. So synergistic, which means coordinated, transmitters regulate glandular function, giving chemical feedback to hardwired portions of the nervous system. So we are not functioning at our full potential in this world that's telling us if you can't see it, it's not there. Profit is a higher value than consciousness. So all of us have been steered away from this truth, but it is measurable and it is true. So the glandular system is closely associated with the chakra system, and neurotransmitters can be tagged and seen microscopically, tracing energetic transfers between nerve fibers. So being psychic means being connected and being aware. So photonic emissions from the human body can be photographed using an electrode system that creates a high intensity field called gaseous discharge visualization. So we were able to bring this GDV device into the Great Pyramid and do the measurements. A pre-test happened, and I'll explain more about that. We did the measurements inside the pyramid, and then we did various post-tests. So electrophotonic imaging, what it is souped up biofeedback, and they've been working with this for a while. So EPI, software programs that calculate over 30 parameters, area, brightness, density, chakra alignment, energetic values associated with this technology. We talk about Carillion photography. Some of you have been to psychic fairs and you put your hand on a plate and you get your picture taken and your aura appears. Well, this is high definition Carillion photography. It's based on the same principles. So Korotkof's GDV EPI invention measures logarithmically processes scores to evaluate alterations in psychological states and consciousness fields. So this is all very exciting. And this machine has been used throughout the world for sports psychology, it's a medical device used in Russia. And I was trained in Russia by Korotkow's team, and it's really, really quite sophisticated. So I think most times when people hear about something for the first time, they go, oh, come on, that can't be true. But the longer you look into it, kind of like astrology, the more you appreciate it. So synesthesia has shown emotion is spread over multiple neural and glandular pathways, so transmodal areas. Reciprocal connections between multimodal areas modulates parallel sensory perception. So we have got all of this going on in our body. When you get a recognition reflex and the hair goes up on your arms, or you get goosebumps. My friend even turned that into a verb, goosebumping. Or you get a feeling in your gut that says, no, there's something wrong with this. Or a really open feeling that says, yes, I can trust this. And so all of this is what we're looking to measure. How do we know? And knowing, as Hakim says in the Pyramid Code, the indigenous elder, is a very deep power. So the architecture of the human brain, the glandular system, and the chakra system exemplify transmodal connectivity. We should all have to learn this in school, I think. Okay, so now let's get into the actual design. So I had two groups. You do a pre-test and a post-test. One group, it was in 2010, and one group was 2012. So the treatment is considered lying in the sarcophagus for 2 minutes only, because it has an immediate effect. And so I'll explain as I go along, but the second group, I had them do a post-test even later, because one of the hypotheses was, does this effect last? And in my experience, spending a lot of time inside the Great Pyramid, inside the Sphinx, inside the tunnel system for years and years in Egypt, was creating something in me that I had a hypothesis, a hunch, that there was something related to the pyramid and to the energy fields on the Giza Plateau that was causing this to happen. So the subjects were people in my groups on the Magic Egypt trips, and they agreed to participate in the study. And so I did 3 GDD readings for each of the 30 subjects. So that was 90 readings in October of 2010. The second was 4 readings for 60 subjects in December of 2012. So data collection. So over a 5-day period, we measured before we went into the pyramid, we measured inside the pyramid, and we measured after. And group 2 did a post-test 4 days later. So while inside the pyramid, each subject spent 2 minutes lying in the sarcophagus in the king's chamber. Now, if you lie with your head in the proper direction, all of the energy fields connect into your pineal gland in the Great Pyramid. And so that's super important. Okay, I'm just watching the time. Okay, all right, so this is what the GDV offers in terms of measurement. And what you can see is the actual auric field can be measured in terms of size, okay? And when there's gaps in the auric field, which you can see inside the first top left picture, there's lots of gaps. And the understanding is that when there's gaps in the field, literally the protective coating around our human body is not as strong. So as the field becomes stronger and larger, we're actually more conscious, more healthy, and more able to function in the world. So looking at the raw data as it's plotted for each person doesn't help us much. This quantitative research methods means you've got more than 30 subjects, you've got more variables, and then you use data analysis and statistics that a lot of my students called sadistics, because it was just so difficult to understand. But let's just keep going with the generated data sets. So the virtual chakras are actually looking at the alignment. So if you look at this subject sitting, it's replicating a man here. And the green band is what is considered normal. But what we're looking to do is have an alignment of the chakras. So what Korotkov says is that if your chakras are misaligned to one side, it's preoccupation with self, and the other side, it's preoccupation with others, which to me is about empathy and narcissism, which is a study in itself. But for a person to be fully functioning, the chakras need to be robust and aligned. And there's something about that and the connection between the chakras informing each other that creates the psychic experience. So what you see if you turn the line drawing sideways, you'll see, well, sorry, you turn it to the left, you'll see how the chakras are, how they're misaligned to the center point. And then inside the pyramid, what was happening is the chakras were obviously affected, but it's almost like what I came to see after doing this study is that the chakras kind of split apart to allow for the out-of-body experience. And there was something about coming back after the experience, which they talk about in the mystical materials, that they would have an experience of a star knowledge experience. And this is more than we can speak about right now. But the trick was to return. One of the things that's talked about in psychic experiences, out-of-body experiences, it's easy to leave, but how do you come back and integrate the information? So obviously the chakras were affected. And then after, then what you see in the circles that aren't colored is where the chakras were before. And so after there was this alignment and the crown chakra was slightly out of alignment, but that is quite remarkable that the chakras are robust, they're big. And as you could see in the previous one, the lower 2, 3 chakras were smaller, which meant they didn't have the same energetic value is what we're talking about. So here's the data. And so then the data analysis through the statistical analysis software, and this is just a technical term, two-tailed correlations, but basically the simple way of saying, okay, here's your crash course in one sentence of statistical analysis. Okay, the probability that something happened by chance, a mild statistical correlation is that 95%, so probability is less than 0.05, that it happened by chance. That's a mild correlation. A moderate correlation is that 1 in 100 chances that it happened by chance. Like 99% it did not happen by chance. But what we're looking for strong statistical analysis, this did not happen by chance. And you do that with numbers. You do that with the size of the group, and it's the computer's checking every possibility. And so probability is less than 1 in 1,000 that this could have happened by chance. So what it's saying is that the treatment, which is being inside the sarcophagus, actually did something. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so the energy fields and the mean scores before, inside, after, and the delayed post-test. So specific patterns of entrainment between and among the chakras were found with all of these mild, moderate, and strong statistical significance. So what the data is showing is that it didn't happen by chance. Now, again, you have to be a little bit statistically minded to understand these different patterns. But the point of the matter is that this, I'm just showing you the raw data, because too many times people say it happened and we know when it happened for sure. And that's why I think it's really important. And this is what peer-reviewed journal articles do, is they show you the data to let the reader assess. Did you have strong research methodology? And did it work? So these are the chakras plotted, but again, it's each individual person. And my point of showing you this is that if you just look at one person, you can't get the picture of what was happening to everyone as a group statistically. And that's the difference. So qualitative research methods, you can measure you know, Johnny's having a problem in school. So you interview the parents, the teacher, the friends, the principal, and they go, well, you know, I don't, and they come up with some kind of idea about what could be wrong with Johnny. That's qualitative, where you're looking at one person, and that's usually what a pilot project is. And you get your hypothesis because you've done a preliminary analysis, but you're not doing statistics. Statistics is only for quantitative, which means numbers. So here's, you know, I'm just showing you the data, and mostly it's to show that the chakras moved all over the place, and it doesn't look like it's coherent. Okay. And so it's basically looking that there's no effect here until you do the statistical analysis. Okay, and then the energy frequency, because we did a test, the pre-test was outside the pyramid and the post-test was inside the pyramid. So it's definitely showing that there's a difference in the energy frequency between inside and outside. And some people will tell you that and I've experienced this myself, that outside the pyramid is a very strong energetic field. It's just not the same, and it's not having the same effect as inside the pyramid. So standard deviations, that's just another technical term. I'm just showing you all this raw data, but now here come the results. Okay, and I'm excited about this. Okay, so what I did is I took the numbers, which you'll see in a minute, and then I looked at the correlations between the chakras. My hypothesis was that if the chakras were speaking to each other, that's how you get the hair on your arms and the gut feeling, is that there's some kind of a connection between your head and your communication and your heart, and something is talking within the person. Okay. So this is 10, 10, 10, and I'm also going to be showing you the difference between 2 years later. Okay. So the energy field is not connecting with any of the chakras in here. And there is a mild correlation between the orange and the red, between the belly and the root. There is a moderate, sorry, that's a moderate correlation. The mild correlation was between the stomach and the crown. And then the only connection before people had the experience of going inside the pyramid was they had a connection between their third eye and their throat chakra. That was strong before they started. So then they go inside the pyramid, and the auric field is now connecting between the chakras and the energy field, which was super significant, I thought. Okay, so what you see is you still got the crown chakra and the third eye, and that's the mild connection, right? But then the auric field was connecting almost each of the chakras except the heart, which I thought was interesting. So there was a statistically significant pattern going on across all 30 subjects that showed up statistically as significant. But then the post-test, what it started was an entrainment between the chakras and between the energy field. So in other words, the experience of going inside the pyramid in 2010 of these 30 subjects was that after they came out, the chakras were speaking to each other in a very significant way. Okay? The only connection that had the 1 in 1,000 probability was between the heart and the energy field. So that somehow developed as the experience integrated. So, and that's the other thing, and as I said at the beginning, and where the hypothesis came from, was that over time, after spending a lot of time inside the Great Pyramid, that's when I started to feel that the psychicness was integrating. It wasn't while I was in the pyramid that all of a sudden I know anything, really, but there's something about the energy of the pyramid and being inside the sarcophagus where all the energy is hitting the pineal gland that was doing something that took a while to integrate. Okay, so these are the numbers, and if you don't understand statistics, you'll never guess how that is going to turn into those drawings, which is why I'm showing you after. But when you see the little star, you can see that it's 0.04, which is less. Probability is less than 0.05. So the significance of the numbers is showing up wherever you see a star. And then I took these and I plotted them. That's all. So when you see 2 stars, it's less than 1 in 1,000. Okay, so don't try to understand that. But at glance, I'm showing you where I got that from. So then I thought, because something really happened in 2010, and we were told that 1212 was coming, or 1221, the end of the Mayan calendar, and that energy was going to be so significant and ascension was coming. And so my question was, would 2 years make a difference generally in terms of the energy without doing anything? And again, how would you measure that? Like, lots of people have been speculating that there was something about the end of the Mayan calendar that was significant. But significant how? I wanted to know if it was significant statistically. So before the subjects even went in, the chakras were quite aligned. Now think, if this is you, and your crown chakra is speaking to your heart, and speaking, now I didn't put the numbers in here, but the thick lines are the less than 1 in 1,000, and the medium line is 1 in 100, and the faint line is 5 in 100. So the strong lines are the 1 in 1,000, less than 1 in 1,000 chance that it happened by accident. So things are not so connected to communication. They're connected to intuition. So the solar plexus, which is our sense of self and personal power, and connected to our gut response. So nothing was really connected to the root chakra. The throat was now universally more connected to the energy field, making people's communication connect to the robustness of their auric field. But there was a lot of crisscross correlation, so much more connected before they went into the pyramid than 2 years before. And some of the subjects were the same that had come on the other trip, but mostly it was different people. And those are the numbers again. So then when they were inside the pyramid, now we have this kind of swooping connection. And I mean, join me with this. If all of the different hormonal states and the energy field and the chakras are communicating with one another, you will be more psychic, I think. I think that's a good way to show it. And look at this after. Everything was connected to everything, okay? But not so much to the energy field. But this is where I wanted to see if we did a delayed post test with the second group, what would connect? And it wasn't as much. So this is where the biggest connection was. Right away after. So, and the other thing is, just because we have a hypothesis and we're looking to see if the data supports the hypothesis, it doesn't mean we're right. And I think a lot of paid research for pharmaceuticals bends the research, bends the data to say, see, it's safe, right? And that's happening, and perhaps it isn't well known, but if you dig around a little bit, you'll find that. So it's really important as a researcher to be willing to be wrong, but to see what happens. So in each of the studies that I've done for my master's thesis, my PhD dissertation, these kinds of studies that I did independently after, mostly I was wrong, meaning that my best guess at what variable influenced what was naive, okay? I couldn't see deep enough without doing the literature review and looking at the data. And the data became, it informed my private practice. It informed how I conducted my work. I worked as a psychologist for 35 years. And so that's the value of research, is to allow yourself to be surprised and to allow what happened to teach you something. So the after test to me was the most coherently connected in the 12-12 group. And that's what the data showed. So, and I hope you're generating a lot of questions. So this is just the comparison of means, and I don't want to get into the data, but what you can see in the data, the actual numbers, is that there's definitely an effect. You may not know how to explain the effect, but you can see that the orange lines are stronger than the blue lines. And so the blue lines is 10-10 and the orange lines is 12-12. So I'm here to say that I think that it was measurable in this narrow experiment, that there was a difference in the energy field between 2010 and 2012. Okay, so what can we conclude from this? We can conclude that going inside the pyramid and lying in the sarcophagus in the king's chamber for 2 minutes with your head in the right direction clearly impacts the human aura. I think we can conclude that. Data show that time for integration may affect the results. Okay. The experience initiates is a pattern of entrainment between, the experience initiates a pattern of entrainment between the chakras, a network of synergetic transmitters, creating energetic transfers between the nerve fibers and the neurotransmitters. This, to me, is how we get smarter. Once there is more of a connection, and that's when you're trying to understand something, you want your brain to connect and you want to have an aha. You want to feel connected to the experience. And that's what our society has done, is disconnect, disconnect, disconnect. One discipline doesn't speak to the other discipline. They don't want us thinking. They don't want creative thinking. They don't want us figuring things out. So anything I say that we can do that reconnects us to nature, reconnects us to ourselves, is going to be useful for the development of humanity. And I think that that is particularly challenged these days. Okay, so it seems clear that the pyramid did not affect all subjects in the same way. And when I went for my training in Russia, and I was showing the trainers the data, and the trainer, not knowing much about pyramids or what I was trying to do, and she just blurted out, "You can't expect them to all experience the same thing. You can't expect them to all be affected just because they went in the pyramid." So, you know, her idea was that it was a far-fetched notion that anything could happen in a statistical way. And she wasn't familiar with the literature review and all of that. But basically, in her opinion, it was a long shot to think that anything could happen. But we see statistically that something did happen. So it stands to reason, since in today's society, initiation and consciousness fields are not well understood, and subjects likely did not know how to handle the increased energy. Now, when I spent a lot of time inside the pyramid by myself, and I brought a lot of groups in for private meditation. Now, the other thing is that if there's the general public in the pyramid at the same time, all of their take my picture of it, you know, and sacrilegious, not knowing how to be quiet or meditative, just enough to blow my head off. You know, it's just like so augmented. So when we go in there, I want people to be meditative, move, because you hear every single footstep. I mean, it's a harmonic resonance field. There's no question of that. And anyway, so it's not, we have to integrate the energy, I think, individually. And so many people don't know how to handle that. And it's of course, most of the time research raises more questions than it answers. And sometimes a really good question is better than a mediocre answer. Okay, so this may be the reason subject chakras slipped out of alignment when exposed to the energy of the Great Pyramid. So looking at the individual experience of each of the, 90 subjects, it's almost like the chakras were opening up to allow the out-of-body experience, something like that. I mean, that's inconclusive. That's something that I surmised. See, so there's a difference between a hunch or an idea and data, okay? So only one subject had the strongest reading for the energy field inside the pyramid. So most everybody, their energy field became stronger and more stable after, okay? One subject was strongest when she went in, and then she lost energy, but that's 1 out of 80, which is, you know, not significant. Okay, so examining the raw data for the chakras, the pyramid had a dramatic effect on subjects, but it may be that subjects needed more time and more exposure. Like this was the one and only time most of them had ever been inside the pyramid, right? And so I've spent 100 hours in there minimum. Okay, so future studies of post-test can be delayed, allowing for time for integration. The literature on synesthesia shed some light on cross-sensory perception, multiple neural and glandular pathways, and transmodal areas of communication within the body. And patterns of entrainment were shown. And I think that entrainment is what happens when we meditate. When, you know, we do yoga, when we do things that are synthesizing and clarifying and centering us, we end up with patterns of entrainment. And, you know, even women's menstrual cycles, if they're not flying through the air too much when they work together, they become entrained. So what is entrainment? If you have a room full of clocks and they're going tick-tock and they're all over the place, eventually they all start to entrain, okay? So this invites further study to gain more understanding of the affect being the how it comes to our feelings on the human aura and chakra system. So the most unexpected finding is that the energetic frequency outside the Great Pyramid was not only higher, it was more stable, which speaks to the idea that the purpose of the pyramids was for a more global, universal effect for humanity. That Akim would say it was for peace and food, and that the pyramids were built to have a stabilizing, positive, energetic effect for the planet, not just for the people. But we know that or we can assume that it was the high-level initiates that went in to handle the intense energy of the pyramid. So further study and additional measurements will be collected to establish if this is typical or if a unique influence was present on the day of testing. Okay, so basically all research sets you up for more research. And there's the references that I used. Okay, so we do have some time for questions. And so you can find information on various archived interviews that I've done and trips to Egypt on pyramidcode.com. And right now I'm working on The New Atlantis, which is a sequel to the Pyramid Code, 5 episodes. And I'm in the editing stage now, and I plan to finish it by the end of the year. And that's what I have to say. And I do have a little video for you, which comes out of the Pyramid Code. Let me just make it full screen. No. Sorry. Hold on. View. Huh, it doesn't want to go full screen. No. Sorry. I want to play this for you. Come on. All right. I hope you can still see that. So I started the model of standing inside a sphere with the idea that each of those cross quarter points could be informative for a way that we perceive information. And then I use that for Okay, why isn't it finishing? Let's try that again. All right, so I hope you have lots of questions. And here come the chakras. So that just happens to be an animation that I described to the animators for the pyramid code, and this is what they came up with. And I'll stop sharing. And then I used that as a model to plot the data on. All right, so ready for questions?
Hi, Carmen. That was a
I
wonderful.
can't hear you.
Now, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Carmen? Yes. Thank you so much. It was a very beautiful talk. Really enjoyed it. You shared a lot of information about the pyramids and the chakras. Yes, we have received a few questions from our participants. And the first question is, when we talk about the mystical powers of the Great Pyramid and the significance of chakras with it, how powerful will it be if we were to visualize ourselves sitting inside it?
Visualize yourself instead of going there.
Yes, sitting, visualizing, like sitting inside of it, inside of the pyramid.
That's an interesting question, because there are 7 characteristic features to an energetically functioning pyramid, and I'm sure that your community here is well aware of that. And it has an effect. We know that on some level. How we measure it is different, but people have made pyramids out of wood, out of copper, and sat meditating inside them. So there's something about the plain field of a pyramid that can focus energy, that can help us create a field around us. And so in a way we can say it's a metaphor and it's a reality. So imagining and visualizing yourself meditating in a pyramid is a useful exercise.
Okay, thank you. Is there any difference between the Russian pyramid and the Giza pyramid of Egypt?
You mean Valery Yuvarov's Russian, the new pyramid that he built?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Well, he studied the principles, and yes, there's differences. One's new, one's old. The crystals come from Brazil. I've had a lot to do with the work that he's done there. And but okay, I'll tell you a story. When the construction workers, before the casing stones were on and before the capstone was on, when they were working in the pyramid, there was one of the construction workers who had a severe asthmatic condition, and he was standing in the pyramid. The chambers were there, the structure was there. It was made out of crushed quartz, the base of it. And this man started to tremble and sweat on one side of his body. And he had this healing crisis right in the pyramid, and he was healed. He never needed his asthmatic thing again. And so I think that all of the different pieces, the casing stones were like a fondant icing, that they actually made crushed quartz polymer that they spread on the outside of the pyramid, and then it hardened. And then that again made another insulation for the outside of the pyramid. And so the capstone changed the energy, and they've done quite a bit of measurement in there. But the reason, as I understand it from Valery Yuvarov, the people who funded that pyramid, which was $5 million, was a produce company that wanted a place, a warehouse, if you will, to place food, to make it stronger and better for the people before it got on the trucks to get transported to people to the stores. And they used the basement of the pyramid for the food. And the rest of it they've used for experiments. So I think that's pretty darn sophisticated.
Okay, thank you so much. And another question is, as you speak of entrainment, what exactly happens to our chakra system during the process of entrainment?
Okay, I think it's like communication. So we can all sit in a room and meditate and never say anything to each other. But once we start to have discussions and go, yeah, I think that too. Well, maybe I don't, maybe I do. It's like the chakras are communicating with each other. They're speaking to each other. So entrainment means connection, And I think of them as a handle. So when you've got a handle between your third eye and your communication, then you've got clarity of vision and clarity of speech, right? And when you've got connection between your heart and your crown chakra, or your heart and your power center, then you're working harmonically. So entrainment is keeping everything aligned so it augments the power and energy of any chakra to be entrained with another chakra. That's how I've come to understand it.
Okay, thank you so much. We received similar type of question like chakra slips out of alignment. What does this mean and what effect does it have?
Okay. When chakras shift out of alignment, a lot of times they're more constrained. So the energy is not, it's like somebody putting their hands around your throat. You can't quite breathe as well. So they're not functioning as fully. I've seen it where the chakras hit the wall, they say. So it's all the way out. The green zone is considered normal, but I don't think that's good enough. I think we need most of our chakras in line. To one side, it's overemphasis on others. And sometimes people can be codependent and they forget about themselves and they're helping other people, and but they don't take care of themselves. So that is a shift that's not good for the self, because we're more it's not that we're not supposed to help people, don't get me wrong, but we're more helpful to them when we're aligned. The other way can be narcissistic, where it's all about me. I don't care about you. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Me. I'm right. I don't care about you because I'm right. Okay. And that is very dangerous. And I think, you know, Facebook, social media, modeling by certain people in politics have created an increasing narcissism that makes fun of empathetic people. But if we're really trying to fix the planet, we need a world of empathetic people. And what we've been doing is promoting and encouraging narcissism. So either one of them is out of alignment, but we need to come together, all for one and one for all. If it isn't good for everybody, it's not good at all. So if we were all aligned and we were all had our chakras entrained, I think we would make decisions that are good for people, good for everything on the planet, good for nature, good for the environment, and never mind profit so much.
Okay, so wonderful, thank you. And other question is, if a layman was to understand the entire concept, how would you explain it?
What was the first word?
If a layman, if a common man, like if a layman, if he wants to understand the entire concept, like who don't know about the pyramids, if he is very new to the technology, new to the pyramid technology, if a layman wants to understand the entire concept, how would you like to explain it?
Well, Hakeem would have said it's food. It's food for people. Food in an energetic way, just the way good food can nourish our system. There's a way that natural energy can fuel people, the public. And so it makes a cohesive, energetic field, electromagnetic field, where people feel good. But when we see people now, people are anxious, they're suspicious, they're arguing with each other, they want to be right. Like we are in a dystopic phase of disconnect. You're against me, he's wrong, I'm right, you know, and it just doesn't work. So there was a system on the planet, and matriarchy isn't the opposite of patriarchy. By developing our feminine consciousness, we don't ignore our masculine consciousness, and men have feminine consciousness inside them, women have masculine consciousness. So if we integrate and include all people, children, age groups, and respect everyone, we live harmoniously. And so the energy of the pyramids, and they're all over the world. Dr. Samos Managic from the Bosnian Pyramid Project would tell you that there's 80,000 pyramids on the planet. Small ones, big ones, new ones, old ones. And that there was a time where harmony between all people on the planet was a goal. And we are now at the far extreme of the pendulum, showing us what happens when we are divisive and we don't care about each other. We just care about ourselves. And so the point was a functional humanity.
Okay. Yes, Carmen. And the effect you spoke about the pyramid. Does it affect? Does this affect only in the Great Pyramid or any pyramid? Like.
Okay, that's a decent question. The bent pyramid, no. Step pyramid in Saqqara that's shaped like this with a flat top actually had grave goods in it. And my understanding is that a flat topped pyramid is a mastaba. Okay, so when they say pyramids are tombed, no. The characteristic features of a straight-sided pyramid makes it functional. Now, the angle can be different, but they have chambers inside that are positioned in different places, almost like notes on a flute, right? They always have a water system underneath, a system of tunnels. They are created with different kinds of stone that insulate and transmit energy, almost like an electrical cord that has a protective coating on the outside and different kinds of wires. And that they always have crystalline structures. And they are aligned where they're placed on the ground, especially in Egypt. It looks like you just scattered them. But if you align a star map, they're literally connected to stars. And in the Great Pyramid, the passageways from the Queen's Chamber and the King's Chamber point to stars. And so these are, they're all functional in their own way. And they're connected to a different star system. And it seems because of the size and the positioning of the Great Pyramid that it seems to have more energetic functioning than the others, but the jury's not out on that because research is still being conducted, and who knows if new pyramids could do the same thing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Carmen, really. And it was very wonderful talk once again. Thank you so much. And yes.
Well, thank you for having me, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
Yes. Thank you so much for patiently answering all the questions and coming up and giving us a wonderful insight about the pyramids and check. Thank you.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye. And friends, now I'd like to pass on to my dear friend Sheena. Sheena, over to you now.
Hello, namaste to everyone, and thank you so much, Sri Lakshmi ma'am, and thank you so much, Carmen ma'am, for this wonderful session where we got to know so much about pyramids and we got to know so much about chakras and all those things. And thank you so much for patiently answering all our queries and questions. I welcome you all to Spiritual Science International Meet. It's a wonderful opportunity for all of us to know about a lot of knowledge and to know a lot of different knowledge from different masters around the globe. I am Sheena from Raipur, Chhattisgarh, and I joined PSSM. I joined meditation in 2011. My journey started back in 2000 when I was 7-8 years old. But at that time, I was into transcendental meditation. I was studying in a school called Maharishi Vidya Mandir, which was started by a great master, Maharishi Munesh Yogi. I was studying there. I was in class 4th, and from there my journey started. We had meditation as a curriculum there itself. As a child, I was always aloof. I never felt like I belonged to this family. There was no self of belongingness to my family. Whenever I used to see my mother, whenever I used to see my father, I always felt like, no, they are not my parents. I don't belong to them. Why that sense was there with me, I never knew that. At the same time, whenever I used to see my siblings also, I had this similar feeling that they are not my brother. He's not my brother. And she's not my sister. I don't belong to them. I don't know why I had this strange feeling. And I struggled it for quite long. And in 2000, when I entered into meditation, I really started enjoying it. I felt like, that this is where I belong. This is where I feel like there is something within me which understands me quite well. From there, I did meditation till 2007, and my father, got transferred from my hometown to a place called Raipur, and there we settled down, and my everything started changing. I became a teenager. I was 14 years old at that time. At that point of time, I was very new to this teenage thing, and then there were so many distractions. I had a lot of peer pressure of becoming good in school, peer pressure of doing good in cultural activities, doing good in overall curriculum. I had a lot of pressure because I had a cousin of my same age, and she was very good at studies, and she was doing quite well. So everyone has the similar expectation from me that I should also do that great. But somewhere I felt like, no, I'm not meant for this. I can't do that. Even though I was a great singer, I was very good. I was very creative, but there was a certain expectation which I felt I don't meet up to that. And that started putting me in a shell. I started going inside a shell, and I started losing a lot of confidence. I started becoming, more and more concerned, more and more image conscious. And to cover up that image consciousness, I started becoming very pretentious. Even though I'm not liking it, I used to do it because I have to make someone else happy. That put me into depression, and I went into depression for 1.5 years. I had a peer pressure of making a boyfriend. I had peer pressure of so many things. That led me to depression. I was in depression for 1.5 years. I was about to commit suicide, but my mother always told me that, Sheena, you know one thing, that there is one thing which a human can do very bad to himself or herself is killing themselves. It's the biggest sin in the world you can do to yourself. Never do that to yourself, even if there is so much of pressure. I don't know why my mother, had this feeling that she just said this to me out of the blue one day. That was there with me, and I realized, no, I can't end my life like this. No, this is not the way. This is not the way out to any of my problems. I can't do this. And I started crying. I cried a lot, and I just said one thing to universe that you have put me in this situation, and you know how to bring me out of it. And just after that, after 1 week, one of my friend Yash Lakshmi, I'm very, very grateful of her that she came to me and she told me that, in our college, I'm from Raipur Institute of Technology. I did my graduation from there. Shailin Jainji was the owner of that college, and he is very dear one and close to Patriji. I got to know, she came to me and she told me, she in our college, we have this new thing started, that is meditation. Since I knew about meditation long back, I was young when I started doing meditation, I knew about it. That made me very excited from within. I don't know why, it just made me very much excited. And then, the very next day I went there. I wasn't well on the very day, so I couldn't go to college. I missed meeting Patri sir that day. Then very next day I went to college, and I didn't know that we have a class of meditation that day. So I left from my college early. I wasn't feeling well since I wasn't well, so I left college early. But something came to me, and I don't know. I felt like, okay, fine. It's just about 2 more classes. I should go back. I should go and attend my class. The moment I entered, I saw my my master and my friend. Rose ma'am, Fultushi ma'am, she was taking the class and I entered. She started telling us about all the spiritual science. She started telling us about pyramid and everything, and that excited me quite a lot. There, she asked us to sit for meditation for 10 minutes, and when I sat for meditation for that 10 minutes, I felt like this is what I'm looking for so long. For the very first time, I felt that I have so many unanswered questions within me that can be answered. And just after that realization, after 10 minutes, that class got over. And she started to leave, and I ran behind her and I said, Ma'am, I really want to continue this. How can I continue? She said, why don't you join me after college? I take classes then. I said, definitely I'll do that. I will join you. At that time, she used to take classes in a very small temple. And I just, I joined her, and it was, I still remember that it was 22nd of September 2011. That was the day when I met her, and my journey, spiritual journey of Anapanasati started. And after that, I've learned so much and so many things about life. My questions about what exactly happens when we die, why do we take birth, what is the purpose of my life, why, if I am this way, what is the reason? I stopped complaining. Definitely. I just want to share a very small example that I told you earlier also, that I was pretentious. I was very much image conscious. It's a very small experience of mine. In 2012, we made a very small group of all the youngsters, that was Zorba the Buddha group, and we started a small meditation center, that was Zorba the Buddha Pyramid Meditation Center. There, we asked Patrisa to come and inaugurate it for us. So when he came and when he inaugurated, so we organized a small event also followed to that inauguration, where we never imagined, okay, that 200 people will definitely come, and we only prepare everything for 50 to 100 people, but the show off was for 200 people, and that day. As a sanskara, what was given to all of us, that if you see that, if there is anyone who is elder to us, you should always take work from them and start doing it by yourself. And I also, am I audible? Okay. Hello. Yeah. So that's when because of that sanskara of mine, I got up and I started taking flyer from Patri sir, which he was distributing, and he said no, and he scolded me in front of 200 people, and that day my image consciousness shattered. And I had so many learnings after that that I can't tell you that how many learnings I have. I've learned about unconditional love. I've learned about the way to come out of any situation, out of wherever I'm going through. So this is a very small journey of myself, how I entered into spirituality, how I entered into meditation, and how it changed my life. With this, I want to pass it on to my friend Inaya, my dear friend Inaya, my co-traveler. Inaya, you can take this forward from here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sheena. It was wonderful hearing your experience. So, I'm Anaya Gupta. I'm from Calcutta, India, and I have been a part of PSSM since 2011. My mother was my first teacher. She was my first guru, and who taught me, who brought me into this meditation, into this movement. And since then, my process has been going on. Life has changed, it has shifted for me like I couldn't even dream about. So my biggest experience, my life-changing experience was when I had finished college, and I was still figuring out what to do, and I took a year's break to figure out what to do, and I still couldn't know what I still didn't know what to do. So I decided to work with my mother. I started doing that, and in the span of 1.5 years, it just came to me. The question just came to me: is this who you are? Is this your identity? And I was like, no. From inside, it was like, no. I need to build my own identity. I need to work on my personal identity. And then I just started meditating more and more, and then I just left universe a question: what now, what next, what should I do now? Please give me an answer, or please show me a sign. And it so happened that I used to watch a lot of movies. I was fond of movies. I used to watch both spiritual and fiction movies, the Hollywood movies. And I started noticing that I started getting signs from the movies. I started getting my answers from those movies. It happens once, it happens twice. And then I was like, okay, this is how universe is showing me my way. And then there was this one movie, this one fine day, I saw this movie. It was about a girl pursuing her dream. And then it just dawned on me. My entire life just played like a movie in front of me. And then then it just was like, yes, this is what I want to do. Something just opened up inside me, and I could see all possibilities. I got my answers, and I shared it with my fellow meditators from Awaken Youth, and they were all so happy about it. My mother, my father, everyone. And then I took a big leap. I moved to Mumbai. I did a course over there. And believe me or not, but I always used to just leave the question to the universe, what next? But this one time, just I didn't even question the universe. It just started happening in flow. That just a day before my course got over, I got a call from one of the person working in the Bollywood movie industry for an opening for an internship. And that is something which I had never planned on doing. That's something which never came to me, that I'd want to do that. But I was like, okay, let's go with the flow and let's do it. Let's try it. Why not? And I did it. And it has just been miraculous, one thing after the other. Things have been opening up. It's just been going in flow. For us youth, that is what the main important thing is, because that is where a lot of us get stuck. We don't know what next, how are we supposed to go, what our purpose is, what our goal is. And meditation has helped me. There's nothing like it. No, not it gives such a clear answer to you in the ways you will never imagine. You will be shocked. It's so miraculous. It's magical. And from then till now, I never look back. I can never look back. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to pass on to my fellow meditator friend, Thao. Over to you.
Hello, every masters. I am Thảo. I am 38 years old. I'm living in Vietnam now, Da Nang City. I'm very happy to share about spiritual about. And now I am the guide of BSM Da Nang for 3 years and a half. And from my childhood until the time until the time before I started to meditation, I experienced a life with lack of happiness and love. So so I want to find the happiness and love in my life. And at that time, have a friend guide me to go to join a meditation group in Da Nang. Nang. At that time, we have few people to join meditation. When I joined this meditation group, I now have any doubts, any analyze about meditation, and I don't care. This meditation movement is who is the founder. Maybe for this reason, I can easily to meditate deeply in the short time, and in 2 months. In 2 months, I have deeply meditation, and to the third month, I can go back to my past life, and I can see. I can answer all my questions from my childhood to now. And in the past life, I see my parents, and I know the reason in this life I can receive my parents' love, and have a person who opened the gates, the past life gate for me to enter, and after I finished that meditation course, I wonder who is the man, the big man, opened that past life for me to enter. And after 2 days later, I have a friend who give me a book. That book's name is The Teaching of Brahmaji Bhattacharya, and I feel so amazing and very divine, because this is the first time I face this divine spiritual. So I saw the picture of that book, the Brahmaji Bhattacharya, and that is the person who opened the gates of my past life, and also my father is the past life. And after that, I know about my mission in this life, what it is, and very divide. After then that meditation group cannot work at my friend's house, and move to my new house, I naturally become the guider of this meditation group. So I feel very, very divine, and I fully believe into the spiritual, and I believe the meditation 100%, because I have experience. So I'm very happy because I can enter this path. And after that, I can answer all my questions from the childhood to present, and I feel grateful, my father and Brahmaji Bhattacharya to give the light of my life, and I feel grateful for my parents to give me to grow up on the earth to have happiness life. And before I blame my husband, why don't care me, but from then I understand the reasons, and I feel very and I feel very happy, and I can accept him, and more and more happy with my husband. And after that, I become a poor vegetarian. And I opened a vegetarian restaurant for everyone to come and eat. The reason is after a very meal, I can guide meditation for them, and I can share about meditation and spiritual science. And since then, many and more people know about meditation in Da Nang. And a special things I want to share is my journey to become a mother. I have two I have one boy and one daughter. My boy is 12 years old and my daughter is 6 years old. And now I am in pregnant. I will born in 2 weeks. I will born new baby, the third baby in 2 weeks. But I have different from two previous pregnant and the third pregnant. Before I didn't become a vegetarian. When I was in pregnant, I feel many fears. I have many fears. Fear gods, fear many things, and I have many negative thoughts and emotions that make me cannot have deep sleep. And I usually have into the shortage of energy. But the third baby, I am in pregnant. I feel very happy. I feel have many energy, and I can open the meditation class or say about spiritual science 2 days or more, and I can stand to share about that. I feel very happy and energy. But before I cannot, but this time I can, and I feel inside me the love is more and more. The love is more and more, have more and more, and I can understand. I can connect to the child, to the children. Before when I was in pregnant before, I have a dream. A shows come to me and talk to me. Can I understand that shows come into me? And I agreed. I agreed about that. And after that, 1 month later, I know I have in pregnant, and I can understand deeply the plan of a show's rebirth, because I have experience from that, from my third baby, and from that I feel inside me have many energy, and I can easily to understand the spiritual science, and can share about my spiritual science to everyone, and everyone welcomed about that and can transform their life.
Thank you so much for your wonderful experience sharing. Now I would like to call Rupali here, and she'll be continuing from here. Thank you so much, Tao, for your lovely experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Namaste, Masters. I am Upali, and thank you so much, Tao, was in a lovely experience and lovely journey in spirituality. I'm Upali Upasna and I live in Delhi, India. And the first time I was introduced to meditation was by my mother in 2011. But being a very small teenager, like you just enter your teenage, it was really difficult for me to understand and resonate with the concept of meditation. Like why should I even meditate? That was the first question that I had. But my mother kept saying me that you should meditate, and it will be good for your studies. And in class ninth, I had this urge that I should uh, be able to score more like my other friends. It was sheer competition. But because of that competition, I dedicated some time in my day to meditate, and I got the results also. In my class 9th, I got fantastic grades. But after that, I again stopped meditating because I thought, I think I have done it now. I think I can do it in class 10th also. But again, when I left meditation, a lot of deviations came into my life. It was gender attraction, it was peer pressure, it was low in grades. And I was like, why is this happening? I meditated in class 9th. Why is this happening now? Then I again meditated in class 10th before my examinations, and again I got the results. Again I got straight A's, and that time I understood that I can actually keep my emotions and my studies differently. I can devote time to my studies and keep emotions aside. I was blown by the fact that meditation has such power to it. And this understanding helped me in my class 11th also. Again, in my school, when I was getting deviated in representation in my own school and choosing the correct career path, again, it was meditation who helped me in decision making. So, whether it was deviation, attraction, distraction, decision making, for every student, it is necessary to do meditation, and it helped me throughout my school career. But when the important decision had to be taken in my life, that what do I do next, I pre-decided that I will go for MBBS, I will do psychiatry because of my inclination towards behavior and mind sciences. But after I took a drop year after my entrance examination because of some reasons, I realized that it's not necessary to do something after 7 years of formal education. You can directly study what you want to study. You don't have to wait for a chance or a stage in your life after which you want to do what you like to do. So this stage also, meditation and correct guidance obviously, and a lot of books help me realize that do what you want to do right now. Don't wait for something to happen and then you do what your interest is. Everything should start right now. And this time I realized that spirituality and study is not different for me. Spirituality is study and study is spirituality. There's nothing different in it. I am living what I read in books. It's psychology or spirituality or meditation, it's all the same. My life just revolves around it, and I'm in it. And I'm really happy that I get to involve myself in a lot of spiritual activities, in a lot of live events, in a lot of spreading awareness about mental health and meditation to masses, and especially to youth, because I understand that what I've been through should not be a challenge for the other people. So I get to share my experience of what I did, what I achieved in my meditation, in my spiritual journey, and share it across this amazing youth platform. So I'm very thankful that I got an opportunity to come here and share my experience. And now I would like to pass on to my dear friend, Akshaya Murali. So thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I am so glad and thankful for everyone who has given me this opportunity to speak on this platform, on this special occasion. My name is Akshaya. I am from Delhi, India, And I was introduced to meditation from my friends in Delhi. It's been 10 years, I think more than like 7 to 8 years now since I've been meditating. And the only reason I was open to something, to ending or to learning something like this is because I was in college at that time when I was never sure of what I wanted to do in my life. And I was always a person who was never clear in anything, like to what to do next in my life. So I never had that clarity. So because of that reason, I thought maybe, why not try something like this. The first time I went for a meditation program, I felt a lot of energy, and I think that was the turning point. That was when I decided that I'm going to continue this no matter what, because I feel that there's something in it. So since then, I've been continuing on and off, doing meditation on and off, not regularly, but since the past 3 years, I've been regularly meditating. And uh, there's some things which I want to share with the youth in particular, that this is from what I have realized, is from a person who used to have absolutely no clarity, and like all the time being confused uh, to make a decision itself. And I always used to felt that the other person is right. I mean, he's able to guide me better than I am guiding for myself. So I got to know that I had uh, I mean, I saw the purpose and I got the clarity of what I want to pursue in my life. uh, I realized that I have to, my purpose in this lifetime is to spread music through meditation. uh, so that was one thing. And the second thing is uh, having that fear in doing everything. I am now a very fearless person. I don't fear. I mean, I'm able to deal with a lot of situations in a very calm way. And third thing is that whatever answers I've been looking for, I've got all the answers. And I feel that every youth who is um, in that state in which they're not able to gauge or uh, not able to understand what is happening in their life, or everything is, they're looking at people, there's pressure, there's everyone is just, there's competition everywhere, and there's so much going on, and a person is not able to understand. So I think it's something that it is important for every phase, like for a teenager, for a baby of 5 years old. It is important for that person to meditate for 5 minutes. So as per your age, you are you can meditate. And lastly, before giving it to Sheena, the only message for the youth, and the only answer, or what, from what I have understood of what spirituality is to me, is that everyone is equal and everyone is right in their own perspective. So whether if a person wants to spread meditation through music, or a person wants to do something else in their life in any other way, and I think it's, everyone is right in their own way. We just need to accept, respect, allow, and let people be without any form of judgment. Whatever is happening, it's happening for a reason, and it's all everyone is having their own experiences. So thank you so much, spiritual, for this, on this occasion I'm getting to speak. So I over to you, Sheena.
Thank you so much, Akshay. It was lovely hearing all the youth, Inaya, Tao, Upali, and Akshay. Thank you so much for having us all here. And it was a wonderful opportunity for all of us to share our views and share our small journey with all of you, so that we can inspire and we can motivate all the youth to start the meditation and start their spiritual journey. Without taking much time, I would like to pass it on to Bindu, our co-traveler. She'll be taking this wonderful journey further with us. Bindu,
Thank you. Thank you, Sheena. That was absolutely wonderful. It was absolutely wonderful to listen to the inspiring journeys of the youth and how meditation has actually transformed your lives. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Namaste, Prati sir. Hello, friends, and all the beautiful souls who are watching this program today. A very warm welcome to you all again. I'm absolutely delighted to be on this platform today of Spiritual Science International Meet. What a wonderful day it has been so far, with some great speakers sharing the wisdom, guided meditation sessions, and some mindfulness tips. I'm sure you all will agree with me on this. My name is Bindu Bodhanapu from London, UK. I work as a change manager for a large retail organization in the UK. It's been a year when I started practicing breath meditation. Since then, my life has completely been transformed. I have understood the science behind meditation and the benefit it brings in to our body and mind. I have read many books written by the New Age authors, attended many workshops, and got introduced to new concepts like neuroscience and quantum physics. It was absolutely fascinating to see how spirituality and science have come together. My mission is to spread meditation and bring awareness of spiritual science in young children so they can be the beautiful future generation of the world. Today, it's my greatest privilege to introduce you to our next speaker, Jennifer Cahill, who is an author, speaker, recruiter, and a TV host. Jennifer Cahill is a self-empowered woman focused on giving individuals access to their own greatness while creating an extraordinary life in their professional lives. Jennifer has appeared on many major news outlets around the world like BBC, NBC, ABC, and many more, and has been quoted in numerous online articles, including The Ladders and The Glassdoor. Jennifer is also the author of the great book, Stop Hopping, Start Hunting, a job seeker's guide to finding your dream job, and recently also have released a second book, 101 Spiritual Tools for Uncertain Times, on Amazon Kindle. Jennifer also hosts a weekly radio show on LA Talk. In 2020, Jennifer co-created the Coalition for Global Unity. The coalition offers free meditation sessions for world leaders, teachers, influencers on Awake TV called Conversations for Consciousness, where she recently interviewed Deepak Chopra and Don Hoffman about the new respective books on consciousness. Jennifer is deeply passionate about contributing to the community. She has built a first school in Nepal and built a second in Senegal. Today, I would like to invite Jennifer. Jennifer is going to share her wisdom on the topic, 101 Spiritual Tools During Uncertain Times. Without any further ado, let's all welcome Jennifer to the stage. Jennifer, the stage is all yours.
Namaste, Bindu. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody who is tuning in now or in the future. A huge thank you to Pari and to Petra G, who are actually joining us on the Coalition for Global Unity this Monday and next Monday, who invited me to be here with you, and to the Spiritual Science International Meet. I'm so thankful to be able to share this stage with all of the incredible teachers here with us today. I thought a really fun way to begin today would be to share a lesson from one of my teachers, a Kabbalistic teacher named Moshe. I remember one day sitting in class, and Moshe shared with us, he said, sometimes life gives us people, situations, hardships, pain. And it's as though these people, these situations, are like a letter addressed personally to us. I want you to imagine you're receiving a letter and it's addressed to you. Your name's right there on that letter, except instead of a letter, it's pain, it's a loss, it's the coronavirus, whatever it is that you might be going through in your life. And what Moshe said is, unfortunately, most of us resist the letters that we receive. So I want you to imagine that before we came into this plane, we made a deal with the universe. We said, universe, I'm in, pick me of all the souls. I want to be the one, choose me. Though we made a deal with the universe that we forget when we incarnate so that we can play this game called life. And in this game called life, down here in Soul School, there are certain lessons that we need to expand our soul to our greatest potential. And so what happens is, as Moshe so clearly put it, when we get a letter, or which is a situation or person or hardship in our life that is provided to us for our growth and development, and we hit return to sender, oh no, universe, God, you got it wrong. So sorry, this was not meant for me. This hardship, this pandemic thing, you got the wrong girl. So you can only imagine what happens when we do this. We return that letter to the universe. Well, what does the universe do? The universe says, no, Jennifer, remember, we made that agreement before you incarnated. And so you actually want to receive this letter. So I'm going to send you 100 more of these letters. Well, this keeps going and going until your mail piles up, until one day, what do? You open the letter. The moment that we open the letter, how do we even open the letter? We open the letter by asking the universe, what is the lesson? What is the lesson that I am meant to learn today? When we ask about that lesson, the pain, the situation, the circumstance transforms or disappears. So why do I start today with this? Today here at the Spiritual Science International Meet, why are we talking about the story of the universe and the obstacles that we sometimes find ourselves faced with? Because today I'm going to be talking to you about book 2, as they just mentioned, 101 Spiritual Tools for Uncertain Times. And in this book, I dive into numerous tools. In fact, I'll tell you the story. It was kind of funny of how it came about. I was in Paris on March 11th. In fact, we had done a global coherence meditation right before the peak of the pandemic on March 9th with world leaders from around the world. And we had 100,000 of us meditating simultaneously on that March 9th. March 11th, I go to bed as planned. I'm still in Paris. March 12th, I wake up to 60 text messages from friends around the world saying, get out of Paris, things are changing, you got to get yourself somewhere safe. And the first thing that I could think of to do, I was by myself, was to hop on the first train to London. So that's what I did. Though in that moment, I went from this expanded consciousness of the global coherence meditation we did to contracting from a place of fear and doubt, and this shouldn't be this way. And as it sometimes happens, I got ill. So for about 3 to 4 weeks when I was here in London by myself initially, I was terribly ill. And on the 30th day of being by myself and quarantining, I woke up and I realized I survived it. I survived being terribly ill. Whether I had the virus or not is irrelevant. I was going through my own experience of pain and suffering, and I needed it to be able to get to where I was to write this new book. And as I sat there, I realized I didn't just survive it. I thrived. Even when I was feeling my worst, every day I would spend anywhere from 4 to 8 hours in prayer, meditation, reflection. And I realized, wow, how lucky am I? How fortunate am I that I have all of these spiritual tools in my proverbial spiritual tool belt? And it actually made me think of a story that one of my other teachers had once shared with me. He said, Jennifer, imagine that all around us is light, infinite light. Now you can call that light blessings, miracles, prosperity, health, whatever you want to call it. However, the only problem with the light is you need a source, a plug to get into that light that is all around you. And at the time that I first had heard this from my teacher, I was studying transcendental meditation. I had begun to study Kabbalah. I was going to the Agape International Spiritual Center. And what my teacher explained is he said, Jen, it's great because every one of those things you're doing is like plugging in, using another plug to the infinite light that's all around you. And that's when I was sitting on my couch after a meditation in London that it dawned on me. I wanted to share these tools. I was so lucky to have so many tools at my disposal. I want to be clear though, there are way more than 101 tools. In fact, Patra G, who's going to be joining us on Monday on awaketvnetwork.live, shared with me even a new form of meditation that I had never tried before, despite having been meditating for over 7 years. So when I talk about 101 spiritual tools, these are not the only spiritual tools. Since the beginning of time, we've been exploring different ways to connect to Source, God, the universe, light, whatever you choose to call it. The tools that I share in these books are tools from my personal experience, tools that I've learned from teachers like Patraji, teachers like my teachers at the Kabbalah Center, like Moche. So today we're going to delve into these. I'm going to take you kind of on a little journey of some of the tools. Book 1 has 11 tools, and each of the subsequent books is going to have 10 tools each. And one of the cool things that I would invite everybody to check out is if you go to 101spiritualtools.com, go to the blog, and in the only blog article I've written so far for it is every single resource, over 100 resources, from free meditations to some of the different techniques that I talk about in the book, such as soul talking, heart talking, some really great free videos from HeartMath. So if you get nothing else out of today, just know that there are 100 resources waiting for you there. And that can honestly be some of the biggest obstacle for some people when it comes to finding your spiritual path. I heard some of the people speaking before I came on about their path and finding their truth and their meditation. Some people need to know where to go. Some people need to know the why of why to go there. So today we're going to be sharing with you, you have the where to go. There's already all those resources listed there for you on that website. And today I'm going to be sharing with you personal stories of some of the techniques that I've used and some of the ways that it's helped expand my own consciousness. Now, before I get into one of my favorite techniques, which is called soul talking, I want to pause for 30 seconds. In book 2, one of my other favorite tools that I do is called intentions, and we could spend a whole hour just talking about intentions. As any of you know, before you meditate, before you practice yoga, before we do anything, before we breathe, when we set an intention, it expands the possibility of our consciousness. So I invite you to take the next 30 seconds and to set an intention out of what you are intending to get out of this conversation today. It could be anything. It could be happiness, prosperity. Maybe it's something physical that you want. Maybe it's a soulmate. Create whatever possibility you want for yourself. And I'm going to hold the space and intend that whatever you want is made manifest out of that intention you're creating today. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds and we're going to allow a couple of conscious loving breaths and then we'll continue. Perfect. So now if some of you are still writing your intentions, continue to be with that. And I'm going to invite you to play with me on the concept of the soul. For me, the soul is the still, quiet, soft voice, and it radiates from our heart. If you're ever wondering, am I hearing my soul or am I hearing one of the other voices in my head? I don't know about you guys, but I know we all have at least 2 voices, if not more, one of our ego and one of our soul, and sometimes some other little voices in there, our teachers who maybe berated us, our parents who we did or didn't get along with, but that's a discussion for another time. What I'm most interested in right now is not the megaphone voice, the voice that is on loudspeaker telling you, you did this wrong, this person could have done this better, that's always judging and evaluating. I'm talking about that soft voice that you need to clear out all of the clutter and the noise to be able to hear. Imagine back in the day, some of you might be too young to remember this, but for those of us who grew up and had those televisions with kind of the white and black ants and the static all over it, that's most of us are going around in life and we can't hear our own soul, let alone the soul of somebody else, because of the fact that there's so much noise out there. The great news is, though, by doing things like meditation, breathing, you're connecting to the stillness and the quiet and the ability to tune in, just like you tune into a radio channel or to a TV channel, to tune in to the frequency of your soul. So Kabbalistically speaking, there's actually one of my favorite Kabbalah teachers who I've been lucky enough to have worked with over the last 5 years or so, David Guillaume, who hosts a weekly podcast called Weekly Energy Boost, which, by the way, I highly recommend. It's the only podcast I personally listen to. And in fact, David, for those of you who are interested in learning about Kabbalah, is a quick aside, he's hosting a global Kabbalah 1 class starting this Monday night for, I think, 8 weeks. For any amount you want to donate. So if you go to the Kabbalah website, you can find that. So David and the Kabbalists came up with a concept called proactive confrontation. Why do we suffer in life? We suffer in life because we and the people around us are filled with so much static and noise that we are reacting rather than responding to one another. Somebody asks us for something and we bounce off and we get reactive, we yell, we shout, or we shut down and we don't express ourselves. So one of the techniques that the Kabbalists talk about is this idea of proactive confrontation, which I'm going to tell you in a moment why I've now termed it soul talking. Step number 1 is that if you have a meeting, if you're about to sit down with your children, with a colleague, with a friend, and you know that you might be having an emotionally charged conversation, pause. It is with the power of pause that we create a space. Just like a child cannot be born without the space of a mother's womb, nor can we create the miracles that we want in our lives and the lives of others without first creating a space to contain that miracle. So by pausing, we've now just created a space and we've brought consciousness and awareness to it. And as a little side note, something one of my other favorite teachers, Arthur Joseph, teaches me is a great way to create space is to do what he terms allowing a conscious, loving breath. When we allow that breath and we combine that with the power of a pause, we now have just enhanced our space. You can almost feel it as you allow a breath. There's this softness and this spaciousness that opens up. So imagine that you're now walking into a discussion with a loved one, with a friend, with a colleague, with your boss, and you've paused. Step number 2 is to connect to your heart and to ask from your heart to the other person's heart, is this person available to receive what I'm about to say to them? If you did nothing else, if you paused and if you asked yourself, you just asked, is this person available to receive whatever I'm about to say to them, to email to them, to talk to them about? That is half the battle of life. We would literally reduce conflict by over 50% worldwide if we did those 2 steps. Here's where it becomes really fun. So you've now paused, you've asked if the other person is available to receive it. A very important 3rd step is, if you hear from your heart, no, they are not available to receive it. And it seems like this might be a daunting task to begin to hear your soul and the soul of somebody else. It actually is easier than you would think. It just takes practice. Like anything else, it becomes a habit and bring consciousness and awareness. So you ask if the person's available, and if they say no, pause again, and wait for better timing. So often it does no good. If you go in and you say, hey, is this person available to receive what I'm about to share? And the answer is no, and you still plow forward like a bull in a china shop, that's not going to do anybody any good either. So then if the answer is no, you pause longer and wait for better timing and continue to talk to the person's soul to see when they are available for it. However, if the answer is yes, it becomes a lot of fun. I'll share with you a story recently. So I was writing this book here in London, and it turned out I have a friend who lives here in London, and we became friends during my stay here. And we would go for social distancing walks, and I actually gave her a copy of the book, 101 Spiritual Tools, to help review it and read it as I was going through the writing process. So one day we're getting ready for a socially distanced walk in the park, and she said, Jen, I was reading the book in the section in the book called Soul Talking. I'd like you to talk to my soul. Now, when I say talking to somebody's soul, you're starting off by asking simple yes and no questions. Is this person available to receive what I'm about to say? Yes or no? Easy enough. What I've found, though, and the reason I transformed it from proactive confrontation, which is what the Kabbalists call it, to soul talking, is I've noticed the more that we do this, the more that you receive information beyond just yes and no answers. So this friend and I sit down, and I was a little taken aback. I had never actually asked somebody to soul talk or had somebody ask me to soul talk with them, nor was I even quite clear I could do it. It had just been kind of happening naturally with different people from time to time. And so we sat down on a bench and I tapped in, and one of the ways that we soul talk is we pause, we ask if the person's available. And I got that there was something going on with her heart, that there was pain in her heart. And I was kind of laughing at myself. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm kind of new to this, but I'm hearing that there's something going on with your heart. And she went on to share with me that over the last 5 days, she had been having this extreme pain. And as you begin to soul talk to somebody, soul talking could also be akin to listening very deeply. When we listen really deeply for all the things that aren't being said, all the things that are in the space between you and another person, you can literally pluck the information right out of the space and begin to engage with people in a more intimate, dynamic level. So this whole conversation continued, and it wound up being a beautiful, profound conversation. And there was another circumstance in a personal development class that I was in where I was talking to a gentleman who I had never spoken with in the class before. And I asked him if he was going to do the advanced class. And first I asked his soul, and I heard yes, he wanted to, but that he had reservations. And then I verbally asked him, and he said yes. And I could tell he kind of shut down a little. So I kind of asked him, what would he want to get out of this next personal development class? And he said, I would want to do something with mental health. And in that moment, I heard back from his soul, it was about his family and to ask him about his sister. And when I did, he went white as a sheet. He said, how do you know it's about my sister? I said, it's kind of funny. Your soul just told me that. So I share this with you because when we learn to listen to our own souls and listen to the souls of others, we can begin to really have more intimate, deep, conscious, loving relationships with ourselves and with other people. Unfortunately, a lot of the time we're too caught up in our own judgments and self-evaluations to be able to engage in that. Another concept which I'll lightly touch on in the book is called heart talking. I'm not sure if many of you out there have heard of or are familiar with the HeartMath Institute, though I've been fortunate enough to get to know them over the last 6 months during COVID. We did a special on Awake TV Network with them, and I'd highly recommend checking out their work. They actually study the science behind the heart. Now, about 6-7 years ago, I was working with my business coach, Julian Adler. And Julian Adler and I were on a conversation. We would do our Monday night business coaching calls. And I remember clear as day, Jules said to me, he said, Jen, do you want me to teach you how to speak to your heart? And I kind of laughed and I rolled my eyes over the phone. I said, give me a break, really? I mean, at that point, I was still exploring my own spirituality and a little bit reticent and perhaps incredulous about such things. And he said, no, really, Jen, I would love to teach you how to listen to your own heart. Now, for those of you tuning in, I do invite you to pause if you're not open to graphic content, because the example he gave me to teach me how to do it is very powerful. It will teach you immediately how to listen to your body, to listen to your heart. And it's also like a gut punch. So stay with me if you're game for it. If you're courageous and you want to stay here, I'm about to give it to you. So Jules says to me, Jen, do you like puppies and kittens? And I laugh. I love puppies and kittens. And I said, yeah, of course. So he said, I want you to imagine a basket overflowing with puppies and kittens. And I'm, this is the best thing ever. And he said, great, Jen, where do you feel that in your body? And I said, it's so funny. I said puppies and kittens, and my little poodle just walked over here. So I said, I feel it, Julian, in my heart. And it feels like this beautiful warmth flooding up my heart. And he said, great, Jen. And he said, I want you to now imagine that same basket of puppies, and for you, and I want to be clear for every one of you tuning in out there, you're going to have different bodily sensations. There is no right, there is no wrong. I use the puppies and kittens example because as painful as it is to go through, it's actually very, very powerful if you learn to hear the voice of your body and to sense how that feels for you. So for me, a yes felt like this beautiful, expansive feeling upwards in my heart, and a no felt like somebody jerking down. And the great news is, how many times in your life have you ever been confronted with a choice? Do I take this new job? Do I go on this interview? Do I go on this date? Do I not go on this date? And what I found throughout using this technique of heart talking, that as long as I'm of sound body, mind, and spirit, as long as I've been taking care of myself spiritually, drinking enough water, getting enough sleep, I can clearly hear yeses and nos in my heart, which is similar to soul talking, but it's more talking to yourself and talking to your own heart. I do want to give you a caveat though. There have been times where I've lost loved ones. My grandma passed away last year, or I've gone through a hardship. And for any one of us who's going through a hardship, and even HeartMath would probably agree about this, is that it feels like your heart is actually breaking. And it's not to say you can't tune into your heart during those times, but as I gave the earlier example in soul talking, there's a lot of noise and a lot of background stuff that's going on. So it becomes harder to tune in when you're going through a broken heart. Now, heart talking can be used for any number of things. And as you learn to harness the power of your heart, you begin to have an easy, effortless time in life. You begin to ride the wave of the flow, because instead of resisting things, like the example I gave earlier with Moshe, where we're resisting situations, people, etc., we begin to go in the direction that the wave is going, which leads me into a third topic from the book, pain talking. I have a dear friend of mine who is a world-renowned personal development coach and speaker. She spoke to millions of people from around the world. And years ago, she had told me she went to her doctor and she was having a little bit of trouble speaking. You can imagine speaking to easily 100,000 or more people a year. Her voice is her life and she uses it to transform people. And in her case, she went to the doctor and the doctor said, "I'm sorry, I have terrible news, but you have a nodule on your vocal cord." And it was actually a tumor. And what she said is the tumor is on the vocal cord and that we need to do immediate surgery on it. And my friend, being of a spiritual nature herself, said, "Doc, I would love it if you could give me 3 months." And the doctor was very upset. He said, "No, we need to do this right away. You need to do the surgery immediately, otherwise you might lose your voice." And she said, "Doctor, just give me 3 months." So 3 months went by, and during that 3-month period, every day my friend would put her right hand, and the right hand is the hand for giving energy. If we're looking to give healing energy to ourselves or someone else, we can use our right hand. And she would put her right hand on her vocal cords, and she would talk to the pain. She would talk to the tumor on her vocal nodes, on her vocal cords. And this went on for 3 months, having no idea if it was having any impact, but she lovingly spoke kindly to this vocal cord. At the end of 3 months, she went back to the doctor. He was irate. He was furious. He said, "How could you do this?" And she said, "Do what?" He said, "You would wait. You said you would wait for me to do the surgery." And she said, "I did, doctor." And he said, "No, you didn't, because it's completely gone. How was the tumor removed if you didn't have surgery?" And you can imagine that my friend was just as astounded as the doctor was, that instead of going the traditional medicine route, which I'm not saying there are wonderful times to go the traditional medicine route, but instead of going the traditional medicine route, she talked to the pain. She talked to the lesson in the pain. What is the lesson? Why are you here? Trusting with perfect certainty, as the example Moshe gave, when we come down to soul school, we make a deal with the universe that there are lessons that we're meant to learn here. The lesson might come in the form of cancer, divorce, pandemic, whatever it is. And when we talk to it in any number of ways, you can talk to your pain, as my friend did, by putting your right hand on that part of your body. You can talk to your pain by going into a meditative state. You can talk to your pain by praying to your pain, or one of my favorite things to do is to journal with the pain. You can journal with the pain or with the universe and say, "Dear pain, dear God, please help me understand why I'm experiencing this hardship, this loss." And the moment we do that, on the other side of our pain is a miracle. Kabbalistically speaking, this is one of my favorite things the Kabbalists teach. They say that whenever we want something, when we desire something with all of our heart and soul, let's say you want to find your soulmate, you want your dream job, you want your dream house, whatever it might be, there are going to be 3 opportunities. You can call them tests, but I prefer to call them opportunities for your growth and unfoldment. And each one of those 3 opportunities may seem insurmountable. But at the end of those 3 opportunities that you have to overcome parts of yourself that might not be fun to deal with, on the other side of that lies the miracle that you've been waiting for. In my friend's case, it wound up being her soulmate. She had been through a tough divorce before that, and despite being a world-famous, world-renowned speaker, she not only got her health back, but met the man of her dreams and wound up marrying him. We just saw each other recently, a couple of months ago before the pandemic. So I invite you to look for what are the miracles that you're missing in your life? What are the blind spots, the things that you might not be wanting to address? When you learn to talk to your soul, to talk to the soul of others, to embrace the truth of your heart and to talk to the pain rather than pushing it back and resisting it, you're going to begin to allow miracles to unfold in your life. Now, one of the other tips and topics that I'd love to discuss with you from the book is our thoughts and our filters. In much the same way that we observe our own circumstances through thoughts and certain filters that we might have, this shouldn't be this way, I shouldn't have been laid off, we also observe people through this. Our thoughts are incredibly powerful. And when we learn to harness our thoughts, we can literally manifest anything that we want for ourselves. However, the first step is to begin to observe our thoughts. Many of us go around, and this came up for a lot of people with what's going on around the world right now with Black Lives Matter and all of the riots and with what's been happening with the protests, is so many people didn't even realize that they were seeing the world through a filter. And it's through not knowing that we're seeing the world through a filter, that's where the danger area comes. So step one is to begin to observe, what are the filters that you observe the world through? Do you observe yourself through a filter? Do you observe your family, your culture through a filter? What do you observe through a filter? I'll share with you a story I don't often share, but I feel like it's relevant right now. I did a personal development class back in my 20s, and my dad and I had always had a rocky relationship. My dad drank. He does drink to this day. That's what he does. It's okay. That's kind of who my dad is. And he's a wonderful man. He was a firefighter, never drank on the job, but he was a hero. He would go out there and pull kids out of burning buildings. And we had an agreement in my family that my dad was a jerk. It's like, oh, dad's drinking, it's bad, this is wrong, et cetera, et cetera. And when I was introduced to this concept of filters, I realized that my whole life, I had been seeing my dad through a filter of he was bad, he was wrong, it should not be this way. So one day I sat down with my dad in his garage before he started drinking. And again, it was on the days where he was off, he would drink, which he had every right to. And I said to him, Dad, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for judging you and for making you wrong for the last 25 years of my life for drinking. I have no idea why you drank or what's going on with you or what you might have seen. And he began to share with me about seeing decapitated children, and pulling them out of burning cars, stuff that most of us can't even fathom. And when that happened, it was almost like the Grinch who stole Christmas. My heart grew 10 times its size. And all of a sudden, I had this overabundance of just love and compassion for my dad. And something really remarkable happened that night. That night, my dad drank. Nothing changed. Nothing changed in terms of my dad. My dad was still the exact same man he was that morning. But my perspective, my filter that I saw my dad through shifted. And that night when he drank, rather than being afraid or judging him or getting angry or sad, I loved him. I saw him through a filter of love. And I'll have you know, my dad cried that night because he got that I loved and I accepted him, drunk or not drunk, it didn't matter. And as this went on, my dad and I developed the most fabulous relationship. We Skype every single day on the phone now. He's built 2 schools with me in third world countries where, of course, he doesn't drink. He goes out there and builds along with the villagers. And it's been a truly transformational experience. So one of the last things I would love to leave you with today is a story I learned from an African shaman at one of my favorite spiritual centers, Agape International Spiritual Center. I was once there and I heard this really powerful African shaman, Ishmael Tete, talking. And he said, every day that we wake up, it's as though we put on a pair of glasses. And those glasses have a filter on them. Most of us don't even realize that we put them on. That filter could be hardship, it's not fair, judgment, loneliness, fear, scarcity colored glasses. He said, what I invite you to do is I invite you to choose. Every day when you wake up, actively choose the glasses that you put on. What if you were to put on gratitude colored glasses? What if no matter what happened to you in a given day, you were able to see the world through a lens of gratitude? And that's actually technique and tool number 8 in the book is gratitude. And in the book, I share a story of how not long after I'd heard Ishmael Tete speak, I was volunteering at a center over by LAX. And I knew that the parking was $4 or $5, and that seemed like a lot of money at the time. So $4 or $5 to park in the legitimate building, or free to park at the cafe across the street, which was supposed to be for customers only. And I left that building that day, and I noticed that my car was not in the parking lot where I'd left it at the cafe. And when I went and asked the owner, he pointed to the sign that says, "Parking for customers only, violators will be towed." And rather than being judgmental, cynical, angry, bitter in that moment, I laughed. I fist bumped the universe. I'm like, "Oh, universe, I got it. You're teaching me a lesson in accountability." And I was able to see the world through a place of gratitude that day and to be grateful that I had enough money to get my car out of the tow truck, that I could walk to where my car had been towed to, and that I had that opportunity for a lesson in accountability. So now I'm going to turn it over to you. I think we're coming to the end of my time here, and I want to make sure if anybody has any questions that we give you guys the opportunity for that. Pari, Bindu? Happy to keep going. I just was trying to be on time. Bindu?
Yes, that was absolutely wonderful wisdom sharing, Jennifer. That was really wonderful. The information you shared was absolutely priceless. Thank you very much for that. There's many points that particularly resonates with me, and out of which the last point which you shared with the glasses of gratitude, that is something which I kind of practice every day, and I think you have touched upon it so beautifully. And other points like listening to your heart and listening to your soul. I think it's very surprising because last week I was actually thinking about listening to the soul. How do you actually listen to the soul? And I think I can see now the universe is actually listening, and the answers is something that you have given me. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Jennifer. It was really a great pleasure to have you today. And now I would really request Paripatri, PSSM Global Head, to please say some words to Jennifer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, Pari.
Amazing. Loved every word that you.
Aw. Oh, I can't hear you, Pari. I don't know if other people can. We can't hear you. I don't know. We can't hear you, but those of us. I can say an ancient prayer called the Anapanasati that's supposed to fix things that are broken if you like.
We still have some time, Jennifer. Do you still want to continue to say something? We absolutely love listening to you.
Absolutely. If you guys would like, I can leave you with one of the other techniques that I didn't get a chance to touch on.
Please. Yeah.
And it's called spiritual accounting. So when we end our days, we're going to the other side. We're giving our soul a chance to go to the dream world. And one of the most powerful things that we can do is to reflect on how could we have lived today better? Like imagine, a lot of people have said that this time during the pandemic has been a lot like Groundhog Day, right? We're going through the same motions over and over again. Well, that's great news. That means that you have a do-over each and every day, that you could do life completely differently. So a technique that I like to suggest for people before we go to bed every night is look at your day, and not from a lens of judgment. You could even do it, to your point, from a place of gratitude, is to ask yourself, how could I have lived today better? Were there moments to share that perhaps I missed out on? Were there moments where I was reactive, or where I was selfish, or where I rushed? I know for myself, it's kind of funny, if I'm being totally honest, the thing that I work on almost every day and have not yet transformed is rushing through things. I get very excited and energetic, And so oftentimes I find myself before I go to bed saying, wow, where could I have slowed down? Where could I have paused? Where could I have been the person I wanted to be rather than doing the things I thought I needed to do? And I think that's a really important distinction. The other fun thing about this, so you start off with, how could I have lived today better? And then the second part is something that I know I struggled with when I first started this practice about 3 years ago, is you ask yourself, what am I proud of myself for? What am I really proud of myself for? Did I restrict having that piece of cheesecake I really wanted? I don't know about you guys. I'm here in London and there was this fabulous cheesecake that I really wanted this morning and I totally restricted. That's going on my list this today. But, did I pause and did I slow down? Did I soul talk with somebody before having a challenging conversation? Was I grateful? Was I, did I push myself outside of my limits? And then one of the other things that we didn't fully get an opportunity to get into today is gratitude. So the last thing I do before I go to bed every night is I list at least 3 things I'm grateful for. In that moment, what am I grateful for? Having been in third world countries and having had literally no roof over my head or no toilet, there are a lot of things, that I took for granted in the past that I no longer take for granted, or even for all of us right now in the midst of COVID and the pandemic. The little things that we used to take for granted, like seeing our friends, going out to restaurants, there are these and so many more things that we can be grateful for. So I love to start every day with the top 10 things I'm grateful for, and then finish my day with how could I have lived today better? What am I proud of myself for? And 3 more things I'm grateful for. And if you want bonus stars and bonus points, you can actually put your right hand on your heart and acknowledge yourself as you say the things you're proud of yourself for. I'm so proud of you, or I'm so proud of you, Jennifer Hill, that you restricted from having that piece of really good cheesecake in the window, whatever it is. And so I just invite everybody to play with it. It can be a lot of fun to utilize those techniques in your day-to-day life.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Well, I was just going to say that everything that you share is so simple, but yet so profound. And we forget that every single day as we go on, and especially in these times. Thank you for sharing that. Really, really grateful, Jennifer, for coming on and honoring us with your presence today. And I wanted to ask a couple of questions, though.
Please, go right ahead.
So the first thing that you mentioned was, how, the first thing is mentioned that we need to pause. The first step is to pause, listen to your heart, and then ask a question about what is coming up.
Yeah.
But most of the people even cannot get to that first step, pausing. What would you say? What would you say that can help them or support in that process? Like to remind that, okay, you know what, you need to pause. Is that a practice that you built? How would we get started on that?
Failing over and over again. And that's why I love doing the exercise at the end to tie it back into spiritual accounting. You want to give yourself permission to fail. You are not going to get it right. To this day, I would be lying if I said I paused before every conversation. I am proud of myself when I get it 30 or 40%, of pausing during the day. And every time that you have a small little win, celebrate it, reward yourself. You could use even some of Pavlov or old techniques. Give yourself chocolate, whatever it takes. If you reward yourself, allow yourself to have popcorn. That's one of my favorite things. It's like popcorn and butter. If I do something I'm proud of myself for, popcorn, a movie, chocolate, celebrate the wins and have other people around you. That's another really important practice, to have teachers, mentors, friends, or accountability buddies.
Right.
I have a teacher, Arthur Joseph, who I've worked with now for over 7 years. And he will remind me, he'll say, Jen, just allow a breath. It's okay to be right where you are. And he may have to, if we're doing a lesson, he may have to remind me 10 times in that lesson, but there's another 10 breaths where I was present and I was there. So it's not about perfection. It's about doing the best you can. And in fact, my significant other gave a great example. He did Kung Fu for many years. And he said, Jen, I would totally screw it up. When we would do the flips, the somersaults, I would do a somersault and I would land flat on my back and it would hurt like hell. But you know what? I would be the first one in line to do it again and I would fall on my back again and again until finally it just felt easy and effortless and I could flip over. But it takes a lot of times of falling on your back to be successful at it.
Wonderful. That's truly the most important point is that practice. Just we need to believe that it's okay even if we fail, it's okay. But yet getting up and practicing that again and again every day.
Exactly. Like meditation.
Right, right. And the second thing you touched about was healing, the self-healing part of how we can heal ourselves, which I think was very profound. And also the whole of Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement. We are all in this mission of teaching or talking spreading the message that we can heal ourselves by just being centered, by grounded, by knowing the power which is within. And you very profoundly talked about how our like just talking to ourselves we heal ourselves, and the example that you gave is so amazing. Tell me about in your life how much like do you practice of healing, like what exact steps do you do if you get a cold cough or things like that? What do you do first?
Brilliant question, Pari. So a couple of things. I have a body talk doctor named Jeannie Elmstrom, who's amazing and doesn't even know she's been treating me remotely for 10 years. So the first thing I do is that. I also do pause and I ask my body what it needs. And I've noticed that that's why I actually didn't have the cheesecake, is because sugar, I know my body doesn't resonate. It's a catch-22 funny story about that. My inner child, and inner child is number 9, the tool number 9 in the book. You get to know what matters to you, talk to yourself. So you can talk to your pain. You can also talk to your little girl or your little boy and begin to find out what he or she needs. You could even do it with the pause thing. You could say, hey, sweetheart, or hey, buddy, what do you need? How can I best support you to pause more? And the irony is, one day I was struggling because I don't personally eat a lot of sugar, but my inner child loves it. Like that's how she feels loved. She loves like ice cream and that sort of stuff. So sometimes it's almost like somebody's banging at the door saying, you're ignoring me. And one of my friends, Shannon Leischner, who's a business partner, but an incredible intuitive, she said, Jen, when was the first time that you remember really like craving sugar? And Pari, I could remember it from when I was a little girl. Jen, when was the first time that you remember really like craving sugar? And Pari, I could remember it from when I was a little girl. I was 6 years old, going off my grandparents' diving board. And every time I got a perfect dive, my grandfather would give me a chocolate mint chip. And so I didn't realize that this whole time my inner child feels loved when she gets sweets, which didn't even seem to be in alignment with who I am as an adult, because it's not something I normally think about. And the more that we begin to do this inner work, to talk to ourselves, as I mentioned, one of my favorite techniques is to pray or meditate. I always ask, what's the lesson? What is the experience that you want me to learn from this? Because I'm clear and certain that this is for the good. When we judge a thing as bad, oh, this is bad, this is happening. I'll be totally straight with you, Pari. I've been having an opportunity to heal myself with my thyroid. I have interesting thyroid things happening and ran out of my medication in London, which was quite a fun experience in the middle of the pandemic. And so what I started doing is I would ask my thyroid, hey, how can I heal you back to life? What do you need? I love you. And my thyroid every day says, slow down. And that's why I mentioned the slow down thing. But it's also, to your point, listening to it and creating a habit out of slowing down so it becomes a practice rather than something you reactively do or don't do.
Right. Amazing. And the next very common question, maybe you get this a lot as well, is you mentioned about the tools that we have this access to these tools, that we don't have to struggle in our lives. We can totally live in a happy state by using these tools. But most of the times, and then you also mentioned that you meditate, you pray for 2 to 4 hours a day. When I talk to people who are new, one thing they say is, I don't have time. Time is something, I'm so busy doing this. I have my family, my work, my things to do. And we have 3 minutes. I really want you to talk about this, like people who are new to this, because we are reaching to masses here today. And how can we inspire them to start getting into these spiritual tools?
Oh, I love that part. This is one of my favorite things to teach people, because I was that person. I was like, I'm so busy, which, by the way, I would encourage people to replace busy with my life is filled with miracles and abundance. Because when we say busy, busy happens. So that's a whole other thing. And we get into that in the book of the power of our words that we use and how they do manifest our reality. But to your point, there's an exercise my mentor and friend Arthur Joseph taught me called the 168-hour exercise. You, me, everyone on this planet, we all have the same amount of time, 168 hours. It depends on how much thoughtfulness and consciousness you have about those hours. So a fun exercise I would invite everybody to do is to write down the 168 hours. What do you do with those hours? From brushing your teeth, spending time with family, watching television, going to the loo, whatever it might look like. Write that down. And when I did this exercise about 6 years ago, I became Superwoman, literally, because I realized that I had 8 extra hours in a week that were unaccounted for. And you begin to be kind of like Doctor Strange from Marvel, where you can just manipulate time and space. But the problem is we live in a world where it's a confined world of, I don't have enough, scarcity mindset. So start with 1 minute. Allow yourself the honor of 1 minute a day. We all can carve out 1 minute. 1 minute of breathing. In fact, a fun exercise from a friend of mine, Sister Jenna, she suggests at the top of every hour, she has an alarm for 1 minute, allow a breath, be in the stillness, and then expand it to 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 20 minutes. And if you ever want to, I love to do 24 hours of stillness on tomorrow, actually. That's how we learn to harness the power of our heart and soul, is to spend that time with no cell phones, no social media, no noise, and that's how we learn to tune in deeply.
Wow, wonderful. Well, the one thing that I think I would want to say is, please, everybody go get this book, 101 Spiritual Tools. I am totally intrigued now. I need to go read that book. And also I wanted to mention about the Monday interview on Awaken TV, awakentv.com, right? Correct?
Yeah, it's awaketvnetwork.live, and Patra G is going to be joining us, facilitating our Monday experience. It'll be at 12 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. traditional European time, and then you're joining us the following week on July 20th.
Yes, I'll be there on July 20th. So so I would ask all the viewers to please go and check it out. And there are many other meditations by other masters. So this is a global meditation, global unity platform that all the leaders are coming together and leading these meditations. And anything else you want to share before we close this session, Jennifer?
It's so funny. I check with Source, and it's like kind of like soul talking with the world. And the message I just got is to love yourself. And one thing I would recommend is a technique where every single day, look yourself in the mirror and say, I love you. That's something that takes 5 seconds, and that will transform your life.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pari. Thank you very much, Pari. Thank you, Jennifer, again. It was absolutely wonderful session, very apt for the COVID times. And it was a great pleasure to have you on this platform today. Thank you and namaste.
Namaste. Thank you to everybody out there. Be well.
Thank you. Now, I would like to request Neelima, my co-traveler, to take this further.
Thank you so much, Bindu. Wow. Such a great session we have. It's very thought-provoking to listen to you, Jennifer. Every word which you mentioned is really unique. And the words which you said regarding, especially in painful situations, everyone always will think like, why I'm having this pain? Why? But instead of always thinking of why, if we really understand like why, what is the lesson that I have learned? No, we just accept the people as they are. It's really, really wonderful, Jennifer. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. So my dear friends, let me introduce a bit about myself once again. This is Neelima. I have been living and working in Germany for almost 2 years, and I have been practicing Anapanasati meditation for almost 15 years. And I have also conducted some guided sessions, majority of them based on the dreams, where my major focus and major research is on. And among these years, I have started seeing everything as a beautiful experience. And the phrases, you are your own guru and you create your own reality, always inspired me and started to deal with the situations in a unique approach. Having grown up by hearing to all wonderful masters over there, I have been witnessing the importance of watching our thoughts and to be completely aware while cooking or while walking or whatever the situation is. And because our thoughts have been injected into the food or anything which we prepare and are being passed on, which is why we always have to be completely aware in the present situation. I never thought of myself I can survive only by being a fruitarian for almost 1 month. True friends, it truly has lightened my body and has enhanced my thought patterns. Similarly, there are wonderful people out there who are completely transformed themselves by turning into vegans, by eating only raw food, fruits, and on liquids, and finally, only by living with prana. Dear friends, I believe from this, you might all have understood what our next topic is going to be. The next topic is going to be Living on Light, Breatharianism by Christiana Eltrian, followed with Elitom El Amin. It's a privilege in introducing our beloved speaker, Christiana, who is a therapist, international holistic speaker, and author. She combines the ancient knowledge with modern scientific discoveries to bring a complex and complete picture on the unlimited nature of human potential. Through her work of the Soul Healing Academy, she has created several projects, including the Pranic Consciousness Summit and the Energy in Healing Holistic Educational Program for children in schools, with more than 14 charity and ecology campaigns called It's Better with Love. She is the author of 5 books, amongst which the Pranic World book describes her experience with pranic communities and pranic processes. She is now practicing the soul healing holistic therapy, which deals with a balance between body, mind, soul, and deprogramming and reprogramming the energy field. Today, she is here virtually sharing about free energy and pranic healing. With all due respect, let me welcome warmly Christiana and followed with Elitom. Christiana, the stage is all yours.
Hi,
Please.
everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm so honored to be again with you. I hope you can all hear and see me well. Please let me know if that is so. Let me see you and hear your comments. I'm very happy to be here with you. As you know, I'm a board member of the Spiritual Society Movement, Global Spiritual Society Movement, and ambassador of peace and creator of the Pranic Festival in India and Pranic Festival in Romania, and therapist as Nima has presented me. I'm very honored to participate to this gathering, especially in these great times of transformations for each one of us, and to present my colleague and longtime friend Elitom El Amin here with us. My journey has been that I've discovered meditation ever since I was a child. I was meditating in a crystal. I was very happy to discover more new things about the unlimited possibilities, the paranormal, what we call, abilities of the human species. And I stick with that, discovering new things until I was 19. And then I followed 10 years of normal life, having management jobs and all this, running around with stuff that people are doing, achieving the best positions in my companies, building my own companies and so on. And then at 28, I've started meditating again. So for 10 years, I'm constantly meditating daily for several hours a day, practicing yoga, practicing Qigong, and practicing a healing therapy for my clients that keeps me in the theta state, in the theta brainwave state, which is actually a state where you feel very calm, very peaceful, very connected, but also quite nourished, in a state that you don't need so much physical food, or sometimes you don't need food at all. So this week I've been mostly on water, been just tasting some juice over the evening, and that keeps me very, very alive and very, very light in my state. And my colleague here, Elitom El Amin, has been also on liquids for 19 years. And now, so no need to take physical food. That's what I mean. He hasn't had the need to eat for 19 years. And now he's in a state where he's moving from the liquidarian state into a full breatharian state, not even using liquids. So that's an interesting journey. And I've been honored to bring him here and present with him during this Spiritual Scientists International meet, because as a board member of the Spiritual Pyramid Society, I've been honored to support and collaborate with this group. As I've met Patraji many times in India, in the Pyramid Valley, and participated to the Global Congress of Spiritual Scientists, and have been amazed by the marvelous evolutionary movements that this group is doing in the world, building meditation pyramids in more than 22,000 locations all over the globe, and encouraging meditation and vegetarianism, which is the new evolutionary step for humanity, until we move, of course, if ever, into breatharianism. So very, very grateful to be today with you. Very, very grateful to have Elitom with me. Elitom, are you with us? Can you hear us? And can you say hi?
Oh, yes, indeed. All right, everybody hear me? It's good to meet all of y'all. This is great.
Yeah, it's happy to be here with you. So tell us a little bit about yourself before we start having a chat together. And I asked the panelists to also let me know when I'm getting closer to finalizing this gathering, because, I can move beyond time very quickly, and sometimes you lose track of that measurement. So Elitom, go ahead and tell us some stuff about yourself.
All right, I'm glad to be here. Thank you, everybody. I'm Elitom Elamine from Ohio, USA. And I've been on the pranic journey or the breatharian path for 20 years. And there's a lot of development that takes place. So as I share my life with people, I tell people that this is a holistic lifestyle. Holistic just means wholeness, bringing everything together. So you're being nourished by so many forces not just by the physical food with your mouth. We're being nourished by relationships. We're being nourished by the air. We're being nourished by the earth. We're being nourished by the sun. So when you become aware to this knowledge, there is different techniques where you can actually tap into these resources of energy to better your health and to make your life stronger. Now, right now I'm here in India and I'm having a lovely time as usual. And all I'm doing is resurrecting the knowledge that was already there. These are called the spiritual sciences. Yes, it's a science. I remember over 100 years ago, there was a book written by Yogananda talking about there's electricity, or the autobiography of a yogi, talking about there's electricity going up a person's spinal cord. And today that's true as ever, because we have around our bodies an electromagnetic field. All physical matter does, whether if it's a dog, cat, tree, or a chair or a table. So we live in a field of energy. So once you become aware of this, we have equipment and technology now where we can actually see this electromagnetic field around everybody's body. And it constantly shifts itself with everything we think, eat, or put in our body. So as I go into this, when I came into this journey, I came into it through health purposes. So of course I came into this journey through a holistic lifestyle, because there was a time I was overweight. And when there's a problem with a person's life, it's to them to start trying to find a solution to better their health. So of course I had to lose weight. I had to change my diet. I brought in exercise. And then I found out about meditation. On a food-free journey, meditation is the foundation. Because if you're dealing with electricity going up and down your spinal cord, you want to meditate and relax the body so that that energy channel of that electrical force can get strengthened. It can bring in more energy, what we call prana, chi in China, ki in Japan, ka in Africa. All of them, these different cultures, was talking about the life force energy that's in the atmosphere. Now, right now, we're in an age where Nikolai Tesla's name is popping up from inventions he was making back then about the life force energy that's in the atmosphere. Now, even though that's dealing with external technology. This technology comes from the spiritual sciences of the human being. Our bodies are biocomputers or a bio machine. And you got to start looking at it on that type of level as you start developing yourself. This is the best science and technology you will ever have access to. It could do some fascinating things when you start transforming it through a different type of habits, different type of lifestyle, which is a different type of a thought process. So on this breatharian journey, as I went into it, I wasn't hard on myself, but I teach people not to do that. Don't put tape on your mouth. You're going step by step, getting used to each energy flow as you're changing your atomic structure, your molecules in your body. Now, why would I say that? Yesterday, I put a post on social media saying, ice is water. Now, that's something to think about. It didn't change in the ice. We as human beings just like to play with words. It's still water, the ice is. But the behavior of the molecules change. So it's the same way when we talk about light body and stuff like this. We are just at a denser state, our bodies, our physical bodies, than there's more subtle forces that's in the universe where you deal with X-rays, gamma rays. You can't see them with your physical eyes, but your body's already connected to it. So you're being nourished from so many sources dealing in this UV spectrum that all of us live in. And through meditation, you can start absorbing or allowing this energy to flow more freely through the body. Most people get sick and even die through what they're eating. That's basically a fact today. We got a thing called preventable diseases dealing with diet changes. So the breatharian knowledge is teaching a practitioner to get into a practice or a technique where they can start allowing this life force energy, because the body's already set up to work with these forces, to come more into the body, but that simultaneously start being mindful of what you're putting into your body. There's some foods that hold a higher energy quotient than others. We know that knowledge now. There's some foods that are denser to make you, that will really take a lot of energy out of you. So when the practitioner on this journey, they're going step by step as they're building themselves, recreating themselves into better overall robust health. That's what the breatharian journey is. Not only it deals with the physical body on how it looks, it also deals with clarity of thought and also deals with a person's emotions, because all of them are one.
So basically, the more we clear out our thoughts and our emotions, the closer we get to that pranic state, you say?
Absolutely, because they're all one. Sometimes a person will say to me, how do I deal with my emotions? And I'll look at their physical body, well, go get in shape. You don't deal with your health. And they think I'm talking about something else, but it is true. Our physical bodies is the gateway to the invisible forces. So the more you can start dealing with that energy flow, now listen at this, this is going to get good. Even in the sciences, they say, what? Some scientists is now saying that consciousness is fundamental. They're going into the exploration of consciousness, the power of the thought process. And there's a lot of speakers on the scene now, like Bruce Lipton, Tony Robbins, and many more. And I can name more and more, but they're talking about reprogramming the subconscious mind. The subconscious body is what's creating 90% of a person's reality. So when we get into this, on dealing with our emotions, recreating things, our body is our mind, because when you deal with holistic health, it's body-mind connection. The reason why a person got sick or you didn't feel it coming on, or there was a weak energy flow, is dealing with the thought process and the body connection. The breatharian knowledge allows you to get into a feeling state. This is why this is the breatharian sciences, to make that body-mind connection. So it does count on, our thoughts are so powerful, and we are creative beings, that even when you get on a certain diet and you block certain things out, you just hold it certain energies from coming into you. We have that much power. Yeah. That's why one of your greatest pills out there is the nocebo. A person believed it, and it worked. So even on this program that we have, if you don't eat, you'll die. oh, you need to eat food. Now, food, that's just a word we're playing with. And it is an energy, it's just at the densest level. You have to open up to the other forces that you don't see, that you're being nourished with. Everybody is day by day. See, everybody we could say is living on prana or is a breatharian. But a breatharian who's in the practice just became more aware. They were from unconsciousness into consciousness. You're conscious on what's taking place. And there's many meditations and techniques out there that can build you up and connect you for the energy that's going through you and around you every single day, moment by moment. We got different forms of pranayama breath work. We got different forms of visualization. We got different forms of different qigongs, tai chis, yoga. All of these are designed to loosen up the energy channels, to get these energy pathways that's going through the body. That's why we move. And you can strengthen them where they can take on more prana, more life force energy. And you can actually back up from the food more and more as you keep on developing yourself. This is all it's about. It's a development, just like when we grew from a physical baby to a teenager to an adult. You have an energy body that can be developed, or like they say, develop your soul. From a weaker state to a stronger state of getting a strong immune system to where it's connected with everything. Oh, this is good.
So basically, it's all creating a better immunity. And now in this time, everybody talks about immunity, and this is the secret to it. Think well, move well, your body, take care of your emotions, detox everything, and eat healthier or not at all. And I always, encourage people to be mindful about your thoughts. That's the foundation of the creation of your lives, actually. And everybody now in the countries that have already emerged out of the quarantine, as I'm in a country that has emerged out of the quarantine, we're happy, we're traveling everywhere, we're doing our events and everything. But guess what? Everybody's thinking of the second wave. Oh, it must be a second wave. It must come a second wave. We must get ill again. Why would you think of that? Just
right.
Because you're programmed to think of that? Just because you are primed daily through the news to think of that? What if you take control of your own minds and point them in the direction of what you want to manifest? Do you want a second wave or do you want more health? What do you want to create? How do you want the body to operate? Do you want to operate it healthy and in perfect shape? Or do you want to operate in a state of worry, worried about tomorrow, worrying about what the government will do? That's not our focus. Let's just learn to be focused on what you want to manifest. And there's nobody else who's gonna, take control of your mind. You have to take control of your minds. That's what we say. Otherwise, a mind that is untamed and unmastered, it cannot lead to a food-free reality. Never. You'll eat more and more out of worry.
Absolutely. And see, when I first started this journey, and when I started teaching, I used to say it was 80% mental and 20% physical. But now where I'm at, it totally changed. This is 100% mental. See, back in the Hermetic text, they said everything is mental. And I like how some of the scientists are saying everything is consciousness now. I mean, you have to go there. So these thought process, the way we think, is the key to the journey. Now, there's a thing called affirmations, and they actually work. Those are being proven out. When you're thinking on a more positive level, we all know now that a positive thought process, the energy feels differently than two people arguing or going into each other. Whole different ball game. And like she said, those lower frequencies is nothing but energy will lead you to search for things externally from you to give you comfort. So that's what it's about dealing with the food process. So the breatharian journey is you're redirecting your life. One of the main things is you're learning what stress is. You're getting rid of stress, not just on a physical level, but emotional and mentally. The more the stress is removed, the more life force energy could come through the body. That's what we mean by higher vibration. I was with a good group of people today where we all understood we were nourishing each other because everybody is positive. And every time you get a negative person come in there, but they automatically shift just by being around us because the higher vibration has the power to change a lower one. So all of this that we're talking about is right on key dealing with the pranic journey. And like I said, there's a whole lot of speakers out there now talking about the manifestation, reprogramming the subconscious body, and it's dealing with a thought process. It's no different for your health. You got to start because these negative thoughts can make you unhealthy. This is what we're talking about. So going back into this, one of the main meditations that I had to reprogram myself, I had to tell my body to get all your nourishment, nutrients, vitamins, and everything you need from other sources. That's all I did with the new program, and let it rip. You are healthy. You feel good. And it over and over again, because the person that you talk to the most is yourself. Everybody has that inward voice in them, and that inward voice has the tendency to over highlight things, look at it, blow it out of proportion. And it sounds negative. It's sort of like a negative voice that overrides it due to how we grew up, our past life experiences, different stresses. So when you're dealing with the breath area knowledge, you're actually challenging the voice that's going inside you. That's why a lot of people really don't like being alone with themselves, because they have to deal with that voice. But
there's a lot of places that this voice comes from, actually. Some people say it's only coming from the head, but actually it doesn't only come from the head. It's been proven scientifically that we actually have a brain in our gut and a brain in our heart. And the Institute of Heart Math that Pari is so familiar with, and many others, has discovered that there's neural pathways in our heart and neural pathways in our gut, which is the digestive system. And if you keep those places clear and clean and energized, your heart and your gut, you're going to have better thoughts. Because some people are wondering, well, wow, how do I master my mind? How can I stop my negativity from playing out in the background? Take care of your body. Take care of your energy. Master the way you energize your heart and clear and energize your gut system. Two important, simple keys to more energy and better thoughts.
I'm glad you said that. You hit it right on the head. I was just talking to two groups today, and I was going over that. Now listen at this. The brain is the organ in the body that uses the most energy. It's an instrument that takes a lot of energy to use, but it does not store energy. So what you're saying, that those thoughts, this is just an instrument. It's putting things out. But the storage is coming in the body. So those past traumas, those past stress, those thoughts is actually being activated from the body. Like she's saying, the gut, the heart. You're just holding all of that energy of those thoughts. So you want to start going in through, because meditation is a detox. See, on one level, we're talking about physical food. One level, we're talking about no food or fasting, to purify yourself. But we're also talking about these thought processes again. You're going in with these affirmations, reprogramming the subconscious. Now look at that word subconscious. It got sub on the beginning of it. That means it's below something. Well, what's below your brain? The body. It's the place that stores energy, stores trauma, stores memory. Oh man, this gets good. So the more you start purging that out, it starts bettering the thoughts that's coming up to the brain. This is where it's at. Because some people, they can't see it right now. Wait a minute, I'm hungry. Wait a minute, that chocolate cake keep popping up. Where did that chocolate cake come from? It went so much in the gut, it stored itself in the body. So we have to do a whole revolution, because that's why the spiritual sciences, all religions did talk about a state of purity, a state of cleaning yourself out. And as I travel around the world, all of them got what? Certain celebrations where they have fasting days, backing up from the table. These are remnants of the sciences that passed over. But now we're in an age of information, we're clear. that these are actually sciences for our relationship to nature, our relationship to the cosmos themselves. We can say that because the sun is affecting us. Every time the sun comes out, a hormone of serotonin lets loose in the pineal gland that goes through the blood. When the moon comes out or nighttime, the melatonin comes out the same gland, the pineal gland, going into a blood doing a whole nother function. So that shows you right there, we're so connected to the matrix, we're being affected by it if you are aware of the knowledge or not. So when you come on this journey, you're getting used to these set times and cycles on when to do something, when not to do something, to allow your body to function with the bigger picture. And then that's when you start being nourished by it. Now you're going to go through a healing state first, a healing crisis. If you've been eating all your life with no let up, and I don't care if you're saying it was a healthy diet or not, you need some healing because the body was constantly in a state of taking on that stress, relieving it, taking on that stress, relieving it. So that program is in there. And I like how the one scientist said, the way to reprogram the subconscious is through repetition. You have to come into a new repetition by allowing the body to back up from the table, allowing the body to relax, get these forces coming into it through meditation to get the electricity running. Because the body by its nature always seeks to be healthy. It always seeks to go back to its source, its nature, to heal itself. Even when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you do is what? Use the bathroom to get rid of toxins. You're already detoxed. And then a person start, if you're eating every day, hunkering up mucus. You got to take that spit. That's mucus going all through the body, and your body produces that through eating. Now, the more mucus you got in your body, that's why you feel thirsty. That's why a person can't see on letting up the liquid part. They can see the food, but wait a minute, we need water, they say. I know people don't even drink water all over the place. They'd rather drink Coca-Cola. They still walking around living. That's amazing.
That's a good point, Elitam. That's super good point. And also, you know, you've come to a great point here, because if we look at the yogic tradition that most people are watching now are coming from India, if we look at that, they give us all the tools to go on a pranic path. They gave us the nose clearing with salt water to do every morning before yoga. That was for clearing mucus, but not only it clears the mucus, it clears all the chakras all the way down to your root. If you do it daily, and I do it every time, especially after healing sessions to purify my whole field, that would clear out a lot of stuff in your body, but in your energy field as well. The other thing was Shamprakshalana, the technique where you swallow a lot of salt water until it goes out on the other side and purifies the whole digestive system. Now, you don't only have to do it with salt water, you can do it with sour cabbage juice or sauerkraut juice. You don't have to drink as much. Just with sauerkraut, you drink a few cups, you'll go to the bathroom, empty your whole bowel system, and that clears out the clutter, the toxins, the mucus, and adds vitamins like vitamin B, vitamin C, lots of vitamins just by drinking that and clearing and detoxing your system. You could go a few days on that and see after that if you still have those cravings and those tendencies to fast food. That's one thing. Then the breath work, which purifies, if you do pranayama, if you do Bhastrika, the accelerated breath work, pranayam, it clears out the whole system, including the mental body, including the digestive, including your neck and throat and lungs, all of that. It purifies this with the force of air. Then they gave us sun gazing. This is actually my morning routine that I'm describing now. You know, I do all this. So then it gives us the sun gazing. When you go out, after you've purified your vessel, your body, you go out and look at the sun and clear out and energize your pineal gland, your eyes, your digestive system, your emotional and mental body. See if the emotions that are bad can stick with you after you've done daily at least 10 minutes of sun gazing in the morning. It will change the whole game for you. So these basic morning routine that I've just described with 4 steps, you know, clearing your nose, clearing your digestive system with some water and salt, or sauerkraut juice, doing some pranayama and doing some sun gazing, 4 things. It doesn't take more than half an hour. It will change your whole game. That's so, so simple. And I know,
Absolutely.
Elitom, you've practiced some of that too.
Oh, that's my whole lifestyle.
Exactly.
Because it does take work. See, the body does require a lot of energy. So we got a thing now in today's society where we deal with obesity. And that's just saying that we want energy so much that it's easier to get the denser energies because you can see it. So people are overeating. But once you understand that you can get these other forces, you'll start hungering for these other forces. So this does become your whole lifestyle. So of course, I spend a lot of time outside under the sun in nature. It's second habit now because I know I'm being nourished by the external forces because it requires a lot of energy. Now you hit it right on the head when you brought up the format of yoga and stuff like this. I remember a few years ago, I was in Punjab, if I said that right, and at the ashram, and dealing with the Kriya yoga, food freedom was at the 3rd level out of 7 levels. Now listen at that. Now yoga is popular all over the planet, but that's at the 3rd level because what they're saying is, this is how they write it. Your hunger and your thirst will decrease. Now, of course, at the 3rd level, it'll decrease because the body became more flexible, more purified. That's what they're talking about. So just by doing that, your hunger and thirst will decrease at the 3rd level. We ain't even get into the other levels yet. This is it, like the gateway. That's why they call it a minor city power. It's not a big one. But right now, when you first heard about food freedom, it'll blow you out the water because we are living in this culture of everybody's eating 3 meals a day. This is what you're supposed to do. So of course it's a shock at first, but the more and more you hear it and the more and more you start practicing this for yourself, this is why they call it self-realization. Everything she was talking about, these different techniques actually work. But there's a good thing I'm glad you brought up. When you brought up the different techniques about taking certain things, you'll get certain things from it. Now, when I teach the food freedom path, I do not teach about putting tape on your mouth and just sitting there waiting for something to happen. I actually talk about
that would be interesting. It happens
right
sometime, but I don't like it.
Right. I actually teach people to eat them way in the food freedom. See, it takes knowledge. You're learning something. You're learning, because there is a saying that let your food be your medicine and your medicine to be your food. We've been eating all out of our lives, but if you've been eating the wrong foods, a lot of things in your body became dormant, so it's not working properly. It's not making what it needs. So when you get back on this path, you start lighting up the foods, or you start getting the knowledge of what would give you what would clean out what would activate what. That does help on a journey to get your body back sensitive to start making the things it's naturally supposed to do. Once you start doing that, then it'll start functioning on a higher level than it does before, because the vibration of the body actually raised. Just like we said earlier, ice is water. It's just that the behavior of the molecules are going a lot faster. So just by you changing your diet, that will speed up the whole molecules, your molecular structure. That's why you always change the way you look. You ever see somebody, you can stop eating salt. You can eat anything you want, but stop eating salt for 1 week, take a before and after picture, you will see it show up on your physical body. You could do it for a week dealing with sugar. Watch the change. Your body is so adaptable with change. It changes on every little thing we let loose. So that's why when we talk about fasting, there's many different forms of fasting. It ain't all the way out or doing nothing all the time like that. I seen a man one time, I ain't seen him in 3 days. And then when I saw him, I said, boy, you changed. You look good. What did you do? You been working out? He said, no, I just stopped drinking Coca-Cola. That's what he said. One thing out of his diet changed the way he looked. So that's how sensitive our body is. You could tell what a person's practicing just by the way their body look, by the way the skin is, their eyes is. It picked up the frequency. But when you start letting loose these little things, little by little, we ain't saying let go of everything. Little by little, watch these changes take place and let your body allow it to get used to these new changes. Now, the more a person abuses themselves, it seems like the quicker the changes will take place when they stop doing it. Do that make sense? You'll see a quicker change take place.
It totally makes sense, because self-love, it's actually a total different vibration than self-abuse. It's actually the opposite vibration of self-abuse. And self-abuse doesn't mean beating yourself up, asking somebody to do it. It just means choose the wrong food, choose the wrong environment, choose the wrong clothing, and choose the wrong partner. That's self-abuse already.
Exactly.
And it's a lack of self-love. When we get back to self-love, we can no longer choose that. What helps get back to self-love? Meditation and tuning into the energy of love that is available, universal love is available all the time.
And just what you said, by using those examples, by the relationships, this and that is nourishment. See, that's where it gets deep. It's hard for a person to see. You mean you could get fed by people? Absolutely. There's people be in my energy field all the time and they don't even feel like eating, just by being in the field. Who you hang around, all this other stuff. There's some people could pull energy from you. It'll make you, we don't want to use that word hungry, but you feel like you need some type of comfort, something to fulfill that because you didn't know what happened. Some people, we call them energy vampires or this or that, or grabbing your energy, they're attracted to you. That's what started happening. Everything, like Nikolai Tesla said, the 3 things you need to start learning is how to work with frequency, vibration, and energy. That's it. Those are the ball games in the universe. And they try to describe, we play around with these different words like breatharian, living on prana, living on chi. Those are just words, life force energy. But you need to learn about these forces that's creating everybody's life. Everybody's dealing with it. And start getting used to the forces of energy that's going through your body. Start feeling it. Start putting your hands together and feeling that energy between your hands. Play with it. And then start feeling the energy that's around you all the time. Everywhere you go, you lived in all your life. And this is available, free energy that you can tap into through these different methods that Christiana was talking about earlier. This is awesome.
Yeah. We just give some techniques like that all the time because, I've been sharing the pranic process online, a class or a teaching on how to get lighter and how to be more on prana for 7 years now. And I've been talking about philosophical things and meditation and this and that, but people actually want and need hands-on techniques. Like, okay, how do I do this? And I've been fighting with my partner. What do I do now? Or I started binging because my mother is ill and I'm worried. What do I do now? I mean, classical, simple, hands-on techniques that have been taught by all the masters and the yogis and the Qigong masters in China and so on for ages are available now, nicely improved for a modern day-to-day fast-paced life and ready for you to practice, but somebody has to practice them. I mean,
right.
It's your life is not going to change. Your life is not going to change without the practice. It's impossible. If you don't want to go into vegetarianism and meditation, at least the 2 basic steps to a spiritual life, there's no going from there. I mean, if you want to do the same things and have different results, that's impossible. You have to do different things to have different results in your life.
Absolutely. That's why we got that word called holistic practitioner. I don't mean that somebody got the piece of paper to say they went to a holistic practitioner school. It's a person who practices a holistic lifestyle. There is a thing called practice what you preach, and it will show. Now, I like how you said that about the hands-on, taking people through that now. So we could talk the philosophy all we want. I was just with some group here in India, and I had the translator. Okay, we was really out there. I had the translator. So they're sitting there, they're enjoying it at the same time, but they heard so many philosophies so much, we could talk all day long. But as soon as I start working with the energy with the people, I start letting them feel their energy, that brought forth the fascination. Even the language barrier was gone. I didn't even need the translator no more.
Yeah,
that's what it's about. And people felt their own energy, and it made them realize what I'm talking about. It's not, they can do it too. It's no longer for the guru up in the mountain somewhere. This energy, this free energy, where we're living at, is everywhere. It's abundant. It's high. All we're doing is opening up our bodies to recognize it, opening up our minds to recognize it. You can tap into it anywhere. Like right now, I'm in a busy city of Mumbai here in India. Now, one level of person say, I need to go to the Himalayas to do that. No, I'm being nourished right now because I know it's everywhere. If there's a tree that could be in the middle of the city with all this traffic and it's still practicing photosynthesis, why can't you? That's a mindset. Now, nobody's arguing that there's some environments that are more nutritious than others. Okay, there is. There's some places you could go, it brings another type of energy to you. So that's why every day we do go to the Arabian Sea, and we got this good hangout taking place. We're up there, and in our mind, we're feeding. We're being nourished.
Yeah. But as you said, and because we're in a science conference now, there are scientists that have actually proven that prana is everywhere. They just call it the Planck field or the vacuum field. And, you know, like Nassim Haramein or Marshall Leffers, who was in the conference or is going to be in the conference soon, they have proven, you know, that everything is filled and nourished and linked and connected by this energy that we call prana and or chi or mana, and they call the Planck field or the vacuum field, and it's the same thing. And it's proven in mathematical and physics formula that it's actually binding everything together and nourishing everything. And you can connect, you can tap into any point of this field and get the information from all the field. And that's called meditation.
Absolutely.
So now it's such a beautiful blending between the spiritual terminology and the scientific terminology. And I truly believe that spirituality is the science that is unproven yet. Very easy.
Absolutely. And see, and what we're dealing with in this age, even when these scientists come out and, you know, proving all this stuff, they're proving stuff that was already said about, again, from the spiritual sciences. See, most things that's created comes from the study of the human being. They made the camera off of how your eye look. They look at something upside down and then your brain flips it and all this other stuff. Sound. They learned that off your voice box, on how it vibrates and come off from an instrument. A car engine, they got that off of your digestive system. You put the gas in one place and then the gas put out at the other end. All serious, it's the makeup of the human being.
Yes. Yes, and the more we upgrade our bodies and teach them new ways of harnessing the energy, like for example, the pranic nourishment, and the more we study how they actually do that, and we're aiming to do that with a group of scientists at some point, the more we study that, the more we understand that, and the more we display that, the higher technological devices we're going to have, because they all replicate our bodies and our level of consciousness. So we're not going to be able to tap into a higher technology until our body will become that higher technology. I mean, it's a frequency match, everything, external and internal.
Absolutely. And keep in mind what we were saying earlier, the body is your mind. It made it stronger. It's all one. We ain't breaking it up in pieces no more. So even when the speakers are talking about, you know, the motivational speakers are talking about manifesting stuff, create your reality. You actually start thinking about it and it appears. Things will be there. Everything falls in line. So that's why you want to get into that new positive way of thinking, that everything goes your way. This is what's supposed to happen. It's a whole new paradigm shift on creating your personal space of being, how should we use that word? Heavenly.
Yeah.
Things being proper, things being balanced. That's a thought process. But once you balance out the science of the physical body, it strengthens your creation. Oh man, this gets good.
And the heaven on earth that people are talking about is not actually a place, you know, that's meant to be up in the sky and descended on earth. It's your inner state of, the more you work on that, the more heaven you experience. And before we complete, because we have 4 more minutes, I believe, I want to ask if people on YouTube have any questions, and I'll just gonna read them out if there are any. And also gonna say that Elamin is participating live. We're both participating live to the Pranic Festival in Romania in August 15 to 19. So you can see more of us there. Oh, we're having 15 more minutes. Great. We're gonna both be there and have conferences there, and also in Pranic Festival in India, right in Pyramid Valley, in March 3rd to 8th of 2021. Of course, Selitom, you're invited, and I'm sure you're gonna be there. And we've been there this March. We've been there this March, right at the beginning of the quarantine time. We were having fun at the Pyramid Valley with the Pranic Festival discussing pranic nourishment. So these are wonderful options where you can actually meet us live, and you find it all on our website, soulhealingacademy.com/events at the events section. But let's see if people have any questions, right? And if you feel to add anything, just, feel free to add whatever you feel until I okay. It's best to watch on YouTube, I believe, and ask the questions there. It's easier. I'm answering to somebody on YouTube. So even from the panelists working and watching here, if you have any questions for us, I'd be happy to, both of us reply, because it's so beautiful to have this conference interactive and see what people are actually wanting to hear or tap into. And it's been great to work with Elitom for so many years, because traveling together, we've actually had we're longtime friends, and Elitom is also having an ascetic life, practicing brahmacharya, which is the practice of, preserving the energy, not having any partners. So if you want, tell us something about that as well, because so many people are now in the compulsion of, I need a partner, I need a certain sexual life, I need a certain rhythm. Population is getting crazy over that. I've been practicing brahmacharya too, so let's hear a little bit about that in terms of energy preservation.
Oh, this is awesome. Now, again, our bodies do produce what we call sexual fluid. Now, there's many ways I could come into this, but I'm going to do just a quick surface. And that fluid does produce a lot of energy. It's very potent. Now, of course, they use that word Kundalini energy and all these other names, sexual cultivation, but we're just going straight into the fluid now on when you really start preserving that fluid that your body's making. Now, your body, when it produces these fluids, it's going to use the best cells in the body in order to produce the fluid, because in its mind, it could produce a baby, another human being. So no matter what a person's lifestyle is, it's going to use the best cells of that organism. So that fluid is very potent on what it can do and what a person creates. So instead of spinning the fluid, because there's a word called horny, and that's just a word that means hormones. That's when a person's hormones coming into effect, and energy loves to move. But now when you're on this path, they got a thing called brahmacharya, which means the ultimate path. It's a path that some chooses. But even when you deal with the brahmacharya path, there's 4 different levels of that. I was just teaching that today to a group. There's even a householder phase. So it doesn't mean that not having sex at all and stuff like that as you're going through your life. The last level is the renunciation. Oh, this is good. As a person's going through their life. But it does teach you to be mindful on how you use the sexual energy, because it can what? Make you have a better life, or it could destroy it. Basically, or using this energy is very powerful. But going into nourishing you, that fluid will actually reabsorb itself back into your blood. And when it does that, it's going to what? Nourish the different organs. That's why it's called an orgasm. In other words, for a baby to grow a heart, to grow a lung, it got the information of a heart and a lung already in it. So it's going back to where it came, but it's coming at a different process of when it first started, so it's a lot stronger. But last but not least, when it's going back into your blood circulation and your lymph and all of this with the fluids, it's going back up to the brain on where it was made. The sexual fluids wasn't made into the gonads, the ovaries, and the testicles. It actually started with the chemicals coming from the brain. So when it goes back up to a brain, it's different than when it first started. So that's a nourishment for the brain. So you actually could get food freedom by getting a knowledge of sexual cultivation. It starts strengthening your aura. It starts strengthening your electromagnetic field. The magnetism coming off you because it's going back into the blood. Your body keeps producing it, and it start going back up, nourishing the brain from where it came. And then you got the vagus nerve to come down from the brain, going to the different organs. Now, vagus nerve means wanderer. It's the longest cranial nerve to go through the body. So that fluid gets picked up in there, is going back to the other organs, and it's nourishing you. So on one level, we talk about breatharianism. Some people say, you're being nourished by the air. That's unbelievable. It's more than the air. You are basically a package of chemicals. The electrical field is activating the chemicals that your body produces. And those chemicals, you are being fed by substances within your body. For instance, earlier we talked about the serotonin and the melatonin coming from the pineal gland. That happens, and it got nothing to do with what you eat or don't eat. It happens from the external energy forces that's activating the body. So even when your sexual fluids are being made, which most people do make all over the planet, even animals, you got the knowledge now to use that to start replenishing yourself, start renourishing yourself, and all this other good stuff. And of course, it affects you emotionally, mentally, because we know how relationships could be on that level. You're freed up from that. So this is a whole nother level.
Yeah, and somebody here is asking about detoxification, and I'm going to refer to that because it's so necessary, because so much of the toxicity and food dependency comes from codependency in relationships. You broke up with your partner, you start grabbing the ice cream from the fridge. It's the education that we get from the movies and from the family and from all that. You want some comfort stuff, you grab a slice of pizza, to celebrate with friends. Or if you had you've been deceived in your relationship, you have to binge on food. So this is so much interconnected, relationships and food, that when we become free from the concept of relationship, we're not saying to become a monk, but to not be in a codependent relationship with your partner, to be free and let him be free in your relationship. I mean, you can have a partner, just you don't depend on that for happiness or pleasure, because in happiness you have it inside, and pleasure you can either get it from inside, or there's the pleasure of harnessing energy, of circulating energy, of moving your fluids and your chi around your body. And that gives a lot of internal orgasmic states without depending on another person to bring them to you. And that cuts a lot of cords at the relationship level and helps you be autonomous. And you can still enjoy having a partner if you want to, but that cuts off also a lot of dependency of the food that you're using for your emotional comfort. So you see how deep these are connected. And speaking about detox, as somebody was asking, in the pranic process online that we're doing every month now, and we're starting one right on July 20th, we're sharing methods of detox that are very, very simple. Some of them I've shared a little bit earlier when I described my morning routine, when clearing your nose, clearing your digestive system with salt water, or in the case of digestive system, you can use sauerkraut juice. And also we're giving lots of detox juices or detox herbs that you can actually utilize at the beginning of a pranic process to cleanse your whole system. There are herbs that cleanse not only your organs like liver, kidneys, colon, and so on. They're actually clearing your mindset because they're so interconnected. Your digestive system and your mind are very close interconnected. They're making your eyes better. So in Ayurvedic medicine, this has been known for thousands of years. We're giving herbs and fruit combinations that can actually restore your liver kidney function, before starting going on prana. Because if you're ill and you try to go, dry fasting, you might have some issues. Or if you start to go fasting, you might have some serious craving problems and mood swings that generate more suffering in your life if you don't purify in advance. Also, colonics are amazing for detoxing. Recommend them at the beginning of a detox process. I recommend at least once a week to be done a colonics, followed or in parallel with probiotics that will restore the gut bacteria. These are very, very simple methods, and we share more on this with referring to detox at the emotional level, what to do with the emotions and how to clear them out and transmute them and alchemize them in each one of our organs. Like liver has specific emotions, kidneys have specific emotions, heart has other type of emotions that are stored inside, that are described very well in the Chinese medicine, and we can actually detox them out by simple practices. We describe all that, and how to detox at the mental level. Be careful what you allow in, like the news you're watching, the information that you give credit to, the people that you are approving or listening to, and what you're putting in and what you're sending out. Like, what are you talking about all day? The gossip, the bad news discussion, the vaccine, the conspiracy theories, all these things that is circulating now. Are you binge eating on them, or are you clearing your mind and focusing it on what you want to manifest? Like I was referring earlier to the second wave. There's no second wave if you don't focus on it all the time. Everything is orchestrated, and you can de-orchestrate it at a blink of an eye if you focus on the right things, and create a new reality. That's very simple. So should you want to know more on that, just check our events page on soulhealingacademy.com and join our process. And a lot of detox is done there at a physical, emotional level and the mental level. And also Elitom Elamin's website, which is, I believe, elitomelamin.com, right?
.org.
.org. Okay. Missed the letter. .org, where he's describing and having a lot of process too, and he has also 2 books or 3 books, I believe.
3.
One is Human Photosynthesis.
One-on-one.
Tell us about your books. Maybe you know 101.
Oh, wow.
Exactly.
The first one is It's Okay to Be Healthy, and that's like a preliminary, just to let a person know that they can pull this off. This can happen. The second one is Human Photosynthesis 101. And that goes a little deeper, but it's also talking more about the spiritual sciences, how this information was already here. And then I got another good one that's on Amazon and stuff like that, Breatharian Nuggets. And that's a whole lot of quotes of the day and stuff like this to carry you through with breatharian wisdom. Is really effective. I get a lot of feedback off of that because it's talking about my own life experiences on different words that will carry you through how you feel and how to change your way of thinking, because that's what it's about. You're changing your way of thinking on a pranic journey. And when you change your way of thinking, it's going to change your life. So that's what the breatharian nuggets deal with on that type of level. You're eating something, you're eating food. Like the scripture said, man shall not live off of bread alone, but every word that come out of the mouth of the higher force. So in other words, you need that repetition to come at you in order to change. That's how we work. So this is good once again.
Stay consistent on your path. That's our message. And it has to be a spiritual path. And somebody here is asking, and that's the last thing because it's the final minute. Somebody here is asking, between sunlight, breath, and liquids, which is best? I'm asking, why do you have to choose between them? Sunlight is always available. Breath is something you do to maintain your life. And liquids, you still need them while you have kidneys and you're not fully in breatharian state. So I wouldn't say to choose between them. I would say integrate them all because they're part of you being alive. What do you think, Elitom?
Oh, that's it. That's why we call it a holistic lifestyle. Everything you do is energetic and is important. Yes, everybody's in the sunlight. Yes, everybody's drinking. Yes, everybody's breathing. But the breatharian journey makes you aware of the energy consumption that you're using. See, you can even drink too much water and hurt yourself. Let's say that now. You could drink too much water and hurt yourself. You could be out into the sun too much and hurt yourself. We got to say this. It's how you use these energies. That's what makes the difference.
That's so much wisdom. Thank you so much, Elitom, for being with us. Thank you,
Thank
Global
you.
Global Pyramid Societies, for having us, and we're so honored to participate here with you. For more information, the website soulhealingacademy.com and the website elitomelamin.org is offering lots of insights on the pranic path and harnessing the energy in general. And stay tuned to our channels, Christiana El Trayan and Elitom Elamin, to see all the videos and everything we put out. And hope to meet you in person in one of our pranic festivals. Big hugs to all, and stay tuned to this event because it's awesome. And check, the PSSM Global on Instagram and Facebook to see our next events as well. Big hugs to all.
All right.
That's really wonderful. Thank you so much, Elitom, and thank you so much, Christiana. I always actually thought prana is something about food, and actually when you said it's also about relationships that we and also we have to de-stress everything, these are really thought-provoking words. And especially when you said about detoxification sometime, I was also thinking like, being a child, I was always thinking like, oh, I have to detoxify and I should not eat anything, but then I should go on the other side and I'll be drinking Coca-Cola, as you said. I was relating to myself when you guys said, but true, over the years, I overcame that and I really understood the process of detoxification. And thank you so much, guys. That's really wonderful information. And there are huge energies. That's an honor to have you both here. Thank you so much.
That's been a pleasure for all of us. And we're having a fabulous meditation on July 25th, which is the day beyond time in the Mayan calendar, the day that is considered to be, out of time, where everything is being recreated at this time, right? We're going to have a beautiful meditation with the Pyramid Society, and it's a global meditation that you'll find on my Facebook page, and you'll find on their page as well. It's going to be awesome, so join us. It's free.
Yes.
And hopefully Elitom will also participate. So much love to all. Sending you big love from our hearts to yours, and hope to see you soon wherever that is.
And the same from our side. Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you so much. So friends, without any delay, let us move on now to Sneha, who is our co-host. And Sneha, over to you, please.
Thank you, Nilima. Wow, that has been a completely wisdom-filled day today with so much to learn from all the masters from all over. Namaste, everyone. This is me, Sneha, again from India. And I have been practicing breath meditation from 2017. And it has been a life-altering journey for me. An otherwise introvert person, a shy person, what I have learned through this practice is see yourself in everyone around you, and it will become easier for you to express whatever you want. Moving ahead, it gives me immense pleasure today to introduce to you all our next speaker and my soul sister, Jana. Jana resides in Germany but has a strong bond to Australia, where she experienced her spiritual awakening. Her passion is to create consciousness. She has experienced the ignition for self-growth from genuine connection with ourselves and with each other. She loves to share based on a hope to inspire. As a consciousness coach, Jana supports people to seek out their pathway in life by unlocking true identity and purpose. She serves with expertise, long-standing practices, and life experiences. Grateful for being a founding member of the Jay Shetty Coaching School, she believes that development growth, and authentic connection is possible for every one of us. Her saying that life is a soul food workshop has definitely left an impact on me. So without any further ado, welcoming Yana to take us all on a wonderful journey with her soulful voice. Yana, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sneha. Thanks for these beautiful words. I'm kind of out of voice because it's really wonderful. Thank you. And I feel very, very honored to close today, the day 2 of this event hosted by the Pyramid Spiritual Social Society. And I'm very, very grateful for each and every one of you out there who is happy to meditate with me right now. So please find your way into a comfortable position, either sitting or lying down, whatever feels best to you. If you're sitting, keep your spine upright. The body wants to breathe. Clasp your hands, lock your fingers, and just lay them down wherever it feels comfortable. Maybe in your lap or on your belly. And with the next inhalation, gently close your eyes. Take some time to get even more comfortable in the posture that you chose. Just let some breaths come and go and observe how you feel in that posture. Are there any movements you can make to feel even more comfortable? Just do these slight arrangements. Isn't it surprising how easily the body knows what it feels for you to be comfortable? You can always come back to this place whenever you feel like. Draw your attention towards your breath now. How does it feel around your nostrils when you inhale? And how does it feel when you exhale? Can you feel a difference? You start inhaling balance and peace. And with every exhalation, you let go of tightness and sorrow. Simply observe your breath. There's nothing else you have to do. It comes and goes by itself, effortlessly. You breathe in calmness and peace. You breathe out and let go of tension and sorrow. And now You can see a door appearing in front of your inner eyes. You know that it leads you to the other side of your consciousness. What does it look like? What is it made from? Wood? Glass? Maybe cloth? What color does it have? Brown? Golden? White? Or maybe a completely different color? Open the door and step through it. You find yourself in the most beautiful landscape. A meadow in the middle of nature. Take your time to look around. What can you feel on the meadow? Under your feet? Grass? Take some steps and wonder. What do you see? Animals? Plants? Maybe trees? Hills? Or even mountains further away? How does it look like in this landscape for you? Take your time to fully become present. Maybe you sit down or still stray around. What colors can you see? Is the sky blue or clouded? What shades of green do you observe? Is there brown, as you can see the earth on the ground or the trunk of the tree? And now there are flowers in different colors. What can you see? What can you touch and sense on this meadow? Maybe you feel the sun on your skin, or the grass in your hands. Can you touch a trunk or a leaf? Breathe in, calm and relaxed. Take in whatever you can feel. And let that senses expand in yourself with your exhalation. What is it that you can hear on the meadow? Birds, insects. Maybe you can hear the wind. Inhale calmness and peace and all the sounds that you hear. And when you exhale, let them spread inside of you. What can you smell on the meadow? Maybe it is the green scent of grass when the sunlight touches it. Maybe the sweet fragrance of a flower. Or the pure scent and smell of earth. Breathe in calmly. Take in the smell of your meadow. And when you exhale, let the smell spread inside of you. And what is the one thing that you can even taste? Maybe one smell is still on the back of your throat, expanding in your mouth so that you can taste it. What can you taste? Breathe in calmness and peace. Breathe out sorrow and tightness. And simply be on your beautiful meadow. Now you can hear the sound of running water. Slowly walk towards the sound. Take your time. You reach a river that is slowly making its way forward. Flowing without any hurry. In its own pace. Sit down at the bank of the river. Take your time and observe it. Breathe in calmness and peace. Breathe out tension and sorrow. Just like the water flows, so does the rhythm of your breath. No hurry. In its own time. Observe that the rhythm of your breath aligns with the flowing water. They both flow. Passing by, but never ending. Breathe in calmness and peace. And observe how you can let go of tightness and sorrow with your exhalation. Observe your breath. There's nothing else you have to do. Observe how it is coming and going. Just like the water flows into your view and out of it again. You see leaves flowing on the surface of the water. Entering your view. And leaving it again. In the everlasting pace of the water. And if your mind wanders, that's okay. Smile at it. Gently bring your attention back to your breath. Inhale, calmness and peace. And when you exhale, let go of tightness and sorrow. There's nothing else to do, nothing to strive for. Simply observe your breath coming and going. And the water flowing along. And when your mind wanders, pick the thought, take it in your hands, and put it on the surface of the little river. Return to your breath while your leaf of thought flows by. Inhale, balance, calmness, and peace. Exhale and let go of tension and sorrow. I will let you practice now for a while down at your river. I hold the space and keep the time. Breathe in calmness and peace. Breathe out tightness and sorrow. Your mind may wander again. That's okay. Pick the thought and put it on the surface of the stream of water. And return to observe your breath. Breathe in calmness and peace. Breathe out tightness and sorrow. And with every breath, contentment and confidence spread out in your body. Maybe slowly, maybe fast. Every pace is perfect. Just like the flowing river. And if your mind wanders, again, pick the thought, put it on the surface of the water. See it flowing by. It is time to make your way back now. Get up. Take a last view of your stream of thoughts and make your way back over the meadow towards the door that takes you back into the room that you came from. Inhale balance and peace. Exhale tightness and sorrow. You see the door appearing. Open it and step through it again. You arrive back in the room. Your senses reach out until they can feel the walls, the ceiling, and the floor. Feel your physical body again. Draw your attention towards your feet and move your toes. Start to gently move your shoulders. Lift your hands and place them on your closed eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose and out through your mouth. Let your breath return to its natural rhythm. And with the next inhalation, gently open your eyes and lower your hands. Welcome back. Namaste. Thank you for meditating with me.
Thank you, Yana. That was a really wonderful journey that you took us all upon.
Thank you,
I was so grateful. On behalf of everyone, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you
It
so
means a lot to me.
It's great to have you with us today. Thank you. So friends, I would now like to pass on to our PSSM Global Head Pari for concluding day 2 and vote of thanks. Over to you, Pari. Ma'am, you need to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sneha. Thank you, Yana, for such a wonderful, wonderful meditation. It was such a magical experience just listening to your voice today. Thank you. So, hello, everyone. We are at the end of this day 2 event, Spiritual Science International Meet from July 10th to 12th, and we have successfully completed day 2. A very, very big congratulations to the whole team. There is a whole army of team that is working behind this event to present this information to you. And I would like to thank each and everyone who has contributed for today's event. And we'll have a big vote of session tomorrow. We have day 3, which is the America team, the North American, South America team are presenting this together. So at the end of the event, we are going to have a big celebration and big vote of thanks. And today I just want to say thank you for everybody, all the moderators, all the speakers. And I would like to just do a review before I close about today's journey. We started today with a wonderful opening talk from Madhu Gajala from Germany. And then we had a beautiful message and flute meditation with Brahmashri Patriji from India. We moved on to Egypt. We traveled to Egypt with Ali with his flute, Native American flute, which has set the stage for the whole event today. And then we had Dr. Bini Sareen from Brahma Kumaris sharing her message about soul journey and about the awakening process. So that was really amazing, and I would encourage everybody to go check that video out. And we then traveled to Philippines with Pai Villaraza, and he shared a lot about both science and spiritual mysticism. So I think that is really profound when we mix now where we are going is bringing the science into the spirituality. And that is what Spiritual Science Meet is all about. And then we had the woman on fire, Sri Lakshmi, from Master Sri Lakshmi from UK, talking about the divine feminine energies. This is a truly, truly powerful topic that she has shared with us, and talking about how we as women need to start honoring our own emotions, honoring our own thoughts and feelings. And that was truly a powerful talk from Sri Lakshmi. And we went to Spain and also visited Egypt with Carmen Bolter. She is the pyramid scientist, and she talked about the consciousness and the Great Pyramid. Here, she really took us into a journey about understanding chakras and how the pyramid affects our chakra balancing. So this is something that I have actually never heard about, and I was really, really intrigued. And now I'm going to go back and do more research about it. And then we had the Global Youth. This is such a powerful event, just bringing the youth across the globe, coming together and talking about empowerment, talking about self-realization. Coming from the youth is truly powerful. Really inspires me and motivates me to do more work. And then we had Jennifer Hill from Awaken TV. She's the TV host. She shared about 101 Spiritual Tools for Uncertain Times. That's the book that she has written, and she shared a few tools with us in our session today. We are very grateful for that. And we had, of course, our PSSM partner, Christiana Eltrayan, with our guest, Elotim El Amin, talking about living on light. How can we truly live on light, eat light, and live without food? And there are people who haven't eaten food for years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, which is truly, and even 100 years, which is truly amazing. In defying all the laws of physical laws that we know, which is pretty amazing. And this is the breatharianism. So, and then we had, of course, ended the event with our powerful session, meditation session with Jana from Germany. So, friends, the idea behind SSIM was to reach out to masses globally, emphasizing on the power of everyday simple choices and how they can shape the reality of our lives. The idea behind PSSM Global, behind the PSSM movement that was founded by Brahmashri Patriji, is that we build a community that is inclusive and acknowledges different points of view, different spiritual perspectives. That is the idea behind this movement, is to build a community. Today, our goal has achieved, even if we have created one relationship between two individuals, a relationship that is heartful, a relationship that is soulful. And also one of the main principles of PSSM is that we surround ourselves with people who are on the mission of self-realization, on the mission of enlightenment. And that is the community the PSSM is striving to build for around the world. And PSSM Global, which is a wing of Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement, which was started in 1990, 30 years back. This is the vision that has started with one person, and today there are thousands of people that are within this community, the Pyramid family. We call them as Pyramid Masters. So today, if you have watched with us, if you have followed us, then you are part of our Pyramid family. We welcome you, and we want to learn from you. And if you have noticed, we understand today, we have presented a lot of information. We have really given you a lot of different perspectives, from pyramids to empowerment, to music, to crystals, to, there's so much information that we have presented, and we understand that. But the idea here is to, we know that we may not be agreeing to everything, but the idea is to present different ideas, present different perspectives, and be open-minded to receive them. So we have a choice here. We have a choice either to say, no, this is not for me, I don't even want to listen, or we have a choice to be open-minded and listen, as Jennifer said, just pause and listen to what the other person is saying, and acknowledge and not be dismissive about it. So So this is just building a platform for voices to speak their truth, to speak what they feel, what they honor, because we are here to, whatever that we are saying here, it is our own inner voices. We are here to speak our truth because that is the truth for us and for the world. And this is a platform for that. And you may have seen that we have speakers speaking, we have our masters speaking. So one of the important points that Patriji mentions and the PSS movement is built on is we listen to everyone. We honor every voice. We listen sincerely to you, to your experience, as much as we listen to a person who is experienced, who has been meditating for 20 years or 30 years. This is a platform for a beginner. This is a platform for an advanced spiritual leader. This is a platform for everybody to share your views without being judged, to share your experiences and teach others and learn from others at the same time. So this is PSSM movement coming. And also one of the things that I really want to mention is meditation. Anapanasati meditation is not just for Indians, it's not just for Buddhists, it's not just for monks. This is for everybody. And this movement is now working and striving towards bringing this tools, this techniques, this idea, this vision out of India globally, so that we can all come together, whatever race you are, whatever color you are, whatever gender you are, whatever nationality you are. It is time for us to come together and co-create and spread this message to the entire planet. And that is the vision and goal of PSSM movement, PSSM Global. We are here open to make conscious collaborations. We are here ready to collaborate with heart-centric people, individuals, and organizations. So if you are one of them, if you share the same vision as us to come to collaborate, to co-create, we are here waiting for you to shake our hands, to start spreading this movement. Tomorrow we have another whole session planned for you from US time 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. starting with beautiful meditation. We have music, celebrations, and also talks from a scientific point of view on pyramids. So there's a lot planned for you. So make sure you join us again tomorrow on PMC Global and PMC English YouTube channels. Please subscribe and like and share. This is something that we are coming and doing. We are really giving our heart and soul. It's not just me. The whole entire team is doing selflessly. The whole organization is a non-voluntary organization, non-religious, non-voluntary organization, and everybody coming and giving their services just because they feel it in their hearts. So we really request you to share this information to your friends, to your colleagues. Even if we can touch one heart, I think our mission is fulfilled. So we request you that, and also subscribe. And if there is anything, any part in this whole events that has touched you, we request you to please consider donating to the movement so that we can take this movement forward. You can do so by sending your donation via PayPal to donate@pssmglobal.org. Donate@pssmglobal.org. This event is dedicated to bringing meditation to law enforcement, military, fire, EMS. So all the donations that we receive for this event are going towards that cause, so that we can bring this more, we can take our services and teach our law enforcement to be more resilient, to be more mindful, to be calmer, to reduce their stress and be more alert and be more active on duty and do military, and protect fire, us. EMS. So thank you very much for listening to this event today, for being here with us, and we look forward to being with you, sharing with you tomorrow more presentations. Thank you very much. Namaste. Okay, done.